Good morning, everyone. Hopefully everyone is having a wonderful morning this morning. All right, just bear with me, guys. I'm just checking to make sure that we are live on all of our platforms. I'll bring Rob and Clarence onto the screen. I guess Rob disappeared, but he'll be back. If you want to toss some words out there.
Sure. I want to welcome everybody today. It's going to be another great day full of awesome guests. Wow, yesterday went fantastic as well. We've had awesome people too, especially in the comment section and stuff. And I just hope they keep it going because I tell you, it's fantastic.
Yeah, yesterday was a wonderful day. We had some seriously good guests happening yesterday. Okay, so why don't I see this happen? Okay, good. We are good. The only place I need to fix is the Paul Wallace channel. So, guys, if you just want to do the opening here.
Absolutely. So we are here, day 4. Who would have thought we would have got to day 4 already? But it has been such a great time that it has flown by. Just like yesterday when I said I was doing my presentation, I did not feel it was 2 hours. It flew by. It was like minutes, When you're getting this download of information, it seems that time, it speeds up. Most people when I remember when I was younger and somebody tried to give me that information, time would stand still, and you can't even be bothered with it. But of course, that's the adolescent mind, hard at work to think of all the distractions of why you shouldn't be sitting there doing your research and reading. But we're here today, older, wiser, and projecting a message of love and information. And it has been an absolute incredible ride so far. And I also want to give a shout out to all of the platforms that we are on right now. We are on Paul Wallace's YouTube channel. So thank you to Paul Wallace. Thank you to Neil Gar for Portal to Ascension YouTube channel. Thank you to Alan Steinfeld for New Realities YouTube channel. And we also have Stephen and Evan Strong, Forgotten Origins YouTube channel. We're on WatchersTalk. And thank you to Omar for letting us do that, even though he's running the ship over here with helping me do it. We're doing everything we can to make this the absolute best thing you've seen all year. And we're on Full Spectrum Universe YouTube channel. So we're here for the duration of the day. It's going to be, I think we're going to have, how many speakers today do we have? I think we have about 8 or 9.
I think so, yeah.
And it's going to be a lot of people who have reached the level of achievement of a doctorate. And this is going to be one of those days where at first hearing the information, some of it may not seem that you've absorbed it. But when you take a pen and pad and you write certain points down that you hear that interest you and resonate with you, I guarantee you that everything that these doctors are saying is, and and all the other speakers, it's going to be ultimately important. These are the people on the cutting edge of what they do, and it's it's going to be a really wild ride today. We also have Lyanne's YouTube channel as well, so thank you to her for letting us riding the frequency, I think it's called. But thank you to everybody that's over there watching as well. You are ultimately all important, everybody watching across all channels. So at this moment, I want to take some couple minutes to pay the bills, talk about our sponsors. As you can see in the background of what's behind me and Clarence here, we are sponsored by the Eden series. And that is Escaping from Eden and The Scars of Eden, written by Paul Wallace. You can purchase these books, and I suggest you do highly, at paulanthonywallace.com. Also, You can find them, I'm sure, on Amazon, but I would love for everybody to just cut that middleman out, because that is some of the people that we are somewhat trying to not butt heads or collide against, but we don't want to relegate them any power more than they have. So we want to try and find alternate channels of finding the information and the people and get the things that we need as well. Big tech and big corp is one of the biggest hindrances of this time. So yes, we have Our Alien Ancestry through Stephen and Evan Strong, and the Forgotten Origins out of Australia, which is forgottenorigins.com as well, and Portal to Ascension, which is portaltoascension.org. I suggest you sign up for portaltoascension.org. He is the best. Neil is the best one to ever do any event like this. And he has thousands upon thousands of hours. While he does paid events, there is so much free content once you sign up at portaltoascension.org that you could sit there for weeks upon weeks upon weeks and just download so much information. It is imperative that people go there, as well as purchasing Paul Wallace's book and Forgotten Origins. Just to get back to Forgotten Origins, for $16 a month Australian, which is about $5-6 American, you can they do a conference on Our Alien Ancestry every month, just about. So they're at chapter 13 now. There are 12 previous chapters that I suggest you definitely check out. And once you get that subscription to the ForgottenOrigins.com, you can go back and rewatch all of those episodes and
That's
all of those conferences.
AlienAncestry.net.
Oh, AlienAncestry.net.
Yeah, it's confusing. These guys have two different websites, which is ForgottenOrigins.com, which concentrates on articles and such that are being produced for the Our Alien Ancestry webinars that they're doing. And if you sign up at OurAlienAncestry.net for $16, then you will get access to all of the replays from the previous year, because I believe we're going into our 13th chapter. That is on August the 28th, I believe. I'm pretty sure on that, but don't quote me on it.
I can only imagine what this one's going to have. I mean, I've seen the last 4 or 5 and starting to go back and look into it myself, and it was amazing. I mean, Paul Wallace was on one of the episodes. Stephen Cummings was on one of the episodes. So many people. With Leah Capitelli, what we had here yesterday, was on a lot of them, and Stephen and Evan Strong. Their information has a timeline, and their timeline, especially, it's not just a timeline of how it was, where it came from. It's also a timeline of how they figured the information out. So it makes it a little bit more fun when you're able to follow their journey, right? And we also have a book that's available on Amazon called Making Contact, and that's Alan Steinfeld, one of the gentlemen that's letting us stream to new realities, which is his YouTube channel. This gentleman has been doing this kind of work for upwards of 30 years, 40 years, right, Omar?
Yeah, very, very long time. Alan is a steadfast researcher, a beautiful human being.
Yes.
And well connected with the ufology community, within the conscious community, and just a wonderful human being altogether. His delivery is very nice. I love the way he interviews. I love the way he thinks. And also, Alan just published his book called Making Contact, and that is available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble, and pretty much any bookstore that you can think of. It will be there. So check that out. Huge kudos to Alan Steinfeld. I believe he is on today. Let's quickly go through the schedule. Rob and Clarence, here, let me toss myself up on the camera. I'm just being shy.
Yes.
It's early morning, and I don't have my hair done yet. So today's schedule is we're going to start off with Michael Feely. Remember, we were talking about this yesterday. I can't quite recall. Someone asked about Jesus, whether Jesus is real or metaphoric or is just a story. And
Right.
I had mentioned that Michael Feely will be on this morning, and we will ask him that question. I kind of know the answer already, but it's better to hear it right from the mouth of the author. And then we have Dr. Joan of Angels, who's going to be interviewing Mara Colby and Sona Tandon on plant medicine. And then Dr. Reverend Joan is going to be giving us a download at 10 o'clock after her interview. And then at 11, we have Dr. Smear Osmanovic. And then at 12 o'clock, we have the great Brad Olson. And then at 1 o'clock, we have Aubrey Rose Lewis. And then at 2 p.m., we have Dr. Sasha Lesson and his beautiful wife, Janet Lesson. And then at 3 p.m., we have Dr. J.J. Hartog and Dr. Desiree Hartog. If you guys recall, they are the authors, or Dr. J.J. Hartog is the author of Keys of Enoch. And just wonderful people. I love listening to them. And then they're going to be interviewed by Alan Steinfeld. And then at 4 o'clock, Alan Steinfeld will give us a presentation. And then we'll close the day off with Valerie Burrow, who's going to be interviewed by Stephen and Evan Strong. So today's day looks pretty solid. And, we have a backup here. And I hope that I can, squeeze some time out of today, and if not, then we might close at 7 p.m. because I got a message this morning from our lovely, beautiful friend Nori Love, who requested that if we have some time, if we can bring her back, she would love to retell the story that she was saying yesterday and go into further detail. So I was like, okay, no problem. Let me see if we can find some time. And if we can find some time, well, damn it, we will make some time.
If not today, we have it tomorrow for sure.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I love Nori. I just love her energy, and I just love the message that she gives. So definitely we will make some time for her either today or tomorrow. But keep an eye out on the space for Nori Love, guys. And now, with that being said, let's bring our next guest on. This man is amazing. I've read a lot of his books, and they're just like over the top here. And I've got to go back and read them several times in order to make some sense out of it. But Michael Feely is an incredibly smart individual. Let me just quickly read this bio. I'll just read one chapter because it's a little bit long. Well, not really all that long, but you know what I mean. We don't want to just sit here and read. I'd rather listen to Mike. Michael Feely is a former UK police officer and now ancient code breaker and spiritual life coach who has authored 7 paperback books, with others currently in writing, and several ebooks on various esoteric subjects, and is also a public international conference speaker who hangs up with David Icke at night and Global Radio contributor. He is currently adapting his work to cater to a younger audience and will soon have a series of children's books to teach our next generation many truths that they are not being taught elsewhere. Michael has appeared on Edge Media TV, The Moore Show, and has featured on Strawman, The Nature of the Cage, and Elstree Studios independent documentary, and also Iconic TV, where Michael just shot a documentary with David Icke and Garth Icke, sorry. Michael has also appeared on America's largest radio show, Coast to Coast, with George Noory, what a legend, as well as on Midnight in the Desert with Tim Weisberg, which used to be Art Bell's show. He has also appeared on the Other Side of Midnight radio show with Richard Hoagland, the researcher who geometrically mapped out the Sidonian city on planet Mars. Michael has recently filmed and also presented a documentary series on Iconic TV, David Icke's channel, and has also appeared in an iconic film about extraterrestrial existence on Earth, also featuring David Icke and the epic Eric von Daniken. Michael is a multiple paranormal UFO experiencer and has personally experienced dimensional ports and opening up before him, emanating unorthodox crafts and numerous UFO sightings day and night, and has seen an ET being face to face, among many other personal close encounters of the third and other kind. All right. I could just keep on reading that, but like I said, I would rather listen to Mike. He is the Da Vinci of our time here, the Da Vinci Code Breaker. If you guys recall that movie, I don't know what that movie was called. Da Vinci Code, I think it was called.
Yeah.
right? Where Tom Hanks was going around breaking codes while Tom Hanks was reading a script and Michael Feely is not.
Exactly. Yep. Michael's the
Yeah.
real deal.
Yeah, he's a code breaker. Michael and I, we've been working together for several years now and have developed a wonderful friendship and always love listening to Mike. So guys, I'm going to remove you guys off the screen and we'll bring Mike on. And we're about 15 minutes in. So Mike, I will give you a heads up at about 9:15 or about 9:10, and then we'll do 10 minutes for questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's all good. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful, Mike. So I'll remove myself off the screen and just let me know. Oh, let me add Clarence back on here. And Clarence, just stop your cam and mute and just don't leave the studio just in case we need to jump in or anything like that. All right, Mike, there you go. The stage is yours. And please let me know when you want me to add your presentation.
Yep. Please go ahead and add it now, and I'll continue from there. Thank you. Just let me know whenever you can see it.
Yeah, I see it, Mike, and I will make it full screen. A couple of days ago, we had some people express that when it was like this and you were on the side, that it was difficult for them to see on their smartphones. So I'll just make it full screen, so that way it's easier for everyone to see.
Thank you. Just let me know whenever I can carry on.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you are. This is going to be another presentation from me. We're going to go deep into initiations, and I'll explain the significance of that as we go along. Planet Earth is a temple of initiation. Again, I'll go into that in just a little while. At some level of our being, we all possess the Hall of Records, which is the frequency of knowledge. We just have to remember what we are. The everyday person really has little concern about anything beyond his own circle, his family, his job, his TV programs that he likes to watch. Nothing else seems to matter beyond that circle. But of course, this leads to an imprisonment. It leads them to potentially be deceived and tricked and manipulated by those who understand reality, those who understand the great beyond. People are hypnotized. They're hypnotized by their TV, they're hypnotized by many, many different things in our reality today. Even in churches, when we see the rose-coloured windows, it is an altered state of perception, an altered state of reality. The world is codes, and I shall let you into some of them deep, deep codes during this presentation. What is not in your awareness cannot possibly be known by you. So the idea of this conference and this talk and other talks today is to put things into your awareness so that they can actually be known by you. We live in a capped reality inside a timeline that has been manipulated. Our reality is not what we think it is. It is an illusion. It is somebody else's reality. This keeps us in a continuous cycle that we can never seem to get out of the routine of that cycle. The Egyptians alluded to this with the 23.5-degree tilt of the pillar, the jet pillar of Osiris, the spine of Osiris. It is telling you that the moon keeps the earth at a 23.5-degree tilt. This is what gives us the seasons, the warmth to inhabit the earth, the oceans, but it's also what gives us the cycles. When we always get promised tomorrow you will do this, next week you'll win the lottery, so on and so on, it is forever keeping us in the future. And that is keeping us like the carrot and the donkey, always looking externally for something that is always internal. People do things that they have no awareness of what it is that they're doing, such as the handbags. When you look at the ancient world, they always carried this mysterious handbag. So what is this mysterious handbag? Well, when you look at the Royal Ark of Freemasonry, you will see where it comes from and what does it mean. Well, it is really the first 6 signs of the zodiac. It is the gateway of life, the top, the apex of that arch, The heavens is Cancer, which is the gateway of life. It's the etheric realms to the material world. Now, Capricorn is obviously the opposite at the bottom of the circle, which gives you death, which gives you the winter, which gives you Saturn, Satan, etc., etc. It is the arch of heaven, giving you certain star positions. And as we see here, the six signs at the top of the zodiac. The archway takes us from the consciousness of natural man within natural restrictions to exaltation in flesh, making us a supernatural, unlimited consciousness. Here we see where time and space are anchored into the earth. Here we see Wembley Stadium in London, which has the same Masonic archway. And we have the archways of churches, which are telling us the same thing. As I said, at the bottom of the arch, we have Capricorn, that's the horn goat, the Capricorn, the winter. The devil takes you, that's when things tend to die during the winter. So, do you want to know what it is? When we look at certain symbols, we see the anchor, we see the ankh, we see the ankle. What is it telling us? It is telling us that it stops us from drifting away from our focus. It stops us drifting away from the shore of spirituality, the shore of knowledge. When we look at the word self, and self is important, everything is within thyself. When you get the word self, the two middle letters are EL, which originally meant God, so therefore God is within self. When we start to realize this and when we start to understand our reality and what we're all about and our true potential and who we really are, it expands our bandwidth, it expands our awareness, it expands our knowledge frequency. Now, a dimension that we all live in is a means of organizing different planes of existence according to a vibratory rate of that which exists. Each dimension has its own set of laws and its own set of principles, and it is specific to the frequency of that dimension. All the dimensions interpenetrate and exist in the same space. Some of that multidimensional consciousness gets projected into a physical body so that it can identify with matter. That is what we are. Now I'm just going to move on to the famous Nazca lines. What are the Nazca lines? You see them all over the world, not only in Nazca, but this is a picture in Vancouver in Canada. They are the convergence of sound and drawing. It is known as a cross-modality information transfer, and it is the convergence of auditory information, which is language. So we have the combination of sounds and images, which gives us the original language. Now, this is how sound creates pictures. Certain frequencies create certain images, and that is exactly what we have in crop circles. That is exactly what we have in the Nazca lines. So a cross-modality information transfer is when acoustic signals, when they are on acoustic hotspots, are transformed into symbolic visual representations, in other words, pictures. It also demonstrates a symbolic thinking, which shows a higher degree of intelligence. When we can think of things that are not physically present, it sets us apart from other species. It is really an initiation of contact. Symbolic thinking became a possibility for humanity around 100,000 years ago, when at a time of major genetic reorganization. Sound, DNA, pictures is pinnacle throughout religion, throughout Nazca, throughout Peru, throughout all of these things. So because we had this ability 100,000 years ago, the likes of the Nazca lines could at least be 100,000 years old. This is a 22-kilometer runway up mountains, which clearly is a landing site. Here we see an image in the rocks, an extraterrestrial image. It is telling them that we are of intelligence. We are an intelligent race above the animal kingdom, capable of symbolic thinking. If you're passing, drop in and have a cup of Venus juice. So we have all of these wonderful insects and animals at Nazca. They all relate to a planet. All of these images of Nazca relate to different planets. Spiders, birds, all of the things that you see in Nazca relate to a certain one of these planets. The lion, the Lion's Gate, which ironically is today, is a gateway to the stars. And here we see a massive symbol of that gateway. It's our spiritual nature. It is our fire. It is the Lion's Gate. It is Leo ruled by the sun. My reality, compared to many other realities or the realities of many people that I exist around, is very warped, is very different. I look at things very, very differently and see different things to what most people see. In 2009, I was given a golden key in my mind's eye, and it took me a while to work out the significance of a golden key. But it is highly significant, and I will tell you how. When we look at the famous Jesus sign in church, which is the Chiru, which gives you this symbol, it is really the Orion Nebula. Now, the lost symbol is the Key of Solomon. The Key of Solomon is the Orion constellation. It is the cosmic signpost, the way to the secret of where we came from. Now, this is Orion here, and above it is the Silver Gate, the gateway into this existence. So if you imagine coming through this gateway, here we see Isis and her sister Nepsis holding the geometry of that. You come into the 9 months of gestation, which are the 9 pyramids of Giza. It represents the birth into this world. And you come out of the Yoni, the Holy Grail, into the Matrix. And here we see the lion, the Tefnut, that may well have been the image of the Sphinx. We are engaged in a spiritual journey through human birth into Homo Luminous, the man of light, the higher born man of a spiritual soul, into a matrix that we call the temple of initiation, which is Earth. And we come into the African nations that were one of the first people to ever exist on Earth. The world is a vast ashram, which means temple, in which your life reflects the ceremonies of initiation. Initiation is of the soul. Initiation is soul awareness of all that is, where we walk through the fires of this initiation. What the ancients have done is basically created Earth as a mirror of the skies. Now, the church, the cross of the church, is represented as the constellation of Orion, as you can see here. The original Bible is the Giza Plateau. For argument's sake, Noah's Ark is the Great Pyramid. You see all of these different things that relate to the Giza Plateau that was written into the Bible as religious. When we see the mummy with the crossed arms, again, it replicates the constellation of Orion. When we go to sleep and we say we're creating Z's, Z is also a symbol of Orion, and sleep is a metaphor for death. Orion, the Sahu, is where the Egyptians believed that the soul went after death, and that is all related to the Orion constellation. Even when we see famous superstars such as David Bowie, when he gives you this kind of symbol on his face, it is also the Z of Orion. When we see members of royal family dressed in black, Osiris, going to the cenotaph of Seti, they are replicating an Egyptian ritual. Famously, the 3 main pyramids of Giza are aligned to Orion. But what people don't know is also that the 6 Queens pyramids are also Orion markers at different times. They are a horizontal and perpendicular alignment, which has a minimum and maximum culmination, in other words, height. They are astronomical clocks and a geostellar fingerprint. They mark Orion at different times of the year, wherever it may be situated. But also, in a twist to that, from the face of Mars, if you look at Earth, Venus, and Jupiter, it also gives you a similar reflection of the pyramids of Giza. Now, Cairo comes from the word Halkahira, which is the place or the camp of Mars. So now a picture is starting to develop. When we look at the face on Mars, the famous face on Mars, which is the one on the left, and we look at the face of the Sphinx, and then we put both of them overlaid over each other, They are an exact mathematical match. On Mars, you have a pentagram, the 5-sided pyramid. On Phobos, you have this obelisk. On Mars, you have this Egyptian statue. When you look at the Sidonian city on Mars and you put it as a map of Avebury in the UK, which is where Stonehenge is, and you look at the bottom where it's got Silbury Hill and you see that mound, well, that is what you are seeing. You are seeing Silbury Hill in Wiltshire, which is an exact replica of the altar of witness on planet Mars. Even the Sidonian city on Mars bears a resemblance to the constellation of the Pleiades, and I'll get into the solar trinity that you can see there with the red stars in just a moment. We have pyramids on Venus. These are the obelisks on the moon in the Ocean of Storms. When I took the coordinates of the Ocean of Storms obelisks and I put those coordinates on a map of Earth, ironically, it was Egypt. We have pyramids on the moon. Quite clearly, there is some kind of contact, some kinds of interaction that goes beyond our planet. There are also many longitude and latitude coordinates as a navigation system between the planets and off-planet monuments. I'll go into this in detail in other talks, but suffice to say, there are mathematical coordinates within the famous monuments on Earth, the famous monuments off Earth, and they all have a geometric mathematical alignment. So going back to the 6 small Queen's pyramids, the horizontal alignment, which is the minimum culmination of the Queen's pyramid, indicates 10,500 BCE, which was the end of the last ice age. The perpendicular alignment, which is the maximum culmination of the Queen's pyramid, relates to the year 2500 CE, which is yet an unknown event. So what is it warning us of? There is no blueprint ever been found for the creation of the pyramids of Egypt. And that's because they're in the stars. We won't find them on the Earth. Now, when you look at the Grand Gallery of the Great Pyramid and you see the sunlight that looks like a tower, if you take that to masonry, if you take that to the layouts of certain significant landmarks, you'll see that it is a correlation. Here, again, we see the Washington, D.C. monument, 33 degrees arc, and it points towards this Ra star, this blazing star, which is one of the 3 salt trinities that I'll go into in just a moment. We see it here in Egyptian circles as the star of the gods, which is exactly what the obelisk is. It is a star marker to the star of Ra. Here, we see that solar trinity replicated in Rome, in the Vatican, where we can see the 3 different obelisks that represent this solar trinity surrounding the Pleiades. Continuing with the theme of keys, this is an aerial view of the Vatican City, where you can clearly see it is a key. Golden key is the gate of God, and the silver key is the gate of man, where souls come into this reality. Therefore, there's no coincidence that we have a Golden Gate bridge in San Francisco. So when the human, that symbol is purified and all earthly pollutions begin vibrating in unison with the male, then we get the Pythagorean tetrasis and it becomes the heavenly man. This symbol is also extremely relevant when we get to Orion and our position here on Earth. Orion is the holy grail of the skies. It is the chalice of the skies. And when we look at Holy Communion, the wine of the Holy Communion is menstrual blood. It was the drinking of menstrual blood and the drinking of semen which formulated the original Holy Communion. So here we see, as above, so below, when you can see this chalice, this womb, replicated by the pyramid and the solar trinity of the Pleiades. Here we see the Tau cross. Tau comes from Taurus, but it also gives us taut. So we have Taurus, taut, the Tau cross. Then we just add a little bit and we have the key of Solomon. We also have Holy Grail. And if you look at all this unfolding now, it all becomes one place. So here we see the solar trinity. Here we now see the Star of David. Here we see the Tau Cross. Then we get Orion appearing. And then we get the Key of Solomon. Everything is all within the hourglass, the funnel of knowledge. The hourglass, as I'll go into a little bit later, as it comes through the solar trinity into the Great Pyramid, it is the sand of time, the funnel of knowledge. When we look at the likes of sacred hieroglyphs, most people think that the secret, the message is actually in visually observing them. The secret is in touching them. When you touch hieroglyphs, there is a connection and an exchange of energy and frequency and knowledge between the codes of the ancient creators and also the soul of the person who's touching them. Knowledge is buried within us sometimes for thousands of years. It takes us through genetic lines, it takes us through genetic codes. At some point, whether it be this life or the next, you will remember that knowledge. The path of initiation is the lion's path. And this is a phrase from a priest in the Edfu temple. I am a priest knowledgeable of the mystery, whose chest never lets go what he has seen. In other words, they keep this information secret. The Bes or the Besu is when an initiate has seen the hidden image of the deity or the face of the deity, triggering a secret experience. It is known as the secret of secrets. But this has also happened to me. The fourth initiation is known as sacrifice. So this is where we get the complete metaphor, the complete symbol of Christ on the cross. It is talking of the fourth initiation. So when man comes into this reality, we become the cubical city, we become the cross. The body is the cross. And it opens out into 6 cubes. Number 6 is the number of man. This is how man becomes the cross. When you have outstretched arms and straight body and straight legs, man becomes a cubical city, man becomes a cross. And it is also the 5 wounds of Christ, the 5 senses. The pentagram is the symbol of microcosmic man. If you wish to understand the universe, if you wish to understand nature, you need to understand yourself. When we see the pictures of the lion, such as this one, it represents the mystery school of the masters, the God-realized masters on earth. And Judah, the tribe of Judah, means lion. Judah means the lion. From the tribe of Judah, we are told that Christ came. Christ is the soul. Christ is the divine mind. It was never, ever a physical man. He represents the divinity, the divine mind, the fire of initiation, the soul within us. The Lion of Judah shall break every chain. Well, there's the Lion of Judah, and there's the unicorn with its chain broken. What does the unicorn represent? The horn of the unicorn represents the energy and the power of the third eye, of the cosmic connection, of the sacred knowledge. Our Father who art in heaven, when you translate that into an esoteric meaning, it means the knowledge inside our head, inside our mind. This is what I put together in relation to the main points of the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, the knowledge of the mind, hallowed be thy name, which is the sexual urges, the sexual energy on our way to enlightenment, which are controlled by breath. Name comes from Shem, which means breath, and breath controls sexual energy, which is sexual alchemy. A church spire means breath, and a spire is a phallic symbol, which is controlled by the art of breathing. The word Lord means bread giver, and I'll get to that a little bit later. Give us this day, which means Yom, which means a period of light, not darkness, not ignorance, but the light, the enlightenment to see. Our daily bread is breath. Soul relates to the art of breathing. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Trespass means to sin, which means to fall short of sacred knowledge, and forgive means to atone, to uplift. So in other words, lift those up who lack the knowledge. Deliver us from evil, which are the forces of devolution. Good is evolution, evil is devolution. Amen is Amun Ra, who is the Egyptian god associated with creation by breath. Breath, soul, spire is breath. All of these things relate to breath. And here's why. Bread and breath, the bread of life, the breath of life, coincides because when the yeast takes in oxygen, it replicates the respiratory system of the human body. Even the famous H blocks of the ancient world, H or HA represents breath, the breath of life. Now, the hieroglyph for initiation is the triangle, the pyramid shape, hence the reason we have the pyramid shape. Now, the Giza Plateau is actually on top of an 8x8 grid. 8 times 8 equals 64. So what is the significance? It is the 64 keys of Enoch. When you look at the word phoenix, and this is the phoenix, the awakening of the sacred fire within, the rebirth of self. Phoenix in Egyptian is Par-Hanuk. Par-Hanuk means the house of Enoch. 64 keys of Enoch are sound keys. Now, when you reach the correct frequency, you open the gates through sound. It is a dimensional portal. It is where the stargates open when you reach the 64th tone, the 64th note, which is the hemi, demi, semi quaver. Now, when you get the whole note, which is 4, and you divide that by 64, it gives you a fraction of 1/16. 1/16 in Egyptian terms represents the ear, or represents the ear, telling you to listen for the tone that opens the stargates. They are the keys to higher knowledge through sound. Shadow halls open to the initiate who walks the starway and opens his mind's eye to starlight. Now, continue with this deep secret initiation knowledge that stems all the way back to the ancient past. I've looked into Egypt, into the mystery schools of Osiris I, which is teaching future priests and priests the secrets of Earth. Secrets of Earth within the Great Pyramid. I've looked into the mystery school of Isis I, which is the secrets of the afterlife and the heaven. And the heavens. I've looked at it and I expose politics, such as multiple stories, Christ, Mary Magdalene, Noah, Moses, all of these. When you look at what we are being told that Moses walked for 40 years across the desert. Well, it should have taken 6 days by foot, so it's clearly not correct. Israeli archaeologists have said they've been looking for 70 years for evidence of an exodus. It didn't happen. Why? Because it is a metaphor. The opening of the Red Sea is a metaphor. The opening of the sea, the parting of the Red Sea, takes you from the root chakra, which is the captivity, to the crown chakra, which is promised land. It is the path of least resistance, the open sea, which is the parting of the Red Sea of Moses. The burning bush replicates the fire of the mind, of knowledge, and here we see it on top of the Sphinx of Egypt, the hole at the head, which represents the crown chakra. Moses, who was saved from the water, drawn from the water, is talking about the mother's waters, the womb. And when we see 40 days and 40 nights in the wilderness, and we look at Hebrew, water, mem, equates to the number 40. We are born from the waters of the womb, shall be saved. It is a spiritual journey through human birth. The land of milk and honey is the pineal gland, and it is also the food of the ancient child. Now, when we look at Egypt and we look at the bee, we look at honey, it's significant because the word honey is given the letters THB, which is always used in parallel with the letters WRH, which means moon. So in other words, it is the honeymoon. Now, after a marriage, which is the union of opposites, we then go on this honeymoon, which replicates heaven on earth, or on earth as it is in heaven. So here we see the Sephiroth, and we see the Kliploth, which is the captivity, and Moses took that journey to the higher promise. What we see now is the true Exodus. It is the true journey of Moses. It is the journey through each of the chakras to the crown chakra, the promised land. I looked into the ancient world. and realize that as a race, as a civilization, completely brainwashed. When you realize and when you get to this level of understanding, the gods, all of the gods of the religions, all of the gods of the ancient past are highly insignificant to you, because everything that you need. Yeah.
Your audio is crackling. This
Okay. Is that any better?
yeah, a little bit better. It's just crackling in and out. I think it could be your cord.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So you realize that everything is always within your fingers, and that takes you through many doors of knowledge. So in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Well, the Word, order, it is the circle. In Hebrew, the door or the order. Words are an ordered sequence of letters. They come through the throat chakra, which is the bridge between the and high mind. But the words come through the throat chakra, which contains the apple. When you misuse those words, it is the fall. We are the fallen man from the high place to the low place. The golden fruits, when you look in geometry, is the Vesica Piscis, and the centre of the Vesica Piscis is known as the almond. It also gives us the fish of Christianity, but this is the knowledge of the apple. So, for by him and all things were created in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible. Let's analyse this. Visible and invisible just means dark matter and light matter. Him, sound. Him means sound. It is the sound of the universe. It is also the same sound that created the distance between stars, their specific locations in the universe. When you look at the was scepter of ancient Egypt, you'll see the tuning fork at the bottom of the was scepter. They were able to hit stones and they were able to levitate them by sound. Universe means one verse, and a verse is metrical rhythm. Amalgamates sound and mathematics. The creative force is the monochord, the law of one. Mystics say that sound creates matter and that the world is a reflection of infinite combinations of sound patterns. This is how we get crop circles. Stonehenge is a crystalline aerial that is taking of the atmosphere, which are being projected from the rings of Saturn and in these shapes in the landscape. Here we see a crop circle actually being formed in England. But these crop circle phenomenon could at least be 3,000 years old, because the white horses that are around the world, especially in the UK, represent the firebirds. And it is these orbs that were within crop circles that were known as firebirds. So crop circles could at least be 3,000 years old. Sound even creates the lightning during a storm with sonoluminescence. Black noise of the universe is complete silence. And the unseen dark energy is 68% of the universe. The energy is 32%. What is the significance? 6832. When you actually juggle them a little bit, it becomes 2368, which is Jesus Christ in Greek. So when Romans tell Christ is literally within you, it is atomics. So just take that a little bit further. Jesus, geometrically or gematria, is 73. Christ is 37. 73 times 37 gives you 2,701, which is the numerical value of all words in Genesis 1:1, which is creation. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That equals 2,701 words, which is Jesus Christ. This is how it all relates to that number in Hebrew. There are 1,532 protons in the first 37 atomic elements. 37 is Christ. The sum of the composite numbers indexed to the proton and the neutron sums in each of the first 37 atomic elements, which is Christ. The side chain called Jesus Christ. A side chain is the chemical group that attaches to the core part of the molecule. That is 2000, which is the ordinal Greek value of Jesus Christ. DNA is made up of 5 kinds of atoms. Phosphorus.
Mike?
Some of their atomic numbers. Yeah?
Yeah, your audio, every time you move, it's crackling your audio. I believe it's your cord that's doing that. Because I notice every time you move your shoulder or your hands, the audio is crackling.
No problem. The cord. Okay, so the sum of the atomic numbers of these is 37 Christ. Now, the total prime factorization of Fibonacci sequence is 2368, which again, Christ. The Fibonacci secret series is directly related to the golden ratio, and again, it relates to the Christ. So Christ is certainly within us. Christ is not only the soul and the divine mind, but it is also within our DNA. Now, when you look at the Sumerian scrolls and everybody thinks the sun in the middle with the planets orbiting, this is exactly DNA. Now, Anu in Egyptian means man, and this is which is the nucleus of DNA. Enki and Enlil are the snake brothers, which is the Shetu, which is the double helix of DNA. The 2 serpents are positive. We even have the Babylonian goddess, who is also seen as the 2 snakes. He said that Jesus is Enki. There is so much correlation as they are telling us the same things. It is divinity within genetics. Serpent man, as in Anu and Naki, Anu is man, Naki is serpent, is really the wise adept. It is the sign of initiation, as within that initiate, the serpent has risen. And here we see in this pyramid, when the sun shines at certain angles, at certain times, he creates a serpent. We all have roots in the stars. We are all starseeds. We are a divine man from the skies. Advocates of the Anunnaki story are saying is that the Anunnaki are better than the creator who also created them. This was the best that the creator of all could manage. Our DNA was programmed in the stars. We are computerized binary code. Everything is a microcosm of the macrocosm. There is a perfect life waiting for us, but we need to come out of the underworld.
Mike, are you able to not use your headphones? Because on one of our channels, people are saying that they're not able to hear you, and they want you to redo your presentation because they're saying that they're missing a lot. I can't hear you now. Just hang tight, guys. We'll try to get this fixed for you ASAP. You're muted, Mike. Maybe you want to unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, Mike. It's okay, guys. It happens. This is the no. You're still muted, Mike. On in the studio, just click on the unmute on the bottom. It's right on the bottom, Mike, where it says mute, start cam mic settings, share, invite, leave studio. Now your share screen, you're sharing the entire screen instead of your presentation window. No, just unmute yourself, Mike, on the bottom. Just at the bottom of the screen, you'll see it. Just right underneath all the guests.
You're right over it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, scroll down. Yeah, there we go. Right, yeah, right there. Unmute.
Might not let him now.
I wonder why. That's weird.
You have to stop sharing screen. Stop sharing the screen, and then we can always input it back in, and then unmute the mic because it'll take you to where you're supposed to be. Because it looks like it's just a bunch of windows going crazy. Go to cam and mic settings and make sure you have a mic put in there. If worse comes to worse, you can exit and leave studio and come back in. Do you still have the link available to do that? Because then it'll pick up whatever you're trying to put down, as in the mic. Okay, so just bear with us for a moment, everybody. We're trying to get this all figured out. You know, we want to make sure that everybody's getting Michael's message, and it's important. He does amazing work. So to miss certain things while he's doing his presentations, I understand it takes a little bit of context clues to catching up, and it's better to hear the whole thing for sure. For sure. Let's see. So, guys, it's been a wild ride so far. So here we are in the studio again, and it's day 4, and today is going to be quite a day. I'm particularly ready for, you know, Mara and Sona. They are incredible. They will be up next after Michael. They did a hell of a presentation last time at Seed, so I can only imagine what they're going to be bringing today. Also, Joan of Angels and Alan Steinfeld. I am pleasantly waiting for them as well. They are absolutely incredible at what they do. And
Right. I'm back. Can you hear me now? It just wasn't letting me unmute.
there you go.
Can you? Excellent. Should we try again from
Yes, let's give it a go around again. I'm going to
From
mute
where I am.
myself and get off the screen
we
so
go.
you can do your thing.
Okay.
I guess I should unmute myself.
Okay.
I was just reading the chat rooms, Mike, and a lot of people were saying that they missed a lot of what you were saying. So if you want, we can reschedule so that you can do your presentation over again, maybe tomorrow.
I don't mind.
Oh, there we go. Your mic was acting up again.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's weird. I wonder why that's happening. Is your internet strong where you're at?
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's never been anything wrong with it. Mike. So
Yeah, see, even when you're speaking now, even when you're speaking now, your audio is like really, really crackly.
Okay. Strange.
It could be the connection cord.
Now I can't hear you at all.
Yeah, now your audio is totally gone. I think you need a new mic set, brother.
Oh, it's muted again. It muted you again. Oh,
It
gee.
moved you again. Oh, geez, man.
This thing is fickle today, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Darina. Happy Lionsgate opening. Incredible. There we go. It's unmuted. We did it.
Oh, brilliant. Like, it wasn't letting me do it. So he keeps putting me
I
on mute
know.
and doesn't let me.
Why is that?
Strange, because it shouldn't do.
You know what it is, Mike? It's your message is so great that they are definitely sending out the trolls and the bugs to hamper it down. I'll attest it to that because I've never seen this happen on StreamYard ever in my life.
No, it's unusual. The microphone, there's nothing wrong with the microphone, but certainly with the mute button, it puts me on mute and doesn't let me remove it. So yeah, I can either carry on where we are and see, or we can do tomorrow or some other time. It's whatever's best for the day.
Yeah, I think because a lot of people missed, what was that? A lot of people missed what you were saying. So I think it would be best if we rescheduled for tomorrow morning, probably about the same time, and then we can redo it, because the information that you're sharing is good information, but people just didn't get to hear what you had to say.
Okay, no problem. Well, then I'll message you on Facebook and we'll arrange a time, and then we'll do it tomorrow and see if you have any better luck.
Okay, cool. I'm just looking at the schedule for tomorrow. So right after we're done here, I will shoot you some options on on Facebook to see what times work for you, because I know it's during the weekday. So we'll try to see what we can come up with.
Okay, wonderful. I do apologize for that. I don't know what's going on or as to why, but we'll try again tomorrow. Okay,
cool. See, even when you're speaking now, your mic is like all crackling and stuff. So I don't see why that's happening. Dariana Yordanova, any links for Michael? Yes, I do have links. I was sharing links until we had to address this right here. I'm putting it in the comments right now. That is Michael Feely's website. Go check that out. I will share the website on the other platforms right away. Just waiting for Dr. Jones to show up to do the interview with Mara and Calvi. It's still early in the morning, and Dr. Jones just messaged me like a few minutes ago, and she asked me what time, and I wasn't thinking, and I was like 9:50. And it was actually 8:50. So I'm trying to getting Rob to give Dr. Joan a call, and hopefully she can come on. But if not, we can do the interview with Mara and Sona ourselves. Still early in the morning. So thank you very much, Mike. Shitty that this happened. But it is what it is, and we're not gonna let go so easily. So I will contact you as soon as we're done our interview with Mara and Sona, and then we'll try to arrange a new time for tomorrow morning, and I'll shoot you a link for that.
Wonderful, thank you. We'll try again tomorrow.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Mike.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's bring Mara and Sona and Mara on. All right, here we are.
Morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Just waiting for Dr. Joan because of my own mistake. Oh, here she comes. Okay, cool. She's ending the call on me. Yeah, she's coming in right away, ladies. So while we are doing that, let me quickly read the bio for these beautiful ladies. Let me X this and come over here. These ladies are known by Soma Vitality Wellness. We met during our nutrition studies and we became good friends. We think alike. When one of us says something, the other one is about to say the same thing. This is why after graduation, we decided to continue our journey into well-being together. So our story. Mara, I was always fascinated by what Sona used to teach me about homeopathy and herbs over our lunch breaks. I remember wishing that I had come from a background of health practitioners just like Sona did. Sona, I was always fascinated by Mara's knowledge of Bach flowers and blood groups, and I learned a lot from her during our breaks. Coming from two different realities has been part of our strength. We bring to the mix a multitude of disciplines and knowledge that we combine to create winning strategies to help each of their clients in a personalized way. We share the same ethos and passions for well-being and our desire to help people make us understand the individual needs of each person. Everybody is different and unique. Therefore, we create tailor-made programs for each of our clients. Our holistic vision of the individual includes body, mind, and spirit. We work alongside your health provider based on scientific research. We give you tools to help you get to the optimal well-being with nutrition, lifestyle, and supplements, and adhere to the principle of neuropathy, focusing on helping the whole person and the root cause of the condition, not only reducing the symptoms. We help and support our clients through motivation and discipline to transformation. And transformation, I like that because that is what we are going into, is a transformation of the mind and transformation of our energy and the transformation of our avatar, because we're at this shift now, at this paradigm where the road has come to a cross. And it's up to us to make a choice now which way we go. Do we go with a healthy avatar, with a healthy mind, healthy spiritual being? Or do we just continue to exist in this dense environment that we call the third density here on Earth? It's very dense, very tough. But I'm sure a lot of people are making the choice to go with consciousness and health and goodness, right? So, but I like that transformation. So that's beautiful. And we have Dr. Reverend Joan of Angels, Dr. Joan Hegartar, DC. I love this woman. We met a little while back on Portal to Ascension, and I just really enjoyed her energy, loved her outlook, and the mindset that she has. Really enjoyed it, and just the energy of love. And we just recently did an interview a few days ago where I just had a grand time. It was wonderful with great questions. So I thought, hey, Dr. Joan would be perfect to interview Sona and Mara. And thank you, Dr. Joan, for showing up and accepting to interview these two beautiful ladies. I made a mistake when you were asking earlier. I was saying 9:50 because I was thinking about your time, and then I was like, oh, it's only 7:50. So I don't know what was going through my head, and then I looked at the clock and I was like, oh no. So I will leave you there, Dr. Joan, and then you guys have a good conversation, and I'll give you like a 10 minutes heads up, and then we'll take some questions from the audience, and then we'll do your bio, Dr. Joan, and then you'll be doing your presentation. So I'll remove myself off the screen and leave this to you ladies.
Thank you.
Wow.
There you go. Thank you.
All right, there I go. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I come in with the wings, just in case you haven't noticed. But
Yeah.
it's so nice to meet you. And I think Omar invited me because of my chiropractic background. Not so much my angel background, but the Dr. Jones side of me that's just so excited about health and wellness from within. So the first thing I noticed about the two of you, actually, okay, I studied I really looked at your website. I love what you're offering. But the first thing I noticed is that you two almost look alike. I don't know if you did this on purpose, okay? But if I was a patient in your office and I came in and then one day I saw Mara and the next day Sona, if you did not have name tags in the beginning, I'd go, wow, maybe her voice is a little different, but
So it's really funny you saying that, because we have a
Yeah.
picture, and on this picture, when we show it to people, it's like, oh, is she your sister? And she's-
Yes, I had the
Yeah.
hardest time yesterday in the images, just trying to say, okay. Anyway, I'm so happy to meet you two, and want to hear
Us
more
too.
about how your practice is working in today's world. How are we dealing with things like COVID? What's well, let's start with that. That's on people's
Yeah.
minds more than
Yes.
ever. So my philosophy is that health comes from inside the body.
Absolutely.
And how do you work with people to build up their immune system and their health and vitality?
Yes. So, Sona, do you want me to start? Or?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Any,
Okay. Okay.
Unless you say the same thing in the exact moment, which
yeah,
will tell
I
me
know.
Yeah.
Can I just say something, ladies?
Yes.
With the censorship that is happening on YouTube with our current situation, let's not talk about that like at all, because they'll shut our channels down, and
Okay.
and we don't want that at all, right? So this censorship like really sucks, but
Yeah.
unfortunately we have to keep our channels up, because there's a lot of channels at stake here. There's like 7 or 8 channels, so let's just avoid the whole
Yes.
this 2020 and going into 2021 like all together. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, a great reminder, Omar, that actually words have meaning, and truthful words have meaning too.
Yes. Yes. But
Yes.
we can still talk about how we can
Absolutely.
support and help people for sure.
Yes.
So yes. And
So how do you work with people?
So yes. So we first of all what we do, we take the time to listen to them. And I think that's what, a lot of the time that's what's lacking in this world, to try to understand where a person is coming from, what their ailments are, and why, So what we do, one of our objectives is to find the root cause of their issue. So the root cause of their issue, bless you, can be physical, can be emotional, but then it turns into physical. So that is very important for us. So we do take a lot of time, especially, when we do our consultation. On the first one, we take about, nearly 2 hours of, questioning and, trying to understand, but not just to see what they're saying to us, also to understand the words that they're using, because they're very important, to try to see if there is some despondency, if there are any emotions hidden behind that. So that's really, important to us. And really, we are looking to resolve, to help them with sorting out the root cause of their issue, but at the same time to reduce their symptoms. Because obviously, if you come to see me and you have like a problem in your gut, and you're like, oh, do you know what? Yeah, it's nice for you to find the root cause, but I'm still having this thing every day. So, how can you do to help me to reduce it? So we help that as well. And so we don't just look at the physical aspect, but we look at the emotional as well, the mind and the soul. Everything needs to be in line, attuned, in order to, feel good.
Yeah, like Mara said, a lot of our when clients, when they come, what they feel happy because they could talk to someone. In today's world, when they go to their GP or their practitioner, everyone gets 5 minutes. Okay, what are the symptoms? Let's quickly tell you. Take this medicine, and there is a lot of frustration inside. All the people. So the first thing is to listen to them, and that itself is a big help. And then coming and understanding the whole holistic way, their history, their the ancestral history as well, we look into, to look at the genetics or the genetic makeup as well. Then all these things, what are the medications they had, what from childhood till adulthood, what is there as of now, the lifestyle. And then we go through in detail what are the symptoms they are having in each area, each system, each in their body, which helps them to understand themselves better, and they feel more that someone has actually taken time to listen as well, to get to the root of where the problem is coming from. So yeah, we also understand, if any emotional, lot of the problems, as we all know in the holistic field, that arises from the emotional issues as well, deep, seated emotional issues that has happened in the past, and a lot of problems are originating from that. So our goal is to understand all these things and then get to the bottom of the problem.
I love that. That's very different than the medical climate, which is just about treating your symptoms.
Yes.
And doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, and that's the issue that we have as well, because when someone comes to see us, it could well be that they're looking for the magic pill. We don't have the magic pill. They are the magic pill.
Oh, I love that.
We are our own magic pill. So, if someone is looking for an easy way, well, we can help them. But there isn't something in the market that it's, also because, the medical world, I'm not dissing it or anything, because it's there for a purpose and it's very important. However, it's more generic because, we are so many billion in the planet, and, one pill should fit all in their world. But in our world, one pill doesn't fit all. It's all personalized. It's all individualized.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
That's
And
how we do it.
Yeah.
That's a big thing you mentioned, because that instant pill. When I used to have an active practice in Berkeley, people would come in. It was pain that would motivate people to do something.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it's their pain. And then you'd say to them, well, we can kind of get you out of pain, but we could fix the problem. Do you want to correct it? Then people are faced with a new choice. What does that mean, to correct? Because that's not a medical term.
Yes.
If you understand. So how do people respond? Like, how do you work with people then at that point?
Yes. I mean, Sona, you want to speak?
No, please go ahead.
So it's obviously you need to make sure that the person doesn't get lost. That's why we are there, all the time to support them. When someone embarks in a journey with us, we are there 24/7 for them, because we understand that there are a lot of changes that need to happen in their lives, and in their the ways that they do things, the lifestyle choices, etc., etc. And it's all well and good to tell someone, yes, just go and have a few bunches of broccolis every day. But then if they say, oh well, okay, I don't know what to do with that now. Okay, you're telling me that. How can I implement it? And then they get frustrated. Well, I don't know. Oh, and then they just let it go. And they will then say, well, I tried naturopathy, but naturopathy didn't help me. This is why we are following them step by step, and we never let them go. So we see them every 2 weeks, but in between we have constant contact with them, every week. If we don't hear from them, they will hear from us, just to make sure that we know that what we have asked them to do, either they manage or they didn't. And okay, so if they didn't manage, why? Let's see how we can work together to make it work, or how can we change the protocol for you.
Yeah. And then we always
we're getting.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just gonna say
No.
one last thing. We're getting to the major thing, which is human contact.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely, thinking, holding the hands. We just don't. So all our programs, we believe in not just dumping everything to them, because it gets overwhelming. Changing one's lifestyle, one's thinking, you just can't do it in one go. So we have a step-by-step approach where we just ask them to change few things at a time, which is very doable, and then come back and see the results. And most of the time, when they change one thing in their lifestyle or what fix one problem, something, they can see the difference themselves. And that is what our approach is, step by step, instead of overwhelming them and just leaving them there.
So I know you've been asked this before. I don't know if Omar asked while I was gone, but how did you become naturopaths? And exactly what is a naturopath compared to, say, modern other Western medicine? How do you work with that?
Yes.
It's
So I personally, yes, it is. I personally became a naturopath because I had a lot of health issues. So as far as I can remember, I've had stress, anxiety issues. So as a child, and progressively things that I didn't know at the time, it was emotional, they became physical, and I couldn't function anymore. So about 15 years ago, I decided that was it. I had to find a way. I am allergic to medicine, so I couldn't really follow that path to help me. So I had to find ways, to get me, up and running again. And I went into nutrition. That progressively, so that's how it worked for me. And so why is it different? It's I guess that the main thing for me is the holistic world. A medical practice is not particularly holistic in my world.
Yeah, and for me, it was more like, so you asked what is naturopathy? It's anything that is natural. We believe in alternative therapies, like you said, you are a chiropractor. It's again, using the body and working with it. Again. So all the therapies that alternatively, help us, it's all comes under natural well-being. And so it could be iridology, we work with the back flowers, homeopathy, supplements. So it's a mixture, for your well-being or everything. So even, if we feel that there is something that we refer them to a chiropractor or different therapist, just so they get the holistic health. And so with my case, my father, I have come from that background. My father was a homeopath. I come from the family of medical people, so all normal doctors. And my father was a homeopath as well. So I come, the clashes, I've seen those clashes as well within the family of two. But it's funny to say that when you work together, when you work integratedly, you can really see an amazing results as well. So sometimes I feel it's not disregarding any particular science or any particular field. It's working together, what makes. And this is what when in the doctor in the world, they feel that we are doing some magic. We don't follow the path, we are into something alternative, and we are doing, whereas it's not something, it's very holistic, it's very scientific proven. But when we work together, people can actually see the difference. And this is what nowadays, we have to integrate both these realities and come with a solution for people.
Isn't there that saying, the doctor of the future will give no medicine? And
Yes.
it's true. So you work with remedies and treatments that have no side effects and that are not, quote, considered medical. How did your family, your medical family, feel about that?
Funnily enough, in my family, we've been brought up with different, homeopathy together and herbal medication from the beginning. So even my brother, he's a doctor in hospital, but when when he is sick himself, he will take all the homeopathy, together with his medicines. He will take homeopathy and herbal medicine and all these things together, to expedite the process. So it's funny, but sometimes there is, clashes, but we all know, we've been in that, and we do exist, and we see the difference when we actually combine and expedite our well-being and the recovery process in this.
I like that. That makes sense. So your brother comes to you for help because when he knows he needs to get his body well.
Yes. And same, I have to go for because we both have a father who is a homeopath. So for our homeopathy, we have to ask him, okay, we are having this, what homeopathy we should be taking? Okay, so learning that. And then I come up with the nutrition and herbals. And then he comes up, okay, this is what, the medicine is for this is this. You can or cannot, it depends, whether you are reacting to it or not reacting to it. It depends, because again, with the conventional medicine, you can get side effects, and we all are individuals. So it depends on, so we have to work together. I think sometimes, that is how the future approach should be, looking at each other and working together.
That's very fascinating. And also, I love homeopathy. Let's talk about homeopathy. Are you both homeopathists?
No, we are not.
No.
No.
But are you a constitutional homeopathist? So I raised my kids with homeopathy. So so I guess I should say that I raised my kids with homeopathy rather than go to the medical group.
Yeah.
I took them to the homeopathist when they had a flu or fever.
Yeah.
And I was always going home with those little tablets and working to break that fever.
Yeah.
Which I know is really amazing for mothers and for kids to be able to use alternatives to antibiotics.
Yes.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I use it for I have a pup now, and I use it for my pup. So it's homeopathy has been disregarded over the past few years. And what is important to know is that, like, it's not just okay, yes, there is science behind it, but it's also, when it's been made with the intention of good.
That's so fascinating. You mean so this is where true disclosure is coming in. They're putting the intention of healing into the medicine itself.
Yeah. Yes. In fact, so they say, I'm not a homeopath, I've never done it myself, but I would always go to specific pharmacies to get my homeopathy, because I know that they make it, at the back of their pharmacy with the intention. Instead of going to a supermarket where, finding brands that are just made, I'm not saying that it's not working. It does work, because I tried them as well. However, you maybe don't have that intention.
That's so interesting to talk about the intention that goes into medicine, which is really part of our thinking and has such an impact on the person receiving the medicine.
It's a little bit, I guess it's a little bit like, doing these worldwide prayers, towards something, and thinking very much towards something, for the good of it. So it's working. I mean, I'm passionate about Bach flowers myself. Bach flowers are made in the same way. There is the intention that comes into place.
Yes, absolutely.
Aren't they a little different, the Bach flower remedy? So I love Bach. Okay, you're mentioning everything I love. I love Bach flower remedies. I haven't even met people recently who do that. But let's explain to everyone how they're different from say homeopathy. They sort of have a different component, right?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, Bach flowers aim to balance people's emotions. And by balancing people's emotion, then you'll get a balance to the physical aspect of it. So you're not taking back flowers because you have a abdominal problem. You are taking back flowers because you have something in the back of your mind that's causing your abdominal problem.
Yeah,
And it's,
and then it's flower essences as well.
yes, they're flower
Yeah,
essences, of course.
yeah.
I love
Whereas
those.
yes, it is. I mean, they are amazing. So, together with homeopathic medicine, if we feel that the person needs homeopathy for a particular, like a stomach issue, we also suggest a back flower so that where exactly it is coming, so that it can work together rather than, just one thing.
Well,
We
that
know that some,
sounds like it's the emotional component, right, Maura?
Yes.
yeah, it's really important, because obviously that's why we're saying, the body, the mind, and the spirit. The body is not the only thing. If you heal the body, it's fine, but if you don't heal the emotion next to it, then 6 months later you may develop the same ailment again.
It's kind of interesting. And I remember when I first went to chiropractic school and I was learning about the Bach flower remedies, and I was so severely depressed. And I remember looking at the bottle and it was like, well, this is for weepiness, this is for anxiety, this is for uncontrollable weeping. So they are kind of really tuned into all of the subtle emotional states, I think, that we could be in.
They
Yes.
are, and I would always say, from using them for a long time, I would say that they work. And if you find one, if you take one and it didn't work for you, it's not that the back flower didn't work. It's just that you didn't get the right one. You didn't pick the right one. And sometimes it's difficult because we need to, check our emotions. We need to understand our emotions. Sometimes we don't want to know our emotions. We just, okay, I don't want to think about that emotion, so therefore we're having issues with that. But back flowers will work all the time if you're taking the right one.
Prescribed by the right people. What were you going to say, Sona?
No, I was just saying that only, that, it really helps together. And with the emotional side, we deal with the back flowers and they work wonders.
So what kinds of conditions do people come to you for? Like, what's your practice mostly? Like, you practice together, right?
Yeah.
In the same facility.
Yes.
Do you have anyone else there, or do you do all the treatments? Like, what kind of people come to you?
So people
Yes.
different, most of them are having hormonal issues, all kinds of people. We have people with different, so for us, they have pains, aches, tiredness, these are the general symptoms that people relate to, whereas something else is going inside the body. So they have this tiredness, they feel sick all the time, or they are, so we realize that there is some hormonal issues going on, or there could be stress going on, or there could be a gut issue going on as well. So there are different things that people come with. A lot of our clients having a gut issues, which is, again, we deal with, because again, with all these holistic, we look at the gut, and that is where the problem arises. And a lot of our body, it impacts. So the hormonal issues is also related to, we have to fix the gut, where we can have hormonal issues. So people have thyroid problems, people have PCOS, or all kind of endometriosis or fibroids, and stress is an issue as well. A lot of, now with last 2 years, there's a lot of chronic stress going on, and people feel they are stuck and they don't know what to do and how to get out of it. And so it's interesting to see that when they talk to us and they tell us that last 2 years have been really hard on them, and they have felt really depressed, and they have felt like there is no hope. And then how we take it from there, and we tell them, give them the holistic view and approach. And that is what, anything you want to add, Mara, on that?
No. It's really, yeah, gut and hormones are the ones that are coming up the most. It's not surprising if you think about it. I mean, gut, you can see people what what they eat at the moment. It's not surprising that they're coming up with gut issues. So they would have a lot of IBS, and maybe colitis, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, etc. So that's something that comes up quite a bit. And as Sona was saying, hormonal issues are there. I would say that we have most ladies than men, but we have a few gentlemen coming.
You answered my question. I was thinking to myself, I bet most of their practice is women, and because do you think women in general are more open to this kind of care?
Yes, I think so. Definitely.
Yeah.
I think we are more, when with the kids as well, we have to think about them, and we are more open to these things because we don't want all the side effects and all that. And I think that's what we actually want different therapies just so we feel much better, and we can give it to the family and we can look after them. So definitely, it is more women that are coming. But we had few of the men, and again with the men, they have this. They don't recognize the hormones as a problem. The gut issue could be a problem, but hormonal issues is never a
No,
problem with
no.
men.
Well,
So again,
But yeah, I mean, it's maybe it's the Earth, Mother Earth calling. That's that's
yeah, we can say that.
It reminds me of something I read years ago that was talking about why women were burned at the stake. We could talk about that. It was, and the hypothesis was that the women healers, the herbalists, the tincturists, the nurturers, that look, you could heal people just by sitting down for a cup of tea sometimes. Like sometimes that's
Absolutely.
all it.
Yes.
And so because women had that special gift, the doctors, who were all men in those days, couldn't stand it. They literally couldn't stand it. And so some of the burning at the stake as women, as witches, happened because we got people well, and they wanted to come to the woods to see us, and they didn't want to have all their blood let out. Who in the right mind would let your blood, right?
yeah.
So,
But
what do you
I
think
mean,
about that?
Yeah, I agree with you. It's funny enough, I was reading a book a few months ago, and yeah, they were talking about a bit of the history as well, in terms of herbalism, and at some point they started to see medicine coming up, like what we would call orthodox, modern medicine coming up, and they, in a man's mind, they could see that they were going to be able to make money out of it. And therefore they had to shut down anything else that didn't need any money because, let's face it, a plant, a herb is there. And not just a plant that's going to help you, like, something that is in the form of a tincture, but, any vegetable. A vegetable is a plant, and we need a plant to survive. So, and that didn't really suit them. This is why they started, the witch hunt. So, yeah.
Yeah, because we were so good at doing our work, and we had such a resonance with the plants, resonance with our clients or the medicine. Yeah. So you were going to say something, Sona.
No, that's what I want to reiterate, that it's really, as a nurturing, I think in this field, when you said it's more women, because we are used to these, being in the kitchen, feeding people, helping them, and looking after them. So I think that could be one of the reasons,
I have two different images of healthcare practitioners in a sense, so one, as I'm looking at us, I'm seeing in the corner of my eye, I see the medical doctor with the stethoscope and the lab coat, right? And they're in the clinic, the hospital, and all their drugs are up, they have all this equipment and it's so sterile. And then instead, the other option is to come to your environment, which I'm suspecting is pretty nurturing in itself. I don't know about you. Mine was pretty nurturing. People walked in, they had a cup of hot apple cider in the winter, popcorn. If I had dogs there who could clean it up for me. No, but I had my goal. So those are two different feelings.
Yeah.
And I think it's disconcerting for some people.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
It's
Yeah, it
scary.
is.
It's scary
scary.
for, whoa, what's going on there? Yeah.
And can I really get well with this approach, which comes in from this way as opposed to that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it needs to be accepted as well, because what we're telling people is that you are your own master. You know what is best for you if you really think about it. The other practitioners, coming from above, they tell you, I know what is good for you. So it's two different, it's two different approaches, which, as Sona was saying, they can merge together with no problem. But I see sometimes in practice that some people are not ready to go up to a certain level. So obviously the base for us is nutrition, which is fine. So they're okay with that, of course. And then we're putting layers of different disciplines on top of it. So, for example, we mentioned backflowers, iridology, etc. It happens that sometimes there is a blockage. Oh no, backflowers. No, I'm not. I don't want that. I don't want it. So it could be that they don't want to look at their emotion. It could be that they just think it's it's a fad.
Woo-woo.
No.
Yeah.
So you really
And
need to understand the person, what level they are.
person. Yeah. And even for the homeopathy, the world, that don't work. A lot of people feel that, oh, you know what, we have tried in the past the homeopathy
Yeah.
and it never works for us. A lot of people can come with this kind of approach as well. Again, not, if you're not open and if you're emotionally blocked, anything cannot work. It's again, we are all, even in the conventional medicine, we have this placebo effect, which works wonders only when you think that, they just give you a sugar pill and people feel better. Again, then because of the placebo. And so a lot of people, when they are all closed up and when they are not open, you actually close yourself from healing. I think again, it depends. So we have to really be very subtle in a way what they are open for and slowly work with them, so that they can integrate things and they can feel better and they can have a full recovery.
I love it. I really like this discussion. I think it's kind of very fascinating. I have one other question, and we have a few questions from the audience. And anything else you want to ask or question? Are you finding that, we're talking through disclosure, and this is disclosure of wellness practices that have been around for thousands of years, by the way, thousands of years, and with much documented research. But yet they're still going, in our country, they're going after those herbs and tinctures and homeopathy to take it from the marketplace. So people don't have access to this.
Yes.
It seems to me that we're still back in this conflict of two things. I'm smart enough to know how to take care of my body. I want to use good things, or I'm not smart enough and someone else has to have control over it. Can you address that? Like how you feel? Like what do you, I don't know what my point is, but throwing it out there.
Yes, I think that sometimes it's much easier to give the power to someone else, because then, you don't have to think. This is my point of view. So, okay, I don't have to think about it. Someone else will think it for me, and there you go. So I'll just can get on with my own things. That's how I perceive things. Maybe I'm completely wrong, because it does take time and effort to make a change.
Yeah.
You have to be
And then
willing to
people
give
are
it up.
not open. Yeah. And then because all these changes need work and patience and time as well. People are like, okay, they have a pill, they feel better, and that's it. They don't have to think about, they don't have to do the work, make a nice warm soup, or, make and warm themselves and have it and feel good about it. So again, if you are, lazy in a way that you don't want to work on yourself, it's again could be the reason as well. Or it's okay. I am this doctor is going to give me, and whatever, I'll just take it.
There's another thing that I'm thinking of here, and I think it's important, is that what food are we on at the moment in order to make that decision? Because if we are using a diet that is full of sugar or bread, etc., that doesn't allow us to really focus entirely, because it does have an impact on the way we function or on our brain. Food has an impact on that. If we don't get the right nutrients in our body to think things through properly, then we're going to have a blockage already. So
Well, and if we're addicted to our Diet Coke or sugar, which of course we know is addicting, it's deliberately put in the food to be addicting.
Yes.
But then people need, so in chiropractic, we used to talk about people would come to us for pain, but our ideal client would be that patient who came to us for wellness. So what would you say your ideal clients are, in a sense? We're putting out a call to all of you people on our disclosure conference. You really want to be in alignment. I'm going to put in my 2 cents, alignment with your body, so you can be so healthy to do the work you came here to do. All right, I'm done with my plug.
Yes.
wow, that's a good one.
Yeah.
But what do you have to say to everyone here? Because these are people who really do know the truth, that some of the medical issues have been withheld from us. And maybe some of their attitudes are still in the past. And how do we get everyone into the future here?
Yes, I think that let's not be, just dividing. Let's just be accepting of all ideas and all prospects, because we may need them at some point, all of them. Yeah. So we do know that, for example, you may have a pill that, okay, you're not going to want to take it for the rest of your life, but it could possibly be very helpful and, life saving at a certain time in life. So let's not disregard that, but let's make sure that we're working towards, an inclusion of everything, to make a multidimensional world, so that, we can all help ourselves. One thing that I would just say here, because we haven't discussed that too much, but in the previous chats we did, it's about herbs and plants. If you are on certain condition and if you're taking some drugs already, please make sure that you go to see some, a specialist, a practitioner, before adding to that tinctures and plants, because there may be a lot of contraindication. So, it would be completely crazy for me as a practitioner not to say that, because it's really important. Some tinctures are very, very powerful, and they can either increase the potency of, orthodox medicine, let's call it like that, or they can reduce it completely. So these are something that I want to say, because obviously you mentioned, a lot of people here know, they have the knowledge, etc. But sometimes we just go overboard to, let's keep things.
Yeah, the balance is very important.
Yes.
That's what, the balancing it and knowing it could harm and it could not harm, and together working with someone who has the knowledge, just not going yourself and picking it up and just start doing it. It could have a detrimental effect on your health. So again, either, so with us as well, we did the nutrition and we learned about it because we wanted to know more about it, not just do it nowadays the thing is, people go on the internet, Google is the answer for all your problems, and that's it.
Right. What do you say to that?
So people just don't realize, because there is a lot of layers to it than just someone telling you, okay, from the Google, do this on top of what you're doing, and you will be. So we have to consider a lot of things. What are the interactions, what is the, but take it all the holistic approach, and then going from it is really important, not just
What haven't we covered?
jumping.
What else do you want we have a few more minutes. What else do you want everyone to know about their health, their wellness, their state of being?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Carry
I
on,
would
Mara.
say, I would say just one thing, just, take a step back and just reflect on something here, is that we are here on this earth, and we were put here a long time ago. We are surrounded by nature, sky, sea, etc. We didn't have any medicine before, yeah. So let's think it through and let's say, okay, hang on a second. It could well be that if we were put into earth, is that anything that surrounds us is there to help us, yeah. So I think it's important to understand that.
That's an intuitive approach.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although I would say if you're trapped on an island and you only have plants to take care of yourself, you don't have a little pill, what will you do?
Yes.
But this is an intuitive approach. It's like, this isn't right in my body. How can I support? And you're not saying don't go to your medical practitioner. You're saying we can work together to give you complete wellness and care. Like, for instance, if diabetes, we can help you with your diet, with strengthening your well-being, which is really it's the age of Aquarius. I was going to say it's a new way of health. It's actually the old way of health.
Yes,
Yes.
that is what.
Yes.
It is the old way.
Yeah, it's an old, it's like Hippocrates, who was supposed to be the father of medicine, was actually the father of naturopathy, because, initially he said, okay, first of all, cure yourself with nutrition. If that doesn't work, go to the herbs. If that doesn't work, then yes, go into medical intervention. So let's continue that. Let's use all of them. We're not going to, close the door to anything. Let's just make it, use it to our advantage.
So do you do a lot of education with your clients to teach?
Yes, that's what. Yeah, absolutely.
You would have to, because you're teaching a philosophy that's different than mainstream.
Yes, but also at the end, we work on programs, so we follow them through programs, and at the end of it, what we want to give them the knowledge, so we are transferring them our knowledge so that they have it for the rest of their lives. It's not just something.
And our work is definitely educating people. It's not so. I feel that we have to educate people, let them know as well about what nutrition can do, how changes. You can change your life by changing your lifestyle. You can reverse a lot of diseases. It has a huge big impact on you, and obviously because of our passion for helping people. Yes, the education is, we are educating every single day, that whoever comes in our clinic, our main thing is educating them, telling them, and so that they go back and can use them throughout their life, not just that particular. So it's not that you have come with a problem and we give you a solution. It's like how to stay healthy in a long term, whether anything comes, whether world change or anything changes. If you have a healthy way or lifestyle, it can help you in a long run. Whatever can come, like we've started with it, with the things coming in, and last 2 years have definitely made us realize that if we have a healthy lifestyle and healthy living, how it can help us in long term, especially if any adversary comes.
It's true. It's what they talk about now. One thing I have noticed is more and more people are talking about how do I build my immune system? How do I feel stronger? Yes, I know here in the desert, how do I have more energy? And vitality. So
so it is not that when you have to be sick to feel better, you have to carry on every day. Your immunity is building every single day, and you have to make sure that you are taking the right thing, you are following the right lifestyle, so that you have a proper immunity. But again, with any kind of bacterial or virus, we have known that it affects us when we have when our immunity is low. But if we maintain that immunity, we don't have that much effect of it. So it's it has always been before as well. Whenever we used to get from the flu, people who have a better immune system can fight it well, whereas
Right.
the people who didn't had a better immune system will have to struggle a little bit, to get through it. And this is how, it works.
I love it. I love it. We have one last question. I hope we have time for it. I think it's a great question. It has to do with, how does homeopathy, your approach, differ? Oh, great. There it is. I don't have to memorize it. But it's a great question because we were sort of intimating it before. So if someone has a car accident, but they want to come to you for homeopathy, say, or I mean, I'm thinking all of that can help emotions, heal the body in a different way, but point out how it's not in conflict, I think, with their medical treatment. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So we work with homeopathy. We have all these medications which help with with the trauma and injury, and that helps. Like in this case, I would suggest when there is a pain, we generally give pain or swelling or some kind of trauma. There's a homeopathic medicine called arnica, which the first line is that we generally give, and it helps together someone taking a painkiller at that particular time, but it helps in expediting that journey, that healing process. And I remember all the time, my son, I'll give you an example. My son went to a skiing holiday and he fell off, quite, and it hurt he had a little bit fracture. But being a child, he was not taken to to do a heart X-ray, the lungs X-ray. And I remember the first thing we gave is in homeopathy, you have all these different medications that you give. And with arnica, with higher potency, and that helped him healing that wound very quickly. Together with to help him to the pain, we were giving him once maybe paracetamol. At that time, the trip they gave, but then we just took over and started giving a lot of homeopathy, and it literally healed him in, I think, a week's time. His pain was gone and he could work. He was himself again. So again, it's a very collaborative approach we work on.
Sweet. There's one last question. It was a great question. That was a great question. Here's one other I think is great too. If you're becoming a vegetarian, should you see a nutritionist and a naturopath? And before I get your professional answer, I would say yes, guys, because you have to balance your food without the standard protein. So now take it from there.
You have answered it already as well, Mara. That's what definitely you have to, And I see, a lot of people going vegan or vegetarian without realizing suddenly what impact they are having on their body and what you are changing. Sudden lifestyle change, if you are doing, it's always good to consult a naturopath to understand there are few things you are going down. So how we can, increase that, how we can balance it.
There are a lot of things to take in consideration with that. I mean, also the generational level. What were your parents eating? What were your grandparents eating? And so on, because that has a great impact on how you're going to feel in changing your diet. What is your blood type? That has a great impact on that as well. So it's not just, I understand people going vegan sometimes because of the world, etc., etc. That's all great. However, do it in a way that it's going to help you as well. Remember that. Because, if you're doing it for the good of the world, but then that you're feeling sick, that's not really good. But yeah.
Right. And it seems to me very important to balance everything in your body so that you don't have any nutritional deficiencies. I remember, I went vegetarian in the early 70s before people had any research. But one of the things I noticed is that everyone around me was gaining weight because, all they were eating were beans and rice. It's like there was no awareness of how to balance it in a different way that was healthier. So
absolutely,
that was very interesting. I love talking to you. Do you also work online, by the way?
Yes, we do work online.
Yeah.
Yes. And we have
Yes.
like this, so a lot of our clients are in different countries. So like US, we have few clients from US and we do a Zoom consultations. And so again, it becomes, every 2 weeks we come online and do a Zoom. So it gets personal and we give them, weekly and to
I think
bi-weekly.
we have your website up here. So that's very, very exciting. This has been a wonderful chat.
Yeah, same here.
Yes,
We enjoyed it
absolutely.
a lot.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I saw a question earlier. I don't know if I can answer. It's about the back flowers. A lady was asking, so she couldn't really understand, about
Right.
emotions, because obviously I understand, and it's actually complementary. So yes, you would have to go to,
Yeah.
if you have a deep-rooted issues, you would have to go to a psychologist or psychotherapist to follow through your issue, trying to understand it, etc. However, back flowers can help you as well to balance your emotions. It's not something that it's one or the other, and it's very important because I would see people with that I would give back flowers to, and I would also say to them, "Do you know what? Maybe would be a good idea for you to speak to a psychotherapist." So yes, it goes together. Yes.
I think
Yeah.
it gives your body a soft landing,
Yes.
It does.
right?
Yes.
It,
It
it,
does.
it gives it a soft landing. Omar, this has been wonderful.
Yeah, what a
Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, what a fantastic conversation you ladies had. I just sitting back, just going, "Wow, this is cool." Rob and I are messaging back and forth, and we're like, "Wow, this is cool. A ladies panel. This is awesome."
We didn't talk about our menstrual pain and cramping, but it was a women's panel on wellness from the women.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's all part of disclosure too. This half the population are women, right? So
Well, that's right. The sacred feminine. We've got to be able to address a lot of that as well.
right, the sacred feminine energy is the most important energy on the planet, as far as I'm
That's right.
concerned. Wonderful, ladies. Thank you so much, Sona Tandon, Mara Calvi. We have your website address shared in the comments. So if you guys want to scroll up in the comments, you'll see that. And as well, Dr. Joan of Angel's website is on there as well. So you guys just scroll up. It's not that far up. And lots of information is available there for you guys. So before we bring Dr. Joan on, Clarence, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I was just wanting to ask one quick question. Is there anything that they can help us out with the lung issues that people are having lately with the smoke and things, from the fires and whatever? It seems to be something right now that everybody needs, and I'm just kind of wondering if they have something they can offer real quick for us.
So what you probably want to do, it's thyme inhalations. So thyme or sage inhalations that would help you, your respiratory system. This is something that you can do. Just make sure that it's never dry. Just keep it, always hydrated. That's one thing. And potentially maybe just put some essential oil in the house. Like, for example, I'm thinking of basil leaf, for example. That would be a good one.
Yeah. Even
Or
eucalyptus, a
laurel
lot
leaf,
of, yeah.
laurel leaf as well. So these are just a few ideas.
Yes.
Awesome. That was a great
Fantastic.
question.
Thank you. Yeah.
We've got lots of sage burning around here. There was a mountain on fire just not too far from here. And we got lots of sage in the valley that I live in. So it's go out there and breathe it in, guys.
And maybe what you can do as well is just to clear your your airways. Just clear your nostrils with some a syringe. Put some water and salt, and then just try to clear it. Let it go down to your throat, and then again on the other side. So if you
Yeah,
do
we
that,
do that in Ayurveda, isn't it? That neti
Yeah.
pot, we can. And then another thing is again deep breathing. That really helps to clear your lungs and help you. So make sure 3 times a day do some deep breathing. We breathe very superficially, and which in today's world is really not good. So just take the real oxygen out there and breathe and get your lungs fully, breathing in pure oxygen. That's the simplest thing you can do, at
Would
least
you
3 times a
recommend
day.
would you recommend using just regular tap water, or should people use distilled water?
Tap water is fine.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
Tap water will be fine. Yeah.
fine.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, ladies. Going to bring our next guest on, Dr.
Thank you.
Joan of Angels, Dr. Joan Hangertar, DC. Girls, ladies, I will message you tomorrow or the day after once once we've concluded this event, and I'll send you copies of your presentation. So thank you very much. I really appreciate
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank
Thank you
you.
for
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for inviting us, and thank you so much, Joan. It's fantastic connecting with
Yeah,
you.
It was
lovely
wonderful.
talking to you.
Thank
It
you.
was great.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
for being so
much.
open.
Thank you.
Awesomeness. All right, so Dr. Joan of Angels, one of the most favorite people in the world. Let me quickly read Dr. Joan's bio, and then we will hand over the stage to her. My name is Dr. Joan Hangartar, DC, known by many as Joan of Angels, for the visionary art and the messages from the spirit that come through my work. I have been assisting people from all corners of the world for almost 40 years, inspiring healing and uplifting thousands as a doctor and a counselor, doing many long-distance readings. My background as a chiropractor, along with a master's degree in counseling, has given me the skills to effectively heal and counsel those willing and ready to make a change for the better. My life transformed on October 31st, 2013, when I began hearing messages to paint 33 angels in 30 days, thus launching my work as an artist and a channel for these divine beings to assist humanity. As a result, I created the Desert Heart Sanctuary, where I paint, channel messages, offer guidance, and share this high vibrational work with the world. It's been a joy to feel the energy of divine beings move through me. I hope you can feel it too. When a painting resonates with you, it usually means the beings themselves are calling you to connect. Reach out to me if you need more clarity or wish to receive the paintings and channeling. Now, I would have to say a couple of months ago, Dr. Joan took us for a tour through her sanctuary, where she paints the angels during a conference with Portal to Ascension. And holy lords, man, wow, just a beautiful, beautiful art. And I was really taken back. I was like, wow, that's very cool, and really resonated with me. So thank you very much, Dr. Joan, for doing the interview with Sona and Mara, and of course, giving us a download in this coming hour.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. This is just so great, and I was honored to talk to Sona and Mara, actually. So thank you for that. All right. So I have the floor. I and the angels and the guides that I work with have the floor. Might be more appropriate to share with you today, because this was a disclosure conference, and it was about disclosure. My human mind took over too. And so by the time we woke up here today and landed here on the show, Spirit said that it's so important that everyone understand what it means to right now be in the dawning of the age of Aquarius, and the dawning of an era when all secrets will be revealed. When the truth shall be known at last. And of course, what is the truth? We know that truth is so random. Truth is a personal experience. Truth may be documented, but it's always sometimes in the eyes of the beholder who seems to change what that truth is. So the guides this morning said we must talk about discernment. We must talk about how do we learn to hear the truth. when we have been brought up in a planet and a world that maybe has never told the truth. So resonating with that the true art of disclosure is first to understand that maybe we have never ever lived in a world where truth was the reality, where that which what was seen and known was that which was really actually happening. In other words, the agendas behind the secret agendas and the formation of our planet and the extraterrestrials that came here, and where did religion come from, and was that really the ETs that invoked and established those methods of control on humanity? And oh my goodness, have we ever actually be a free people? So those were the thoughts that were dwelling in my mind as I began today. And so they said to me, well, start very simply by bringing us all into alignment. And so that's what we're going to do at first. And we're going to come into alignment for a moment. And I'm bringing the globe in with us, because it is, in truth, that we are part of this divine planet Earth. And nowadays, that which is happening on this side of the planet seems to be mirrored on the other side of the planet. And we are all in this together in a way that we have never known. And in a way that before the internet and before all this, we could never have understood instantly, nor could we have shared our focus and our intentions. So to begin with, I'd like to share with you something. Well, to begin with, we'll start very simply with this, okay? So taking a deep breath in with me. And breathing in and letting out your air. And then breathing in again. And letting it out and sending out all those roots down to the center of the earth so we can all ground together. And asking Mother, Father God, we ask right now that each of us be surrounded and protected with the light. That this light infuses our entire body, mind, and spirit, our soul, and that this light which surrounds us grows in expansiveness and connects with each and every person's light. First, the light of all of those that are together with us now in this conference, all those souls that are working to know who they are, to understand their path, their purpose, their mission, who knows that that which has been revealed to us may not be that which has been revealed, and are here for an understanding of who they are, an understanding of aligning body, mind, and spirit so that we can become those leaders that we came here to do. And that in truth, these are the times that we actually came here for. And so to consider that everything up to this moment, 8/8/2021, the Grand Lion's Portal, the Lion's Gate, that we are all standing there together on this ship, for maybe we did in fact come down in that ship together lifetimes ago. We came here together to do exactly what we are doing now. First, we have come together to roar, because on the Lion's Portal, the Lion's Gate, we are being infused with the confidence to speak our truth as best we can, with or without those who are saying you cannot. So the Lion's Gate is about being fearless within yourself and learning how to roar, learning how to be that one who understands and discerns truth for yourself and truth for those around us. So we ask right now that this light shine bright in each and every one of us, that the light begin to grow, that we learn a method to turn up that power so that that which is in us can heal and touch and inspire, infuse, so that we can do that work that we came here to do. Now is not the time to retreat in fear. Now is not the time to retreat in isolation or confusion. Now is the time to put on your cap of discernment. What is discernment? Discernment is that ability to know what is true for you, what resonates for you, or what might be in fact a load of BS. So for example, when 9/11 hit and we were watching those towers go down rather, and we were feeling the hysteria that was building up, when we accidentally caught a glimpse of one of those towers that went down before it was even hit or announced, it was kind of weird. And when I saw the president at that time doing an interview, and he looked like someone who had caught like a Cheshire cat that had caught the canary. That smile, just like that. He couldn't stop it. It was in there. And so something inside of me resonated and said, this may not have unfolded exactly the way they're telling me. And that was really the beginning for me of when I started to dive in deeper to understand why my clairsentient self, okay, I have to admit I am clairsentient. I do know things. I know things because I know things, even if it's not the party line, because that's the way I'm made. And so I knew something was up. And that, so discernment is that art of understanding for yourself where you stand on a scale of 1 to 10. And so it literally is having a meter or a way of evaluating on a scale of 1 to 10, how do I feel about everything that's going on in the world today? Okay. So we take this time to understand that we came here very, very specifically for this now. Each and every one of you. You would not be on this conference if you were not in this tribe of the knowers and the seekers, the beings that carry special powers, gifts, tools. We know that because we know that when we are in touch with extraterrestrial beings and angels, we receive those abilities of telepathy, of clairvoyance, of claircognizance, of clairaudience, of hearing, speaking the truth. And so we are in a time with the beginning of the dawning of this age of Aquarians where truth is being revealed, perhaps in layers, like disclosure. A little bit of disclosure is not the same as true disclosure about the enormity of a subject and where that really takes us. So they are giving us an ability to put in our toe to see what is really going on in this world around us. So what is going on in this world around us is that our world needs healing. Our world has been fractured so much because our world has been not only controlled by others, okay, but it has been not only manipulated by others, yes, that too, okay, but that which is, but we've been lied to on every level. We've been lied to since the beginning of time about who our ancestors are, what our origins are we extraterrestrial, are we good, are we bad, do we have to bow down and obey God in those years where God said, I'll smite you if you don't obey. We have actually not quite, and those people we were supposed to revere as gods who turned out to be kind of angry and vengeful. There's a lot of dichotomies of where we've been. So for me, my awakening happened with the Bible. The first few chapters, Exodus, I could never get beyond it. Still to this day, I can never get beyond it. What do you mean there were giants that roamed the earth? And why are you covering it up? And of course now, for instance, my dear friend Tricia McCannon, she shows amazing x-rays. She shows, yes, I guess they're photos of x-rays of the giant skulls and the giant cadavers that have been found throughout the planet that were sent to the halls of the Smithsonian and buried deep in the underground, where one of my ex-boyfriends said, Joan, those will never see the light of day. He was a museum director. He said, we send those to the underground of the Smithsonian so they will never see the light of day. So in realizing that there has been this, we are going to ask today that we can set up our antenna. So as we send down those roots to the center of the earth, know that we can send up our antenna to the heavens. And we can encode our antenna to not just receive light, but to receive truth and wisdom, to receive discernment, so that wherever we go, we can ask that antenna of ours to vibrate when we hear truth, and maybe to feel like a dull boom, boom on your head when it doesn't, when you've walked into the den of iniquity and nothing they're saying makes sense. Now, I come to this, all right, because I am saddened. I'm very saddened that by what I see that has happened in certain ways on the planet, where I see that over the last few thousand years, there's been a tendency to dumb our society down, to take away that yearning, that quest for knowledge. Now you, my friends, we are the seekers, but we are surrounded by people that may not be. Harry Potter, wasn't Harry, but in that book, forget her name, we talk about the muggles and the magical people. You, my friend, are the magical people. Each and every one of you, because you all know you have something about you that's different. You all know that there are things that you know that they outside us don't talk about, but you know as truth. So this antenna is the same antenna, by the way, that when you're in a room with someone and you're listening to a prophecy, say, you get chills all over your body and your hair stands up because you know they said something that was true. We have that innate ability. It is called our intuition. It is called our gut. You all have an ability to be I call it an intuitive ninja superpower being, because I know for certain that everyone here listening that is going to listen is either awoke or on the verge of waking up to the knowledge and the truth of your special skills. It's only a matter of mastering them, of learning how to use them. I've talked about intuition for 10, 20 years, and I talked about it in my practice, because it's our intuition that helps us understand right and wrong, or right and wrong for us. And I guess there's an old saying, if it smells like a skunk, it's probably a skunk, right? Except if you have, that disease and you can't smell anymore, okay? But if it smells like a skunk, it's a skunk. If it looks like if it doesn't sit right with you. So we're talking about how things sit right with each and every one of you. And what are the truths you learned? So recently, one of the things I have realized, a book came in my hand, and I actually I can't quite show it at this moment, but it's called Deeper Insights into the Illuminati Formula. How to control, or how the control comes about. And part 2 is how help comes about. And I found this book years ago at a UFO conference. And actually the book disgusted me. And I didn't even want to open the book, because the book really goes into the MK Ultra mind control techniques and tools of how, from finding the victims to controlling them. And it's pretty disgusting to someone of my energy, okay? But I realized I was guided to look at that book for 2 reasons. Number one, there was a section on plant medicine and cannabis. And I've been teaching a lot about plant medicine and cannabis recently, about the miracles of cannabis and how it opens up your consciousness. And it said right in the book, paragraph, it said, those who are under our hypnotic programming are not to use any of those plants, but especially cannabis, because cannabis breaks our mind control programming. Actually, that's why I brought the book. It was like, oh, because I had been a cannabis user back in those days, and on and off at different periods of my life. And I was interested in that for sure. It's like, well, what does this really mean? And then I got to part 2 of the book, which talks about how to help or deeper insights into breaking the programming. And over the last period of time, so I've been a chiropractor for 40 years. The changes that I have seen are phenomenal. If you caught the last discussion, I talked about the differences between a medical model where you have that traditional doctor in their white jacket, a clipboard, the thing around their neck. They can tap your pulses, they can take your blood pressure, and they look very professional. And the image that comes to me is of that male persona. Now, when I got out of practice, I clearly was not that male persona. I was a female chiropractor who kind of didn't trust my own intuition in those days. And what I knew was that it was kind of embarrassing to be a chiropractor, because a chiropractor was considered less than, an alternative that was less than, because the medical profession by then was in the process of taking over. So in the early 20s, by the way, chiropractors were thrown into prison for practicing chiropractic or practicing medicine without a license. And in those days, chiropractic patients would come to the prisons to be adjusted because they knew the power of chiropractic worked. And what I was taught about chiropractic was that if you could turn on your body's healing ability, which, by the way, is one of those secret mysteries, disclosure. There is a bone right here between your brain and your spinal cord, and that bone, that atlas and axis, when it is not aligned, it turns off your connection to source and to spirit and to divine intelligence. And so I learned that in chiropractic school. Okay, I learned that the power that heals the body, the power that made the body, can heal the body. I learned that if I learned how to turn on people's healing power, they could actually get well. That there wasn't a disease known to man or woman that couldn't be healed by turning on the body's own ability to heal. Wow. Okay. So I would have patients come in and I would start to turn on their body's ability to heal. And then I would meet up with my medical friends. Now, in those days, I wanted the approval of the medical field. I wanted that tall doctor in white with the stethoscope around their neck to approve of me, to approve of my methods, which had to do with relieving pressure in the body so that you can connect to source. Source would heal you if you had enough energy running through your body. You could, if you knew how, and you could do this with your mind too, open up the channels from here, run it down through your spine, and have it go out to your very, very fingers, your tippy toes, your heart, your lungs, your gallbladder, and your liver, your digestion. Every system in your body could respond to this natural therapy. But I didn't have the confidence when I stood up against the medical profession, because many in my profession were trying to be pseudo-medical doctors. That's why most of you may not even know this about chiropractic. Chiropractic in the flu in the 1900s, the early 1900s, in that flu epidemic, even the newspapers talked about going to the chiropractor to have your immune system turned on. But chiropractors today don't know that. They're afraid. They think they have to wear the masks, where true chiropractic care can actually turn on your body's healing power to help you build up. Now, can it heal everything known to man? It has the ability to mitigate it, to impact it, to help. Okay? There are times maybe it's too late. There are times it cannot happen for everyone in every way, but it has that healing potential. And that's what's been kept from us. So when I got into practice, I started wearing a white lab coat so I could look like that doctor with that stethoscope around her neck, right? And my code of medical diagnosis, so I could somehow give you a prescription or two of a chiropractic adjustment, because I was embarrassed. Because I would talk to patients about estrogen. Oh my God, I cared so much about my women patients who suffered from menstrual pain and cramping, breast cancer, ovarian tumors, etc., and couldn't get pregnant, infertility. And I did have several patients that came to me, and by adjusting and working with their body and with their nutrition, we were able to get them pregnant. Well, there were parts I had nothing to do with, okay, but getting the body able to receive and be healthy enough for a pregnancy, which was pretty radical. All right, so your body is yours. Discernment is the art of learning to know what will work for you. I had a cancer friend patient a few years ago who, was diagnosed with cancer and then was suddenly bombarded with many comments. People, all of his friends on Facebook, everywhere, sending him messages. Do you know about this treatment? Do you know about that treatment? Oh my God, this treatment. Don't do radiation. Don't do. So you understand that he got something this big on all the different things. Have you tried? Do this. And he went into trauma just over understanding how important it is, the decision you make on how you're going to heal your body. It's also important to know, to be able to listen. So as an intuitive guide, I actually knew that this was his dilemma. And so we worked on the issue of having your body respond to the treatment. So I'm going to say that no matter what treatment protocols you are using in today's world, okay, and you probably know what I mean, no matter what those protocols are, if you open up your body and your mind to allow healing by the use of whatever protocols you are using, then you up the vibration of the healing that will occur in your body. Because in my philosophy, if it's not natural, it may not be as effective as natural. So I would want to diffuse it, energize it, ironize it, and break down these things so that my body can absorb them and work in powerful healing ways with this. I can use my discernment, though, to say, let's say I have a range of things. So here I have a tincture here, right here. Let's say I have tincture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have pills here, pills here. There are ways through using dowsing or using your intuition or using on a scale of 1 to 10 to see if this is going to be good with my body. And that is what I did with my client. We broke it down. We went through every single healing modality that he had been considering. And then we looked at, on a scale of 1 to 10, how his body would receive the healing. Okay? Because if chemotherapy has been recommended for you, but you try cannabis because you heard cannabis works, but of course no one bothered to tell you how it worked, but someone told you cannabis worked and the doctor happened to say you're going to die if you don't get the chemo, it's not going to work for you in any way, shape, or form for a lot of reasons. Number one is actually, and you can listen to my 420 Spiritual Living show for protocols on this, but treating cancer requires protocols, whether you are doing it medically, cannabis-wise, or homeopathy-wise, or as a naturopath. There's protocols, different protocols. But it's in ascertaining which one's going to work for me. So we spent a good hour having him first close his eyes and feeling himself receiving the treatment. Okay, now we're in radiation, now we're in chemo, now we're in cannabis, now we're in this or that, now we're in ultraviolet light, whatever. And we would look at how his body was going to respond to that. And so he was able to actually, as a result of that, he was able to design his own treatment protocol. So, our naturopaths before us were so sweet, but they said one thing: it's not one pill fits all. Even if they try to make it seem like that, one pill does not fit all. This tincture could affect Joan one way, George another way, and Mary Lou another way. So it's our body's response. So as a human here on the planet, you have the right, and I encourage you, for health and wellness, for discernment, and even for your intuition, to start to look at what is going to work for you. So now I'll tell you the kinds of things that work for me. I became a vegetarian years ago because, of two things. I became a vegetarian to break my programming about food in a certain way. I became a vegetarian to change the way I felt in my body, and also because a friend of mine said that she reminded me, and it's true, that whenever she had a hamburger, she saw the eyes. And I realized if I wasn't careful, I could. So I began to change my very way of being. I became a vegetarian. I started to look at how do I change my vibration and have more happiness. And I was in a very, very depressed state of mind at the time and asking for answers because I had lost everything financially a second time. And so I asked my guides, if you're there, please help me. Angels, if they're really angels, please help me. And I was given a message. Now, here's the thing. Learning to listen to your messages is really important. Learning to know when you won't listen to your messages is also important. When we go back to that subject of muggles and magical people are open to hearing these messages. People who are more fixed, muggled, they don't have that magical bone in their body, are not so open to hearing those messages. And when our media repeats over and over and over again to take a pill for this condition, have a heart attack, take a pill, have cancer, get radiation, there's no room for consciousness of thinking of any other alternatives, which is why I had brought up that book on the deep hypnosis of so many people, because we have the media bombarding us 24/7, telling us how we should be and what we should think, and what we should take and how we should act. And years ago, when I started in the practice, I discovered that although alternative therapies were accepted, they were not promoted, which is why I felt so embarrassed to be a chiropractor. And why, when I talked herbs or homeopathy or nutrition, the doctors would roll their eyes because they were no longer taught that in school. Because in the 20s, the Rockefeller came out and said, no, we want to start taking over the American Medical Association. We want to start pushing medicine in a way that's more financially productive. We're going to push it in the trend of pharmaceuticals and vaccines, and we're no longer going to treat people with these wellness methods. So the naturopaths that we've been talking to, years ago, the doctors could prescribe homeopathy. The doctors could prescribe tinctures and herbs. They knew about it. They knew about proper eating and nutrition for your body. But slowly but surely, it was pushed out. It was deemed that we were a quack. Nothing like being told, well, Joan of Angels, of course, as a chiropractor too, being told she was a quack. So on that day that I was told to paint 33 angels, I was a little reluctant to listen. But I did because I was so desperate. And when I began painting, my guides were very specific. They said, we will paint, do what we tell you, and then we'll tell you what you're going to do with it. And not all at once. No, my guides, just like your guides might, they give me bits and pieces. They give me little clues, like paint, do the 33 angels, and then you'll know. And that is the truth. That's what happened. And then my call for angelic assistant, the book opened up to those pages. So the truth is that when you are ready to know what's going on, when you are ready to do the work and discern, or you want your answers and you ask for help, you will be shown. You will be able to feel it in your body, just like my client was able to begin to design his own treatment program. So we have at our disposal a lot of methods of wellness and healing, and they don't all fit in the Western medicinal platform anymore. I come from the not Western medicinal platform, but believe me, I was trained, brought up by my family that you took a pill for everything until the penicillin I took caused me to break out in huge hives and hospitalized me. And I found out I actually had to find other ways to take care of myself, because that's what sometimes we need to do. So I'm encouraging you to look at what it is you need. But what you need comes into another context. I began with the food, with my diet. And as I began painting angels and I began to learn more about vibrations, I came out to the desert, and in a very fateful morning, I was named Joan of Angels. Well, you would think that that would clear up the message for me. Look, she's Joan of Angels, far out, go paint. Well, no, it made things worse. Why? I was embarrassed to tell people I was Joan of Angels. Are you kidding? Holy moly. It was like it would have been easier for me to say I'm Dr. Joan and put on a white coat so I look like a doctor instead of that female kind, than to say I'm Joan of Angels, because talk about being that quack that's in the corner. So my message to you is this: what are you hiding from about yourself? What truth is really your truth about who you are and why you're here? Are you listening to your own guidance, or are you just following what everyone else is telling you to do when you have that diagnosis, and it doesn't matter what the diagnosis is. If you put it on Facebook, you're going to get 100 different ways of treating it. And you have an opportunity to ask your body. You go, okay, body, I don't know if I want to just do it to you anymore. I want you to cooperate with me. I want a body that's healthy, wealthy, and happy. Okay? And that's what we're going to do. Now, I channel angels for people. I bring messages for people. I actually paint angels. I have a gallery here in Desert Heart Springs. When I moved here, I was told it was Desert Heart Springs. I can take you on a tour of the gallery by special Zoom request. Okay? I can tell you for certain that my art calls you. You do not call the art, because the art, all of this art, came into being because the angels and the masters wanted you to be able to see them, and me too, so we could trust them and we know they're there. So the art, literally, when you walk in my sanctuary here, it's amazing what will happen. Like, okay, say this is a piece of art. You'll be over here looking this way, and it's like, oh my God, you're glued to this one. It may have been the last thing you would have imagined calling to you, but that's what happens. So I will take questions about the art, and I'm so happy I see another doctor that believes like I do. People should have the right to choose. All people should have the right to choose. And in the matter of choice, I truly believe that this past year has been an initiation for all of us, an initiation of the highest order, probably the highest level of initiation that the masters could give us, because we were all doing our own thing, and wham, bam, we were stopped in our track, right? We found out the whole world stopped in its track, so now we have a collective stop in our track. And then we all had to go inside and use discernment. How am I going to respond? What does this mean for me? So at one point last summer, I started to panic. I started to feel anxious. And I heard a voice, my guides, who always are talking to me, by the way, always. And everything I do is according to what they share with me. But my guides reminded me that I was the only Joan of Angels on the planet. I had woken up to that. It was like, oh yeah, I'm the only Joan of Angels. If you put in Joan of Angels, you might get Joan of Arc, Joan of the Angels, but I'm the only Joan of Angels. And I was like, my ego got excited about it, okay? And I heard a voice like the thunder of God speaking. And this voice said the following: you either use it or you lose it. There are thousands of souls out there ready to be called to do their work. Do you hear what I'm laying down, guys? There are many people out there who have been called to do what you are doing. If you don't do it, they'll just go on and call the next person. But why would you not do it, guys? You are called to do what they're calling you to do. The path of least resistance, the path of saying yes, is what they are asking. They are saying, say yes to the healing of your planet, saying yes to the healing of each and every one of us, and understand it is an individual healing. This is not a one mask fit all solution. And it's kind of funny because the last few weeks I was thinking, I want to take this mask and burn it. You know, the olden days where the women were burning their bras, it's olden days to you. I knew people, they were all out there in the streets burning their bras. And I was thinking to myself, God, I want to burn this mask. I want to burn this mask. And then, of course, the new mandates came down. So human condition, what is it you want? How do you want to see yourself getting through the next year or whenever this thing ends, all right? What do you want to be known for? How do you want to use those special skills now to do what you came here to do? And by the way, that's my specialty. I teach people how to step into your own power and mastery. It's as clear as day to me when I work with you. What has to be let go, how you hear that voice within, so you know the direction you are to take, so that you don't move until you know with certainty. That is the grand initiation. That is what we came here for. That and the leadership that you all know, because you know about secrets. Maybe not the secrets I know, but you know your own secrets. Okay? So finding more people like us who understand in the freedom of our own sovereignty, that we are sovereign beings, that we are from the stars, that we came here for a reason. That reason is now. That reason may cause us to be a little uncomfortable, as in calling yourself Joan of Angels. Okay, don't take my name. Or in coming out as different. So instead of wearing that white jacket, you know, being that healer, that is that intuitive healer, artist, the art. And you know, in chiropractic, they call it the science and art of chiropractic. I've never heard of a medical field called the science and art of healing, because art healing is a mastery. It's a creative process from innate intelligence through your body. Your doctor, your healer is only a representation. I started my day and my practice every morning, sitting in that room before I saw patients, and I asked for the Divine Master Healers to work through me now. And guys, I could see up to 80 people a day, 90 people a day. I didn't even know tired or fatigue. I just knew that Spirit told me what they needed. And when I stepped into that flow of it is not me, it is that divine power, which you have the ability for, all of you, it will come through and you will know. So I do have tough guides because I ask my guides that this is my life of mastery. When you are going for complete mastery and you have been here thousands of years before and you have failed over and over and over again, and you suddenly wake up to how powerful you are, you will roar like that lion at the lion's gate. So today, tonight, new moon, you are to be out there roaring with the confidence of those thousands and millions of years that you have been on this planet, knowing you are doing what you came here to do. Yes. And understand that there are people out there who are muggles, who are kind of brainwashed to listening to whatever they are told to do. Don't feel like you have to continually beat on them to wake up. They will wake up in their own awakening, just like you woke up in your own awakening, just like I woke up in mine. We are all on planet Earth together, and we are part of this age of Aquarian. It is our time. So say yes to your destiny. Say yes to your mastery. Say yes to discernment, to knowing the truth, to uncovering that which seems right. And say yes to knowing we are all one. There is really no difference. If I cut myself, we bleed the same. The Bach flower remedies work for you, whether you're male or female. Okay, it works for you no matter what race, nationality, creed, or color, or what substances are in your body. Okay, we are all one. We should stand together in that oneness to take our freedom back, to choose for ourselves how we're going to live, how we're going to be, what air we want to breathe, what water we want to drink, what drugs we want to take, what herbs we want to be, how we want to treat ourselves and our fellow humans. We are in this together. We should be celebrating each other and the choices that we make, rather than trying to ram the muggles with what we believe. So take this time to strengthen yourself for the times ahead, because there are rough times ahead for this planet. As truth is revealed, there are rough times. So ask for the highest good of all concerned. We ask right now, Mother, Father, God, in closing, we ask that each soul who was here and their guides heard that which is appropriate for them, that you take with you that which heals your heart, that which gives you strength and courage to do what you came here to do, to nurture your soul, to be of service to humanity, because each and every one of you here has that gene called service, was encoded with messages to be activated, awakened, and to serve humanity in the special way that you can. I am Joan of Angels. I know who I am. I know who you are. Let's do this together. That's my message. And so it is.
Incredible. Incredible, Joan. We haven't met just yet, but I'm Rob. And what you said throughout that whole entire presentation was so profound. And a few things. I've seen you before on Portal to Ascension and speaking with Omar, and me and Omar are very good
We
friends.
haven't talked before. This is great.
Right. I was actually the one calling you because Omar thought we told you the wrong time. So, but
It was the wrong time.
right. One of the things that I see is the muggles, shall we say, they seem to be sauntering through reality, right? Just kind of at a pace. And people like yourself and, people like me who know what their true purpose is, they have conviction and drive, and they seem to be walking at a pace that's, and this is metaphorically speaking, but they're walking at a pace that's faster than, that saunter. They're just at their head down doing the normal routines. And you see more and more people getting to this precipice and actually picking up a pace and taking their steps into like the next level and falling into step with a lot of the people like yourself. It to me is so imperative because what you're doing is selfless and you're helping people, and it's truly, truly a gift, and it's amazing.
Wow. Thank you, Rob. You know, Joan means gift of God. And I used to tease people and say, well, I'm your gift. God sent me to you to help. And you know what? In the last few years, I've actually embraced it. I have embraced it. I'm here to help and serve and help. I was told that I had made an agreement to not leave the planet till every soul had reached a higher vibratory frequency. And that's a lot. So thank you, Rob.
That is a lot. And the other thing I want to say is that, you know, I have connected. So I've been told by my guides my purpose. And this is it. What we're doing right now is to be a bridge or a conveyor or a conduit for people's messages to come through and spread. And when your message comes through like that, I feel like I'm resonating on a higher frequency and it's spreading to others. So thank you for that as well.
I could feel that. I just want to add two things. I actually had a whole presentation in a PowerPoint. My logical mind just did this whole thing. I walked the tight walk of Dr. Killer. And then I threw it all out right when we started because they said, no, we have it. And we have a lot we want to say. So that is actually what happened. And the second thing is I'm encouraging everyone, if you don't mind, I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel. And it's all of you guys that have helped. And of course, it's Joan of Angels, so you can't forget that. If you could help me out and and subscribe to the channel and help me grow so I can get these messages out to more people. So thank you so much, everyone. I'm just so happy that you've included me.
Dr. Joan, this, you know, what you just said about ditching your presentation, I heard the same thing last night. I actually got goosebumps. See, I got goosebumps when you said that because that's why I went like this, because this is the second time. Because Rita last night said the same thing, that she has a presentation, but she's just gonna, you know, wing it and just go by heart. And that she did, and she like totally owned it. And then now you came on and you know, got rid of the presentation and went from the heart and center, and you owned it. So that's really cool.
The lion roars.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the universe and angels at work.
The angel network, guys. I'm so happy. Thank you.
You know,
I put Dr. Jones' YouTube in the comments for anybody who wants to subscribe to it. So it's going to all the different platforms right now.
Please help me grow, guys.
Yeah, subscribe, guys, and don't forget to hit that bell, because that bell is the most important part of subscribing to a channel, because we know that a lot of channels like ours and Portal to Ascension and New Realities and Paul Wallace channel and Dr. Jones channel, they're going to be shadow banned because of the message that we're all trying to put out there. So when you hit that bell, it forces the algorithm to send you a notification. So you know, that's very important. And also, Dr. Joan, I do have to say, you know, when you were talking, I really resonated. And then I was thinking as well about the rest of the world and other people and people in our community that have gone through the same thing and are still going through the same thing by hiding under a veil or being embarrassed of their true calling. Right? There's a lot of people out there who are, you know, going through that. They may not want to admit it to themselves because it's painful to even admit that to yourself. But once you do admit that to yourself, then you've overcome like this huge challenge in your life, like you were saying, and then your true colors and your Taurus expands and your energy expands. You know, can you? What do you have to say about that?
Let's put it this way. They want you weak. All right. They want you clouded, shadowed, not trusting yourself, and not in your power.
Mm-hmm.
We want you in your brilliance. We want you to shine your light, shine your power, shine your truth. We want you to step into that purpose, but it takes courage. It takes courage. It takes commitment. It takes seeing that the alternative is worse. Listen, right now the alternative of silence is not good. Okay, people are being encouraged to speak out, speak your truth, no matter what that is right now, because we're being encouraged to be silent. People are being silenced. So know that your voice is important, and know that the shame you're feeling is someone else shamed you so you wouldn't be it. Okay? So the chiropractors, the herbalists, the women, it's easier to burn them at the stake than let you know that they're better than the doctors were. Okay? So it is overcoming a shame. Many healers and women and herbalists and psychics don't always want to come out because they remember when they were burned at the stake or when they were drowned for being a witch. We all have that memory, guys. And I was finding myself telling all my clients, all my speaks, saying, "Oh no, that my guides have promised we're not going to be burned at the stake this life." Okay? Thank you, Denise. We will not be burned at the stake this life. And in these days, I had to look at that the other day and go, can I truly claim that? Can I truly claim that now?
I just had sorry, go ahead, Dr. Joan.
No, you go ahead.
I just had a profound thought while you were talking. You know, we're all aware of the Hopi prophecy, and we're learning about Australian Aborigine prophecy from Stephen and Evan Strong and Richard Patterson and Saul Rita and Leah. Lots of people in Australia are discussing that. And while you were talking, I was thinking, you know, I wonder if that is the split or the fork in the road that our ancestors are talking about and warning us about, that you have to lift your veil, which is one road, and then you can continue to wear your veil, which is the other road. And if you continue to wear your veil, then, you know, consciously your human experience is not going to be as pleasing as the one where you're being your true self. So I wonder if that's what it means, instead of like, you know, death and destruction and earthquakes and volcanoes and a new world comes out of that, right? I wonder if it's more has to do with our consciousness, which I think it does.
I suspect a little bit of both is really what is happening. Look at this. I said, what's the final message from Spirit? Can you read this? We are the ones we've been waiting for.
That's the moniker of the event, and that's exactly right. Capitulation is servitude, and enhance.
Not an option.
Once you enhance your frequency, it's freedom. That's what it comes down to.
You are the ones we've been waiting for. Really, it's you know, all the speakers at this conference, right? You are the ones that we've been waiting for, because you've done your homework. You've spent years educating yourself, researching, writing books, going to seminars, holding conferences, coming to these types of conferences, sharing your knowledge, right? So you guys are like the true wanderers, right? Where, you know, you're the ones that we've been waiting for when it comes to disclosure, right? Because we know the government can't or won't provide that. We don't know. Now we're actually just beyond that. We don't care.
Right.
So now it's up to the people to do that. And amongst the people, you guys are the ones that we've been waiting for. Absolutely.
Yep, we are all the ones. And so I'm so grateful to be a part of this opening and awakening. Understand that all of these 55 speakers and all of these hundreds of listeners, we've been on the same ship. We have come here together to work through everything. And so this thing of separate. So yes, we also know that there are that group that we may or may not reach. But you know, I was a muggle. I was a definite muggle in my early 20s. I remember my brother and my sister-in-law saying, "Oh my God, I don't think she'll ever wake up. She believes everything they tell her," you know? And my awakening happened with the ETs, showed me who I am, and there you go. And once you go, you learn you can't go back. So guys, I'm so happy. I know we have a lot of speakers and a full day. I'm just so honored you've taken the time here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Joan.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. And, lots of respect, and I love you very much. And, we're going to become besties as we move forward. So I appreciate
That's
your
right.
time
Oh, yeah.
this morning.
You're
Thank
not
I
gonna
had
get rid
so
of us.
much fun. I
You're
had
not
so
gonna
much
get rid
fun
of us now.
interviewing Omar, and I think it's going to be your turn next, Rob.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
We're
ready
gonna
whenever
be,
you are, Dr.
doing a
Joan.
talk right after this conference coming up this week. So, guys, keep an eye on this space. Awesome, Dr. Joan. We're going to bring on our next epic speaker, Dr. Sam Osmanovic. You guys all know who he is. He's an incredible man. We've had him on our Watchers Talk a number of times now. And, I just can't get enough of Dr. Sam, because just the wealth of knowledge that he has and is sharing. And my favorite part is how Dr. Sam smoothly delivers the message.
Yes.
And it's very easy to understand, and you're not threatened by it. The energy is just incredible, and he's a true teacher. So welcome, Dr. Sam. I really appreciate you taking the time to be here today, and also the panel that we're going to be having tomorrow, which Dr. Jones is going to be part of as well. So I will take myself off the screen and get Rob to read your bio and give us a download, sir.
Excellent. It's a pleasure to see you again, Dr. Sam, for sure. I got to interview you last time we were out and about. So let me go to who Dr. Samir Osmanagic, I think I'm saying it right, is a scientist, megalithic and pyramid sites researcher, internationally acclaimed author and businessman. He is a Bosnian-born American citizen who lives and works in Houston and Sarajevo, Bosnia-Herzegovina. He has discovered the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids that consist of at least 5 colossal pyramid structures and huge network of prehistoric underground tunnels, and a network near the town of Visoko in central Bosnia-Herzegovina. He has been principal investigator of the project from 2005 to the present. Welcome, Dr. Sam. How are you, sir?
Thank you very much. I'm doing real fine. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. I'm going to get myself out of the way and let you get the screen so you can do your thing.
Hello, everyone. My topic today would be the pyramids, energy healing machines. I have been investigating pyramids all around the planet for the 4 decades now. What they teach us about the pyramids is wrong. We are told they are built in Egypt and Mexico. However, they are built on all 6 continents, from Australia, Gympie Pyramid on East Coast, to Indonesia, Gunung Padang, 24,000-year-old pyramid, Koh-Ker Pyramid in Cambodia, 250 pyramids in the central Chinese province of Shanxi. We have pyramids on the island of Mauritius, 7 stepped pyramids in the middle of the Indian Ocean, 224 Nubian pyramids in northern Sudan, 155 pyramids on Egyptian soil, not 118 like non-scientific Wikipedia claims. We have 104 pyramids on Canary Islands, most of them located on the island of Tenerife. We have 300 pyramids in Peru. We have Acapena Pyramid Complex in Bolivia. Over 100,000 Mayan pyramids in the countries of Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Belize. Exciting topic. My PhD is about the Mayan pyramids. Also 120 Cahokia pyramids in the southwestern corner of the state of Illinois. On European soil, 3 Palencia pyramids in Spain, 5 complexes on Italian soil, 16 pyramids in ancient Greece, before ancient Greek civilization. And finally, Bosnian pyramid in southern Europe. The second thing that we've been programmed with is the purpose of pyramids. They tell us the Egyptian pyramids were built as tombs for the pharaohs. Well, in the Great Pyramid of Egypt, there is no mummy of the pharaoh Khufu or Cheops, no mummy of Khephren or Khafre, no mummy of Meseren, no mummy of Sneferu, no mummy of Djoser. The pharaohs had been buried 200 miles to the south from the Giza Plateau at the Valley of Kings. So in 21st century, we will need to do interdisciplinary scientific investigation about the purpose of pyramids. And our example in Bosnia can help everyone. 16 years ago, in the year of 2005, I first came to the central Bosnian town of Visoko to visit the local museum. But what really caught my attention was the hill with the four sides, four triangular faces, obvious corners, and the same slope from bottom to the top. Geometrically speaking, it was a pyramid. I took a compass and it showed me that those four sides perfectly match the cardinal points: east, west, north, and south. And even though this hill was covered by soiled vegetation and even forest that was planted in 1960s, I immediately knew that that was an artificial structure covered by soil by the work of wind, rain. The same example like in China, Mexico, or Guatemala. So back in 2005, I started research as the individual. I got permissions from the local government. Everything I did, preliminary geological core drilling, archaeological trenches, lab analysis, were telling me that these were the anomalies. It could not be made by the work of nature. In 2006, I established non-profit, non-government foundation for the archaeological and scientific research. And in the last 16 years, the Bosnian Pyramid Project has become the most active archaeological site in the world. Every year, we have hundreds of volunteers, dozens of experts from different scientific disciplines, including spiritual scientists, and our workers, working on Bosnian pyramid sites. Even this year, 2021, the second corona year, we have volunteers, less than previous years, but still they are here. What we have concluded so far: in the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids, we have at least 6 pyramidal structures. The biggest one, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, with its height of over 300 meters, 1,000 feet, is much higher, 2 times higher than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. Below the layers of soil, approximately 3 to 4 feet, we are discovering rectangular and square blocks. We have analyzed the material in the institutes for the construction, and they confirm the samples were of the artificial concrete material, much better quality than what we can make today in the 21st century. For example, hardness is a very important element of the quality. Our concretes in 21st century are on the scale from 10 megapascals to 60 megapascals. 60, the best quality, made in Germany, made in USA. The pyramid samples show the hardness from 73 megapascals to 155 megapascals. Our technology cannot make such a good quality. The next element, orientation to the north. Through my investigation of Chinese pyramids, Cambodian, Egyptian, Peruvian, or Cahokia, I noticed that all pyramids are perfectly oriented to the north, cosmic north. For example, the error from the perfect north of the Great Pyramid of Egypt is 0 degrees and 3 minutes. Khafre, 0 degrees, 3 minutes. Myceren, 0 degrees, 18 minutes. Red Pyramid, 0 degrees, 5 minutes. Bent Pyramid in Dahshur, 0 degrees, 12 minutes. The Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, 0 degrees, 0 minutes, and 12 seconds. The most precise pyramid on the planet. The next element, the age. In the last 15 years, we have done 28 radiocarbon dating and uranium thorium analysis. Most of them show the date of approximately 30,000 years. For example, between the concrete layers on the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, we have discovered fossilized leaves. They got there during the construction phase. We did radiocarbon dating in the lab in Kiev, Ukraine. The age was 29,200 plus minus 400 years. That's the radiocarbon date. In order to get calibrated or calendar date, we need to add 14 to 15%, and it takes us back to 33,600 years before present. Officially, the oldest pyramid constructions on the planet. As a matter of fact, everything that we touch in the case of Bosnian pyramids changes the history of the planet. First pyramids in Europe, the biggest on the planet, the most precise orientation on the planet, the best quality concrete on the planet, and now the oldest pyramids on the planet. The beauty of what we do is everything is measurable. If you can measure, you can scientifically prove. We have noticed that the ancients were applying the elements of sacred geometry when building pyramid or megalithic structures like Stonehenge, Avebury Hill in England, or Alesteiner megalithic site in Sweden, or Rujm al-Hiri in Israel, and so on. If you apply the elements of sacred geometry, like equilateral triangle, which is perfect geometrical shape, or hexagon, which consists of 6 equilateral triangles, 6 pyramids, or number pi, 3.14, or golden section, or 1.618. When you apply those elements, they cause the energy flow. For example, in the case of Egyptian pyramids, the Great Pyramid of Egypt, we have equilateral triangles for its faces. And then we have also applied spiral of golden section. The beginning point is at the tombs of the Osiris, and on the line of this spiral we have all 3 pyramids. In the case of Bosnian pyramids, when we connect 3 major pyramids, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, Moon, and Dragon, the distance between the tops is 2,180 meters, 3 times. And then, if we start making this golden section spiral, taking the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun as the beginning point. On this spiral, we have top of the Pyramid of Love, the fourth pyramid, and 2 more pyramid hills. Or the place where 2 rivers meet in the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids, River Fonica and River Bosna. So we start the new spiral there. And on this spiral, we have top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, entrance to the tunnels, and another conical artificial structure called tumulus. So it seems that the ancients were laying out their structures very carefully. And now we are coming to a very exciting part, and that would be prehistorical underground tunnel network. Below the Bosnian pyramids, we have underground tunnels in several levels. So far, we have discovered 6 entrances to those tunnels, and we cleared for tourist visits about 2 miles of prehistorical tunnels. What's happening inside? We have noticed that besides the archaeological and scientific significance, we have also energy aspect, spiritual aspect, and healing aspect. We notice that when people enter the tunnels, they breathe very well. As a matter of fact, deeper they go into the tunnels, they breathe better and better. And there is only one entrance. It's not very logical, but nothing in Bosnia is. People with the respiratory problems, for example, asthma, they go inside, they breathe so good, they get outside, they don't need air pumps, inhalators for 3 or 6 months. People with the high blood pressure, let's say 180 over 120, after one visit, it comes down to balance 120 over 80. People with the high glucose in the blood, after one visit, it drops 5 to 6 points. People with the pains, very often pains are gone. People with the tumors and the very serious diseases, after series of visits to the underground tunnels, we can see sometimes revolutionary health improvement. So we wanted to know why. So we've been measuring. So the tunnels have 9 energy properties. The first 5 is the absence of all harmful radiations. We live on the surface of the planet, and we are exposed to the cosmic radiations. Some of them are harmful. In the pyramid tunnels, 40 meters below the ground, no harmful radiation. The second one, natural radioactivity coming from underground. We use Geiger-Miller counter to measure radioactivity, and we conclude that the values are 3 to 5 times lower than the minimum allowed. Number 3, geopathogenic radiations coming from the underground waters, coming from the Hartmann grids, Curry's intersections, Schneider's intersections. No harmful radiations. Number 4, our cell phones, mobile phones, 4G, 5G, 3G from 2.4 gigahertz to 90 giga. In the tunnels, no signal. Number 5, internet, Wi-Fi. In the tunnels, no signal. So virtually no harmful radiations in the tunnels. For the first time in our life, our body cells don't have enemies. they can start doing their job. And what is their job? To fix the problems in our body, to start the regeneration process. The sixth element, what we can measure, are the best frequencies of, number 6, electromagnetism of 28 kilohertz. That's a natural planetary electromagnetic field. Number 7, of ultrasound, the same frequency, 28 kilohertz. In science, it is known to be the levitation frequency. You feel light when in the tunnels. Number 8, extremely low frequency, ELF, 7.83 Hertz. In science, it is called the Schumann resonance. This is the original resonance of our planet. The brilliant mind of Nikola Tesla, 122 years ago, in his lab in Colorado Springs, claimed that our planet resonates and its resonance is about 8 Hertz. The Austrian scientist von Schumann, 50 years ago, precisely measured 7.83. Our brain waves, when we create them, work at 7.83 Hertz. As long as our brain waves match our planetary resonance, we live in balance. It used to be like that until 1990. After that, so much bad electromagnetic smoke that we've been producing. Computers, laptops, TVs, cell phones, our energy electrical grid, Project HARP. This electromagnetism has to go somewhere. It goes to the ionosphere above our planet, putting a pressure on our mother planet. And she started resonating higher, 10, 12, 15, 18 hertz. Now imagine, 18, our brain 7.83. This disbalance we feel as the stress. In the Bosnian pyramid tunnels, and we call this entrance Ravne tunnels, the frequency is 7.83. So we go back to the balance. And element number 9, the negative ions. We started measuring this element back in 2010, and we discovered amazing results. What are the negative ions? These are extra electrons joining atoms or molecules. So this negative charge in the air connects to the dust, becomes heavy, drops to the floor. So they clean the atmosphere from the dust. They clean the atmosphere from the pollen in spring and summer. Remember the allergies. They raise the level of oxygen in our body, in our blood. More oxygen, more productive we are, more activities. And they neutralize, they kill all the microbes. And the microbes are viruses, including coronavirus, if it exists, bacteria, fungi. Logical conclusion, more negative ions, the healthier the atmosphere. In our homes and our offices, very low concentration of negative ions, 20 to 50 per cubic centimeter. But we have 200 positive ions which are not good for our health because they make us sleepy, anxious, angry. And they are produced by the machines that we have, computers or TVs or microwaves or electrical grid. We go outside to the downtown, LA, Munich or Sarajevo, about 150. It's a fresher. We go to the top of the mountain in the pine tree forest, around 1,000 negative ions per cubic centimeter. We measure the concentration of negative ions in the Bosnian pyramid tunnels, the values are between 20,000 and 60,000 negative ions per cubic centimeter. What does that mean? It's 50 times healthier than in the pine tree on the top of the mountain. So, those 9 elements, absence of all harmful radiations, and presence of 4 excellent energy properties, make the Bosnian pyramid tunnels the safest and the healthiest place on the planet. In the last 15 years, we have had hundreds and hundreds of testimonials of people who visit the tunnels, who are telling us about their health problems or health challenges before visiting the tunnels and after coming back. So our conclusion for the purpose of the pyramid energy was that it was used to protect what is the most precious in our life, and that would be our health. It regenerates human body, and if we got lucky, it rejuvenates us. It's very possible that the original purpose when they were built was really for the rejuvenation. We have proven through the scientific means that pyramids amplify existing natural energy sources. Below the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, we registered the existence of the iron plate or iron ore. Iron generates electromagnetic field. What the pyramid does, it pulls this electromagnetism and amplifies it. How do we know? Because we have measured at the base of the pyramid and at the top. At the top, the signal is 50 times stronger. With my Russian friends, Professor Khavroshkin and Tsiplakov, we've done the same measurements in Egypt, in Dahshur, at the Red Pyramid, beautiful, harmonious pyramid, at the base and at the top. Of course, we need to pay the guards to let us climb the top. The energy signal, 50 times stronger. Below the pyramid in Bosnia, we have underground water flow. Water moves, it releases negative ions. The pyramid amplifies the concentration of negative ions. And I just talked about it. And then below the pyramid, below the first water flow, there is another one. The first one 21 meters or about 65 feet, the other one 55 meters or 180 feet below the ground. Between the two, we got charge. You have charge, you have electricity. What the pyramid does, it pulls this electricity, getting it through 7 levels of passageways in the pyramid, and then we have it as the energy beam coming through the top of the pyramid, which can be measured. We did measure it by 5 independent international teams from Croatia, Serbia, Italy, Finland, and Germany. And they verified that on the very top, we have this energy beam, which is electrical in nature, frequency of 28 kilohertz, continuous, because we measure it during all 4 seasons, summer and fall and winter and spring. In science, this energy beam is called Tesla's scalar waves. Scalar waves transport the energy, transport the information much, much quicker than the speed of light. Our conclusion, Another potential purpose of the pyramid energy would be communication device. Number 3, we've been finding underground tunnels with the water. Sometimes those tunnels are 50 meters or 150 meters, so from 100 to 400, 500 feet in length. And the water has been there for a very long time. It is not a surface water because we are 120 feet below the ground. During the summer, during the dry time, the water level does not drop. During the fall and spring, with a lot of rains, the water level does not rise. The water has been there for a long time. You would expect to see that water to be green, full of microbes. Well, it's not. It's crystal clear and clean. Why? Because of the high concentration of negative ions. They act as the barrier against the microbes. So we've done conventional analysis, physical, chemical, bacterial, and others. No viruses, no bacteria. pH is excellent. pH is from 0 to 14. 7 is neutral. Authorities try to keep the city water at around 7. Usually it's a little bit lower, about 6.5. It's acid. But our blood is not 7. Our blood is 7.45. The water in Bosnian pyramid tunnels is at 7.45 pH level. And then 7 years back, we sent samples to the late Dr. Masaru Emoto in Japan. He became famous from 1999 until he died because he was freezing different samples of water, and then he would make photos through the electronic microscope. And he noticed that contaminated water has deformed molecular structure. The water exposed to the mantra of love changes the structure to hexagonal shape. The water exposed to the punk music changes the structure to many concentric circles, like it's afraid from this music. The water exposed to the music of Mozart, the cosmic sound, changes the structure to hexagonal. The water from the Bosnian pyramid tunnels and the photos that he made showed us that we have hexagonal structure with a beautiful crystal-like structure. So now we can see that this water is energetically alive. Unlike the city water, which has been treated with the poisons, chlorine, fluorides, traces of heavy metals, and particles of plastic. So, our next conclusion was that pyramid energy was used also to improve the molecular structure of the water. 3 years back, we did an experiment with the seeds of beans. So we had several groups. One was control group, where we kept those seeds at home. One we placed into the tunnels, and one we placed on the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. So it's been exposed to the pyramid energy. After 14 days of germinization, we could see that about 60% of the seeds in control group started to grow, 60%. And 100% of the seeds placed in the tunnels and on the top of the pyramid started to grow. And during the growing process, it was beans, so from end of May until beginning of September, we could notice that the pyramid beans would grow 2 times quicker, richer, healthier. So the pyramid energy affects the food. Number 5. Our respected friend, Professor Konstantin Korotkov, from the University of St. Petersburg, a brilliant mind. He's been coming to Bosnian pyramids rather often. He's been developing different machines that combine the Eastern traditions and the Western technology. One of his machines, called BioWell, can measure 4 different aspects of our being. The first one is the bioenergetical field around our body, popularly known as the auric field. The next one are chakras. 7 chakras on our level that follow our physical body. So we would measure people and scan them before entering the tunnels and after coming back. In the last 5 years, we have scanned over 4,000 people. In medicine, in medical science, if you have 100 subjects, that's scientifically significant number. You can draw the scientific conclusions. We got 4,000 subjects. In 90% of the cases, we have noticed the improvement after visiting the Bosnian pyramid tunnels, being exposed to the pyramid energy. So, auric field, much stronger, chakras coming back to the balance, opening up more so the energy can flow better, affecting our blood flow. And if the blood flows better, of course, we are healthier. And then the stress level before and after the tunnels, of course, it's lower. And then energy in the cells on a higher level. More energy in the cells, we can fight diseases easier. So these are 4 more elements that tell us how the pyramid energy can be used. Immunity, of course, going up. Spiritual abilities can be developed quicker. Besides our 5 physical senses, we have around 30 spiritual senses. We can feel the energies. We can see the energies and our auric field. With the practice, we can see the colors of our auric field. We can see the colors of our chakras. We can start exchanging the thoughts. Telepathy is another spiritual sense. We can move objects with the power of our mind. Telekinesis is another one. And finally, we can move through space and time. Teleportation is another one. What you need for that one are 2 things: techniques and energy fields strong enough. And it seems that during the most important days for the ancient people, and these were the days when our mother planet was the strongest, the summer solstice, for example, the pyramids and megalithic sites were able to create energy fields so strong that you could even use them as the cosmic gates. Now, we are talking about the period from before the end of the last ice age. At that time, our mother planet was much stronger. For example, the ozone layer was 5 times thicker. The oxygen level was different. Everything was different. So when the pyramid, that energy amplifier, and for our planet, the most powerful geometrical shape is 4-sided pyramid. So when this energy amplifier amplifies very strong planetary energies, of course, the energy fields are much stronger. So now we are coming to pioneering, revolutionary conclusions. The pyramids, those huge construction complexes in Egypt, Bosnia, Mexico, China, Peru, Cambodia, Indonesia, and other places, were not used to bury one dead body, that one of king or pharaoh. They were used to serve communities for thousands of years. And now it all makes sense. Why would somebody maneuver with the 6 million tons of blocks in Egypt, move hundreds of tons from Aswan, 870 kilometers south to Giza Plateau, just to bury one dead body? Now it does make sense. These complexes are actually huge and powerful energy machines that can really affect anything and everything and change the molecular structure for better. The Bosnian Pyramid Project is the most open project in the area of archaeology in the world. In Egypt, Egyptologists jealously guard the pyramid, trying to keep alive this notion, the fairy tale, that their pyramids were tombs for the pharaohs. Similar tries in China, Mexico, or Peru. If we want to really advance and to learn from ancients, we have to open all these sites to interdisciplinary research. And then, and only then, we are going to unlock the secrets from the past. And yes, we are not the only developed civilization on this planet. The history of civilization on this planet is not linear. We have not started 7,000 years back, as Encyclopedia Britannica claims, with Sumerians, and 5,000 years back with Babylonians, Hittite, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient India, ancient China. These are all parts of the last cycle of human development. Before this one, there was another one, which ended approximately 12,000 years back, with the end of the last ice age, the global catastrophe. And before this one, we had another one, which ended 18,500 years back, and another one, 34,000 years back, with solar flames, and another one, 55,000, and another one, 75,000, huge volcanic eruptions in Indonesia. So, in the last 100,000 years, we have had at least 5 civilizational cycluses. So, history of humanity and history of the civilizations in the last 100,000 years is history of cycle after cycle after cycle. Eventually, the mainstream will accept that, because there are so many sites going to so-called Paleolithic times, older than 12,000 years. Yonaguni monuments on the bottom of the Pacific floor near Japan, Göbekli Tepe in eastern Turkey near the city of Şanlıurfa, Machu Picchu in eastern Peru. Incas, just the 4th civilization from 800 years back, but the first one, 55,000 years back. Teotihuacan, also older than 12,000 years back. Of course, Egyptian pyramids, 28 most advanced and superior pyramids built from the limestone and granite, all much older than 12,000, most probably between 30 and 40,000 years old. And of course, Bosnian pyramids, older than 30,000 years. So now we can see it is high time for the history books to be changed. It is high time to learn from the ancients, because if they had communication devices capable of communication between cosmic bodies on huge, the real long distances in the universe, if they had the knowledge how to regenerate human body and even rejuvenate, if they had the knowledge how to improve the most important liquid, the water, the food, immunity, chakras, auric field. Obviously, we have so much to learn from them. Thank you very much.
That was incredible on so many different levels. I mean, the science of it, and you know, every time you speak about the pyramids, it gives me chills, especially when you go into the history and how we know that that mainstream 12,000, 11,000 years has been debunked completely. And it's amazing. It's amazing. That was a great presentation, Dr. Sam. Again,
Thank you.
you're muted, but there you go. I know he's got something to say. He was chomping at the bit to get on that mic. Go ahead, bud.
That was a brilliant presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam. The comments just all across the board are just praising you. You know, you're a crown jewel, and you know, you're an awesome guy. You know, just amazing comments. You know, just the downloads that you gave are really cool. I had one question in regards to the pyramids and the longevity of humans in our ancient past. I was wondering if all of the pyramids on the planet may have been connected at one time, and because of that connection and because of that energy, might that have had something to do with people living like 1,000 years, like Noah, and you know, things like that?
It's hard to say that all pyramids were connected, because just in the Central America, we have more than 100,000 pyramids. Hundreds of them in China, Peru, and so on. But theoretically, let's say if the pyramids were built as the energy machine producing the energy beam in Asia, in Europe, in Africa, in Central and South and Northern America, it is very possible to catch this energy, and if there is a way, and technically there is a way, to make a grid around the planet. And with this energy, it's up to us what we're going to do. We can use it as the protective shield, or we can use it as a laser-like weapon. So it is possible that they were using the pyramid energy on the worldwide scale. Talking about Noah and his 969 years, and some of his buddies living from 750 to 1,000 years. This is what I can say. I always search for the artifacts and scientific proofs. Two major scientific proofs are coming from Egypt, and actually it is not in Egypt but in Turin, Italy. It's called Turin King List. And the second one is Sumerian King List. Turin King List is papyrus, which is 5 meters, 16 feet long, and it lists all Egyptian rulers, giving us 3 phases. The third, the last phase, is the phase of sons of gods. And this is how Egyptian rulers called themselves. They did not call themselves kings or pharaohs, sons of gods. And these are very well-known names. King Menem, who united Upper and Lower Egypt, then the dynasty number 0, number 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And some of them would rule Egypt 2 years, some of them, like Ramesses II, 67 years. The phase before that, the second phase, was the phase of the demigods or semi-gods. And they would rule Egypt in average 200 years or 300 years. And the phase before that, phase number 1, were the gods with a small g. And they would rule Egypt 1,000 years each. And as a matter of fact, when you read the papyrus, you will see they even give you a date when the kingdom of heaven descended to kingdom of earth. It happened 42,600 years ago, ruling Egypt 1,000 years each. So yes, we do have an artifact confirming that their rulers, whether they were gods or semi-gods or men or whoever, etc., they would rule Egypt 1,000 years. So for the ordinary people who would live 30 or 40 or 50 years, they were really like gods because they never die for generations and generations. And very briefly, Sumerian king list. It's a stela, so it's a rock with carved names of all Sumerian rulers. The last 3 phases match Egyptian, but the first phase of the real gods, they have gods and lesser gods, and finally children of gods. The first phase of gods, those who descended to our planet, started 273,000 years ago. And they would rule Sumerians in average 30,000 years. For example, Alajar, 36,000 years, 28,800, and so on. The mainstream science is very selective. They take the last 4th phase in Sumerian list and the last 3rd phase in Egyptian list, and they say, yeah, these are for real. But those, before that, well, they are not for real. They are fairy tales. Hey, if you take it, take everything. You just need to dig deeper and to find the proper explanation of existing monument in Abydos, Dendera, and those 28 pyramids.
I have a follow-up question. It's really interesting when you were mentioning the King's List, the Turin King List, and then the Sumerian King List, and then the phases. Now, the gods with the small g, when they descended from the heavens, let's assume that they're extraterrestrials, and they came from another planet to which they're biologically connected. Now, I use the phrase of like, if you were born on Pluto and it takes Pluto 72 Earth years to go around to, make full one circle 1 year, how old would you be? 1 or 72, right? So I wonder if these gods with the small g came from a planet to where they're biologically connected to that planet and to that life cycle, and then when they come here, because of our short life cycle, it seems like that they live for 30, 40, 50, 100,000 years, when really in reality they may have only grown by 3, 4, 5 years biologically to their planet. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a good thought about the Pluto. But once you come to this planet Earth, which is so close to our sun, obviously the conditions change even for them. Wasn't that the reason that pyramids were built? To have not only the communication device, but also a rejuvenation device. It is very, very possible. And then, when we consider the other planets, other beings coming to our planet, and even other beings, adjusting the beings there to have their slaves. Of course, we know about those ideas and the Sitchin and so on. When we see the humans, it seems that we've been about 400,000 years old. And somehow, after the animals, because all the apes before us were apes, they were on animal levels, some of them very developed animals. For example, Neanderthal, they were even bigger than us, bigger volume of the brain, but they were still at the animal level. And then all of a sudden, you have being, us, Homo sapiens, Cro-Magnons, that are intelligent and artistic. On one hand, Neanderthals, chimpanzee, gorillas, they were perfectly accustomed to our planet through the, the fittest, they survive, they replicate and so on. And they would have only 2 or 3 genetic flaws when they would be born. But then Homo sapiens, including us today, we have 5,000 genetic flaws. It seems like somebody mixed their genes, more advanced, with the genes of the most advanced animal on this planet. So they got very intelligent being, but since they were not accustomed to our conditions, that's the reason why we have those genetical flaws. What is the result of those genetical flaws? Alzheimer, cancers, tumors, and so on. So back then, chimpanzee or Neanderthals, they would have a minimum chance of developing those diseases. But we do have 5,000 different options to get sick during our life. So something really happened there. So I would say, even though Zecharia Sitchin is so widely popular, some people are saying, well, probably he's not right or he's right. It doesn't matter. What we can see, biologically speaking, there is a missing link. Otherwise, from Neanderthal to Homo sapiens, we would need another 5-6 million years. Something happened there. Whether those beings, those gods, creating slaves, us, or something revolutionary happened back then.
It really, that's a profound thought, Dr. Sam, because as you were speaking, I was thinking that the rejuvenation aspect of the pyramid really does make sense, because, when they mix their DNA with us and realized that there's all these flaws there, they came up with a pyramid and decided, okay, well, maybe they'll rejuvenate in there so they don't get sick, because we have evidence of that from the Bosnia pyramid, where people have gone into the tunnels with medical issues, and they've come out, and those medical issues have either disappeared or like really dissipated. So that really does make a lot of sense that the pyramids may have been used for that, and it could possibly be how they lived that extended period of time that that we don't live now, right? Like you were saying 30-40 years was it, and maybe the pyramids were being used by the elites or the priesthood, or something
living
like
within
that,
proximity
right?
of them, maybe.
Yeah, don't let me hog the screen, guys. I can
No.
pick
I just
Sam's
jumped in because
brain
I was
all day long.
piggybacking off the thought. I was like, yeah, that was it. That's exactly what I was thinking. Maybe that they are living like within proximity to this pyramid, and it's essentially giving them this ability to prolong their lives or slow down the aging process in itself by keeping their energies within a certain frequency range because of what the chambers have in the tunnels underneath.
Correct, yes.
Pyramid healing, that's is shown too, because if you make like say a wire pyramid, right, and coming up on points and just kind of hang it up on your ceiling, right, people have had benefits from that. There's actually a city in India, I forget which city, but it's the pyramid city. Every roof in this city is a pyramid, right? So it's pretty cool. Even there was one guy who was making a point. I've seen this at a presentation at Portal to Ascension. This guy, he had some cattle, and his cattle really weren't doing all so well. So his friends had suggested that he change the shape of his roof where the cattle were housed. So he stripped his roof and then turned it into a pyramid. And he noticed immediately that within just a few weeks that the cows became happier, the milk became better, and even the soil and stuff like that underneath the farm or the barn even got healthier. So that's really cool, right? Total science there. It's it's nothing pseudo.
Well, right. We know frequency healing is effective, very effective for
Yeah.
many people. Even the people who don't essentially resonate with it, it can still impact them, which is why the people out there now are working on weaponizing frequency.
Yeah. Speaking of that,
Yeah,
go ahead, Clarence. Sorry.
I was just going to say there's a lot of things going on now where people have discovered the frequencies, and they know by certain ones what it does to your body, where while you take it, they even use it as a weapon now, and stuff. So they know the effects as far as, what each frequency can do to a person. So there's obviously got to be a healing one there somewhere. It all can't all be bad. You know what I'm saying? So pretty remarkable.
Dr. Sam, I was going to ask, we've seen people that pyramids have helped medically. I was wondering if you've had an opportunity to observe or to speak with someone who may be suffering from cancer that went beneath the pyramids. I was wondering if there was any healing done or if there was any effect to, make them healthier.
We have been documenting several cases, people with the cancer, especially the lung cancer and some very serious cancer forms. And it takes longer. Let's call it therapy, even though we always say, well, we are not in the healing business, we don't give medical guarantees. We simply document the cases, people give their testimonials. We had a lady with lung cancer, and it took her about 6 weeks of coming to the tunnels twice a day, 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the afternoon. She changed her diet, she was drinking the pyramid water and so on. When she went for her CT scanning, they could notice that, the growth was stopped and the cancers were kind of reduced to 50%. By October of the same year, the cancer was gone. So we have some really spectacular cases.
Incredible.
So I would say the pyramid energy, but also everything else. What we drink, what we eat, what we think, where we go, either for concrete walls or in the nature, how much we sleep. And that's really the definition of the immunity.
Right. The frequency is just a part of tuning the avatar to this world that we live in this reality that is in front of us through our perception.
Correct. Yes.
Incredible.
Dr. Sam, I could sit here and just pick your brain all day long and be very content and happy about it. But unfortunately, we are bound to a schedule. So, much appreciated for you to come back here on Watchers Talk and share your knowledge with us. And also, I really appreciate every single time I've reached out to you to come on to Watchers Talk. You've never said no, so I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir, and a lot of respect for you, a lot of love for you. And we're about to bring on another brilliant guy, and I'm sure you guys know who he is. And so this is going to be fun. I've been really waiting for this for quite a while, and that is our good buddy Brad.
I came on just in time for this. I had to be here.
Did. And Dr. Sam, you'll be hearing from me. I'd love to set up an episode with you too, just to really break it down. Just to let you know, giving you the heads up.
Good
Thank
deal.
you very much, Dr. Sam.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
You too. Thanks a lot.
And guys, I've shared Dr. Sam's website address in all of the chat rooms. They're in the all of them. So scroll up a little bit, and you'll will find those. Check that out. There's a lot of information there that can be used to help us on our day-to-day basis. Because really, that's the intention of this disclosure, is to disclose information which we can use in our day-to-day lives. Right. So there's a lot of good stuff there that is worth checking out. So with that being said, a lot of kudos to Dr. Sam, and we will keep in contact with him and get updates. As you guys can hear, there's helicopters going by.
What'd you do, man? They must
there's
be
massive-
catching on to the stream, huh? They're catching on to that?
There's some massive fires happening around my area. So, I've given, the admin control to the studio to Rob and Clarence, just in case I lose power here. We have evacuation notices about 20 kilometers outside of my city, and the fire jumped the highway a couple of nights ago, burnt a little village down, and is heading its way towards Kamloops. So, kind of iffy here at the moment, so you guys can hear the helicopters going back and forth and trying to put this fire out. So send us energy, send us thoughts, and visualize rain, so that we can put all these fires out. Because it's really, the animals are the ones that are suffering when these fires happen. Like in Australia last year, 500 million animals were lost, and I just don't want to even imagine how many animals have been lost in all these fires this season. In California and up through the Northwest and into British Columbia. We have 350 fires just in this province alone, and almost 250 in Ontario. So it's, we're in a heat wave bowl at the moment, is what they're calling it. And it's been just super hot. So visualize rain, guys. That will help us a lot. So we're waiting on Brad Olson here. He is in the house, so I'm sure he's gonna hear us, and I'm sure he's monitoring this. So guys, what do you think? It's been a fantastic day so far. So while we're waiting for Brad, let's quickly go through the schedule for today. Let's get this happening over here.
People are raving, by the way, about Dr. Sam. I was listening at the end of that too, and just so mind-blowing. Look, I was telling Omar that I was feeling sick today coming on, and I don't know, I think absorbing this content and listening to it, I feel so much better right now. I really do. It's weird. It's weird. Even, these pyramids must have healing properties from a distance in some ways.
Oh, absolutely.
It's the frequency.
Yeah. That's great.
Dr. Sam's work is revolutionary, but not only that, Dr. Sam is the most traveled archaeologist in history.
Right.
Like literally in history. There's no site that this man has not been to. So a lot of wisdom and a lot of knowledge. That's why I was saying I could pick his brain happily all day long.
Yes. And people in the chat would love that. They were all raving about Dr. Sam, and people who weren't familiar with the work are saying, oh my gosh, I could listen to him talk for hours. It is rave reviews, really great stuff. So thank you for being here today as well.
Yeah, check out WatchersTalk. Scroll down in the videos, and you will find a few videos from Dr. Sam. One is an interview, and I think a couple are lectures, like today. Really good videos to watch and reference, and go back and have a looky-loo at it. And while you're there, subscribe to WatchersTalk, and subscribe to Full Spectrum Universe, to Clover Encounters, and check out Open Loops podcast on Apple. It's on Apple, right?
It's on all of them: Apple, Amazon, Spotify. But check it out.
Oh, here's a question: pyramids on Antarctica, and maybe that's something. Brad, I think he discussed that in Anomalies of Antarctica. The webinar that we did a few months ago, and I believe they're called Nunatak. and no one knows whether they are pyramids or they're just formations or if they've been manipulated. Pretty difficult to land in that area too, right? As Brad was showing in the images. Dr. Sam, what do you think? Are there pyramids on Antarctica?
I haven't seen them personally, but they look promising. What we could see were two very regular triangular faces. We would need to see more, 4 triangular faces. We would need to see if there are more than one. Somebody saying 2 or even 3. So, we would need to see a few more things, do some measurements to see if it is artificial construction material, but they do look very regular.
They sure do look like pyramids. That kind of reminds me, I've always thought, what if those mountains were, manipulated like that pyramid, Mount Kailash, I believe it's called, where it's being manipulated into a form of a pyramid. So I wonder if that's what was done to it before the ice settled in.
Yeah, I have visited Mount Kailash. That's a holy mountain for 4 different religions, for Buddhist, for Hindu, and so on. And it's in Western Tibet. As a matter of fact, I did Kailash Kora, where you walk around this huge mountain, which is 6,500 meters high. It's about 20,000 feet above the sea level. 52 kilometers, so it's about 32 miles. The temperature is well in the minus, it's minus 28 degrees Celsius. And usually it takes 3 days for this walk. It took me 2 days without a day of the preparation coming from the Bornstein pyramids. Now, Mount Kailash is a natural mountain. It's, limestone, but it does have 4 sides. Those 4 sides are not triangular, but they are 4 sides, and they are oriented to the cardinal points. One interesting thing, around mountains, the smaller mountains, there are about 10 of them. Some of them are perfectly regular stepped pyramids with 3 or 4 sides, and some of them are true pyramids. Looks like those smaller pyramids are giving the power, the strength to the pyramid mountain of Kailash. And Kailash is considered the place where very advanced beings live underground, ruling or leading the major spiritual aspects of our planet.
How interesting. Hey, Greg?
Very interesting. Holy crap. Just makes you want to know more. Just makes you want to know more, which is, all the best speakers do. So, yeah. Wow. Excited to dig in even further.
Yeah, I like that notion of people living underground. We've heard that many times, from a lot of different groups that there is a civilization or, a people scattered out throughout the honeycombs within the earth or in a central area or something. But that's very fascinating. I'd love to learn more about that.
Yes.
There's so much information there. You don't know what's real or not either. Right, so you got to really do like deep research into that to really learn about it, right? To get to the bottom of it. Okay, let's go through our schedule.
Word for that is Anunnaki.
What's that, Clarence?
I said the Hopi word for that is Anunnaki, for ant friend. The ones that live underground. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The ant people, aren't they known as the ant people? Yeah.
In New York, we call them the mole people. The mole people who live under the subways. That's, yes.
I wonder if the ant people isn't like a reference towards like the insectoids, right? Or that mantis, the mantis beings, right? Because the mantis, if you stand an ant up, it would kind of look like a mantis. Not really, but just the appearance of a mantis. Maybe that's how they. But they would have known what mantis was back in the day. Mantises have been around, so yeah, that's kind of weird on how.
That is interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder what the reference would be, right? Maybe you guys in the comments can toss that on there.
Yeah.
So let's quickly go through our schedule for the day while we are waiting for Brad Olson. I did see him, and then
He's in standby mode right now.
yeah, he's on
Omar.
standby. He'll be with us just shortly here. So let's go through our schedule. So we had Michael Feely this morning, which we rescheduled for tomorrow morning because we had some mic issues. And then we had Dr. Joan interview Mara Calvi and Sona Tandon, which was just a fantastic interview. It was a ladies panel. Really enjoyed that. And then after that, Dr. Joan gave us just a total epic download. I really enjoyed that as well. And then, of course, the legend Dr. Sam came on here and taught us a lesson. And now we're waiting for Brad Olson to come on and give us his presentation, which he'll be here shortly. And then afterwards, we have Osby Rose Lewis. And then we're going to do a little bit of sound bowl maybe with her. A little bit of a meditation and dig into her ayahuasca journey that she recently took. And then we have Dr. Sasha Lesson coming on with his beautiful wife, Janet Lesson. And then after that, we have Drs. J.J. Hertog and Dr. Desiree Hertog. And they're going to be interviewed by our buddy Alan Steinfeld of New Realities. His book just recently came out, Making Contact, available at Amazon, so check that out. And then we're going to close the day out with Valerie Burrow, and she's going to be interviewed by Stephen and Evan Strong. So that is the itinerary for the day, and let's hopefully we can get the show on the road here. Okay, let's get everyone off the screen, and we will make this happen. Right on, Dr. Sam. Thank you very much, and we will be in contact, sir.
All right, thank you guys. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Guys, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Brad, but I can't see you.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's my mute or my stop cam, start cam. I should be rolling. I don't know why you guys can't see me. Mic.
That's kind of weird. You want to go into the cam and mic setting here on the bottom, Brad?
Sure. That's where I'm at. I see mute, stop cam, cam mic, cam setting. Let's see here. HD camera. Oh, geez.
There we go.
Sorry about that.
There's Brad Olson. This man needs no introduction. I'm sure everybody knows who Brad Olson is. He's an adventurer, an explorer, an author, a documentary maker on just a bunch of TV shows. Brad does, he's been on thousands of radio shows, and he's a world traveler, and he's just a very amazing guy. Thank you very much, Brad, for being here. Really appreciate it, brother. And I will mute myself and hand over the stage to you.
Thank you so much. Well, great to be on after Dr. Sam. He's a tough act to follow, I'll tell you that. We met at a conference about 2 years ago. We had a table next to each other and really became colleagues, friends, and understand these earth mysteries that we're both very much interested in learning more and more about. I had just come back from Antarctica, and so I did look into those Antarctic pyramids, and as you said, Omar, on my presentation called The Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica, I was speaking about everything that we've heard as being anomalous down there, including the pyramids. They are quite remote. Actually, I found there are 3 locations of pyramids. The one that is the most widely recognized that Dr. Sam referenced is in the Shackleton Range, which is in western Antarctica. And it has very symmetrical sides. So much so that Ancient Aliens did a whole show on Antarctic pyramids. So they were looking for information. There are videos of these pyramids from many different angles, and you can see that there's something that is so symmetrical about them that nature doesn't quite make things so symmetrical. So I was talking to a adventure travel company, and one of the reasons I went down there was to look into all these anomalies. As far as I know, I'm among the only researchers in this field to go down there and investigate it personally. And of course, one of the main objectives to reach would be to go to these pyramids. So I talked to this adventure travel company that can take you just about anywhere. It's a bit of a misconception that Antarctica is shut down. Now, there are regions that have no-fly zones. The most famous is just over the South Pole. There's definitely a no-fly zone there. And why? Not a whole lot of flights going there, but they do have sensitive equipment they're working on. They say that's the reason, but they bring things in with cat tracks that bring all the supplies to South Pole overland from McMurdo. So flights that do travel across the continent with this adventure travel company, they will fly right over these pyramids in the Shackleton Range. And I said, well, what do you think? And I had some pictures. I was showing it to him when I was in Punta Arenas, Chile. And he said, well, they're pyramid-like, but we call them nunataks, which mean attractive mountains sticking up through the ice. And just keep in mind that Antarctica is a frozen continent, 99% covered with snow and ice. And it is also the most volcanically active continent in the world, with 91 known active volcanoes. Those two poke through the ice. Mount Erebus has a lake of lava within its crater cone. So I asked him, you've flown over this nunatak, you've seen it many times, what do you think? And he said, well, we just never stop, we just fly by. And I said, well, don't you think it warrants further investigation? Wouldn't you like to just go down there and climb it or take some samples? And he says, no, we just never done that. So I would agree with Dr. Sam. The jury is still out. We need to get a objective team of researchers to go down there and take a sample from the rock, and also I would like to climb it. I climbed the Great Pyramid when I was in Egypt in 1993. A little bit of a youthful indiscretion, because you can get in big trouble if you get caught. And I almost did get caught, but slipped through. Anyway, so I have an incredible fascination with pyramids, and I wrote about the Bosnian pyramids in my book called Sacred Places Europe. And that book had a whole write-up on the underground chambers, the slabs around the, there it is, the base of it, and also on top some of the other fitted stones in the Bosnian pyramid. So Dr. Sam took a look at that, saw that I very much was interested in the subject. We traded books, and we've been friends ever since. And if you're still listening, Dr. Sam, I will take you up on that offer to come to the Bosnian pyramids one of these summers. Of course, you invited me in 2020, and we had the COVID epidemic. So I couldn't make it then, can't make it this summer, but it's on my bucket list, and I will take you up on that offer one of these days. Because like Dr. Sam, I travel quite often and frequently. I've been to all 7 continents now, and just came back from this 4-month trip to South America and Antarctica, and it's what I'm currently talking about in my conferences. And I'll be at the Mount Shasta Summer Conference at the end of this month in a couple weekends from now. So people are very, very interested in this subject. I'm happy to just answer all the questions I can and dispel any myths or rumors. And of course, I put the best information about Antarctica in my new book called Beyond Esoteric, Escaping Prison Planet. And that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about today. So just to finish with the Antarctica talk here, that it's a massive continent. The distances are very vast. So to go to a place like these pyramids in the Shackleton Range would take a budget of minimum a few $10,000, so $20,000, $30,000 a person. And the reason is because everything has to be brought in. There are no natural resources that you can tap into apart from melting the ice for fresh water. So there's no food sources. Shelter must either be brought in, and of course it's very cold conditions, even though you can only travel to Antarctica in the summer months, which are opposite from ours in the northern hemisphere. So basically beginning of November till the end of March. And at those periods, that's the shoulder season. The high season is right around Christmas, New Year's. And that's when I got down there with my partner at the time. And we got very lucky and got on a sailboat. And I say lucky because it's difficult to get. Passage just happened to be available the time we were there, which was around the Christmas, New Year season. It didn't even look like we could get on a cruise ship until early Feb. And that would have really pretty much negated the possibility of going down there. So we had this crew and captain from a boat called Chief One, which I understand is still down there, or South America. They didn't do any charters last year, but did go down the following year after us. So things are still pretty volatile as far as travel. I know Chile and Argentina are pretty strict on the lockdown and travel restrictions. So hopefully this upcoming Antarctica travel season, I have been offered to go down there with a film crew. Of course, we have to wait and see if that all opens up again. But it's a fascinating place. I mean, it is unlike any other landmass on Earth. I quite felt like I was on a foreign planet, like Europa or some frozen land. Some of the misconceptions about traveling to Antarctica, it's always freezing cold. No, it's not. There were a couple days we were on the deck of the boat wearing our bathing suits. I did the polar plunge 3 times. And icebergs floating around. It was sub-freezing water. Salt water freezes at a lower temperature than fresh water. And I was also really amazed at the wildlife. It really has no fear of humans. You can go right up to a penguin with your camera and just be right up to them, and they're kind of looking around. Not agitated so much that you're taking their picture, but more like, hey, you're blocking my view over here. Get out of the way. We had a whale swim right under the boat. We had seals looking at us the same way we look at them. Really remarkable how untouched Antarctica is by the human hand. And so every time we would leave a research station, is about the only buildings you see down there. There are no military bases. That's another misconception. Per the Antarctica Treaty, military operations are not allowed. We did see a Coast Guard ship, and you can have military bring in supplies, including flying in and out. That is not to say that there aren't secret activities going on there, and I do believe there are. As I said, it's the most volcanic of all continents in the world. So when you have a 2-mile sheet of ice called the Polar Plateau in eastern Antarctica with these volcanoes around there and geothermal activity, you have a high propensity of domes under the ice. And it's quite plausible that there can be hidden bases there. If I were to go back and if I were to set the itinerary, I would like to go to the New Schwabenland claim of the Nazis, and mainly because this is the area where the Hitler set up a government to, in our terms, we use continuity of government. They had the same sort of thing. And let me just show you this map of Antarctica here without the ice. So you can see there are these really deep fjords and long fjords, and New Schwabenland is right below South Africa, so kind of right here. And you can see there are a couple fjords there. They're 100 miles long. So if the Nazis knew what they were doing with their U-boat submarines, and I do think they did know what they were doing, they were incredible mariners in this regard, that they would be able to go deep into the continent under the ice. And this has always been really fascinating to me, that there could be these lands that are just really far away from here that could be a shelter or a base. In fact, the German U-boat admiral at the time, Donitz, he said in 1943 that the U-boat team had created a Shangri-La for the Fuhrer in a location that had a lot of ice that was impregnable. And that would certainly fit the bill for what the Antarctica region would have, especially this New Schwabenland region. And I know the area, it's near the, we reproduced some Third Reich maps here. So this is the, they're called the Schumacher Ponds right there by my finger. And I would say the Nazi 211 base, New Berlin base, is just right above it. All the mountains there have German names. Mulag Hoffman Mountains, that's where the base is located. Nunatak Mountains sticking right up out of the ice. Huge cliffs of granite. It reminded me of the Rocky Mountains covered in ice, like the Maroon Bells near Aspen, and some other famous rock formations with glaciers on both sides coming right to the sea. We saw calving glaciers breaking off, quite spectacular. And so this other map I reproduce is also created by the Nazis. Here is the U-boat directions to go under the ice. Okay, so it's right there, plain as day. Also offshore from New Schwabenland is where the Battle of High Jump took place, and that was with Admiral Byrd and an armada of ships of different nations. The year following the war, 1946, what are you going down there with an armada of warships? Oh, they were going to do some scientific investigations. Yeah, right. With a team of highly trained Arctic soldiers. Well, they were confronted with craft that came up out of the water that basically eliminated one of the ships in the armada, the USS Murdoch, and nothing that we could shoot at it could take down these ships. They could have easily wiped out the whole armada, but they didn't do that. They just took out one ship to say, look, we got this incredible power, using a laser beam to slice it right in half, which is interesting because it's very reminiscent of the direct energy DEW weapons or the death ray that Nikola Tesla was working on in the time. And then only a few short later, we have this overflight of Washington, D.C. So for the longest time, a lot of people thought those were UFOs, and right over the most sensitive airspace in America, the Pentagon, the Capitol building, the White House. Now most UFO researchers would agree those were the Antarctica craft. Basically flying over to say, look, you can't do anything about it. And that then solidified a treaty with the Fourth Reich. And when I was in South America, I did quite a bit of side trips to go see some of the Nazi hideout type places. In fact, there was a History Channel show called Hunting Hitler that went 3 seasons, something like 36 episodes. And I went to a number of the places that were in that show in South America. San Carlos Bariloche, where Hitler had a house with a water plane that could, if they were moving in on this private estate, get in the water plane, Nathan Hethul Lake, right there where San Carlos de Bariloche is, and just fly right over the Andes Mountain and go to Chile, which is also back and forth with a fascist regime that kept getting toppled by our CIA. Well, isn't that interesting? Well, I believe that was part of the treaty that they struck, that much like the aliens who basically crashed at Roswell and other locations, struck a deal with Eisenhower that we'll give you technology, but you have to let us operate on our terms, including abducting humans and cattle mutilation. So this makes a lot of sense in the context of the government looking the other way and allowing this stuff to happen. I cover a lot of these subjects in my other book in the esoteric series called Future Esoteric. I'd invite your listeners to check all these books out. The third is called Modern Esoteric, and that starts way back with the antediluvian civilizations, the pyramids around the world that Dr. Sam talked about. And that, so then after Admiral Byrd was soundly defeated in the Battle of High Jump, they sent their armada of ships back to the ports of harbor and called off the mission 2 months into the 6-month excursion, which is also interesting. If it was a research trip, why do you have to call it off 1/3 of the way through? Well, Admiral Byrd notoriously had loose lips, I guess you could say, as they said in the military, sink ships. And that may have been how the Navy handled him, because when he got back, he was in a lot of trouble. And he was put under a gag order, and very similar to Forrestal. He wasn't suicided like Forrestal was out of the Bethesda Hospital, but he did die under somewhat mysterious circumstances. Because what he said when he was coming back, he had a Chilean journalist on his ship from El Mercurio newspaper. And I've read the transcripts of this article. And Admiral Byrd said, going to paraphrase a little bit, I don't know it exactly word for word. So I don't want to frighten your readers, but we will be confronted with an enemy that has the ability to fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. And so fast forward 75 years later to today, I'm not sure that there are any craft that can fly pole to pole at incredible speeds. Well, I'm quite sure that there are, but they're in the secret space program, or now we know it as the Space Force Fleet, the 6th arm of the military government. Isn't that interesting? We just have this new arm of government, or of the military, and we hear very, very little about it. So Admiral Byrd basically predicted that these Antarctica Nazis, this Fourth Reich in the Americas, not just the paperclip Nazis that came to North America, but the whole of the Americas. And I was reading in my Lonely Planet as we were driving through country by country and town by town. I was reading in Bolivia that there's a small town with a sawmill. And they said, oh yeah, a lot of people come here to see the house where Klaus Barbie, the butcher of Leon, this war criminal that should have been on trial in the Nuremberg hearings and certainly executed for his crimes against humanity, lived out his whole life with an alias, with a way of escaping justice. And in my new book, Beyond Esoteric, it starts out with a whole section called The New Fascism. And one of the chapters is not only Vatican Nazis, and they were mostly responsible for allowing a lot of these war criminals to escape. and get out into all of these safe harbors. Many, many instances of the Jesuit priests of the Vatican, the Pope himself meeting with Hitler, doing prayers in front of the Nazi flag, and a whole large presence of them in South America as well. So the Vatican very much responsible for perpetuating the escaped Nazis in North America. And per that History Channel show, makes a very good case that Hitler did fake his own death and did escape to South America, with a trip quite possibly to Antarctica to see this Shangri-La in the ice, as Admiral Donitz described it. And that's where I do believe in my research that a lot of the very high technology went, including the Hanabu craft, which I think you could have seen in an earlier picture when I was showing you the flyover of Washington, D.C. There is a blueprint for the Nazi Hanabu craft. And whether they were working in conjunction with reptilians, it could have possibly been reptilian craft that confronted Admiral Byrd and the Armada in the Battle of High Jump. They came out of the water, which is, again, technology that is not understood, although we're calling them now USOs, underwater submersible objects, that confronted the ship. They couldn't be shot down. They had some kind of force field that made the missiles and bullets and everything that they were trying to shoot at them, couldn't bring them down. All of the planes from the high jump operation went missing. In fact, the Battle of High Jump started the day after reconnaissance went over the base 211, the New Berlin base. They dropped a couple bombs, just a little tip-tap, but the next day they were coming back with the full fleet, and they were going to bomb it really well. When they got over the Mulek-Hoffman mountain range where base 211 was, all those planes just went off the screen. Those pilots were never heard from again, and it was a rout. That's why Operation High Jump to this day continues to be highly classified military operation. So 75-year anniversary, and we still don't have the truth on what happened as far as an admission by our government or any attempts through Freedom of Information to get this information out. So unfortunately, we do have to rely on some eyewitnesses have come forward on the Battle of High Jump, but probably the most interesting was right after the Cold War ended. So in 1989 and 1990, when the Soviet Union started to collapse, first the Berlin Wall came down, and then one by one, all of the Eastern European countries started to seek their own independence. And then soon enough, that freedom movement came to Moscow. And remember the moment when Boris Yeltsin got up on a tank and defied the military and sided with the people? It was a very historic moment. He could have very easily been shot and killed right at that moment by the military, who probably with their orders would have done that, but they didn't. So they stood down, and then the Soviet Union crumbled. And at that time, you could show up in Moscow with a suitcase of hard currency, Western currency, dollars or Deutschmark, and go to into Moscow where the Kremlin is and find someone who can go in there and get you what you want. So there were people that were getting alien autopsy videos, which have surfaced, and you can see these on YouTube. They had their own crash retrievals shot at multiple angles with multiple cameras. Very, very hard to fake that. And there's also a lot of information about what really happened at the Battle of High Jump. And so people were able to access those files after the Soviet Union collapsed. Now there's a great video of a TV series in Russian, so you have to read the words in English to understand it. But they go so far as to say that the Russians were spying on us. We were spying on the Germans, these escaped Fourth Reich Germans who went down to Antarctica based on the Brits. And when I was in Antarctica, we did go to some of the British military bases that were tasked with spying on the Nazis, not too far away. The position where I went to in Antarctica is the northern tip of the Palmer Peninsula, just across the, I think it's the Weddell Sea, which is a big ice shelf where the emperor penguins live on that ice shelf. We didn't get to see those. We saw a couple other species of penguins. But on the other side of that big ice shelf is New Schwabenland. So they were close enough to monitor flights, boat activity. Not sure they saw the U-boats coming in and out. But keep in mind, right after World War II, all the way into the summer months of 1945, there were U-boats that were just emerging and surrendering in Argentina and elsewhere, just popping up out of the water. I guess they ran out of food or fuel and just had to surrender months after the war ended. And one of the biggest battles at sea during World War II is one that nobody knows about. There's this great book that I read called Dark Star by Henry Stevens, and he describes it with records, mostly from Germany, of a U-boat battle at the very end of World War II. And the Germans won. That's why so much of history is edited out. History most certainly is written by the winners. Or as Voltaire says, history is a Mississippi of lies. And it is beholden to the academics who certainly have an agenda to write that history the way they see it. So it would be very not so much in the best interest of our military historians to admit that the Germans won the final battle of World War II, which was a U-boat war in the North Sea. And it was at the time where a lot of high-ranking Nazis were escaping. Hitler, for one. Martin Bormann, the money man, the most important person at the very end of the war, where they were taking out tons of gold bullion. Now, much of the stolen Nazi loot did get recovered in underground, different, usually mines. Salt mines of Salzburg, I know, is one. I have a picture of finding a Manet painting, one of the Impressionists, but many other works of art in all of Europe, because, of course, the Germans had conquered almost all of Europe. So they had their choice of what they wanted in the museums, for example. They could take whatever they want, including the Spear of Destiny, which was the very first artifact out of the Austrian Museum, right when Austria was annexed by Germany. And there's a picture of the Manet being discovered in the salt mines of Germany in 1945. There are only really the best known name on the Nuremberg trial was Göring, who was in charge of the Luftwaffe, the Air Force of Germany. And he had a problem. He was addicted to drugs. He liked to, what is the laughing gas? So he had a problem with controlled substances, and that really, he fell afoul of Hitler. So he wasn't on the escape plan. He was pretty much the sacrificial lamb, along with some of the doctors who were put on the Nuremberg trial, those sadistic doctors like the Butcher of Leon, who should have been there, or Joseph Mengele, another one who escaped and died of natural causes in South America, should have been tried and brought to justice, but they didn't. They escaped. and they escaped with the help of the rat lines and the Odessa network of the Vatican. But Goring, was put to death. And the interesting thing is now we're hearing a lot about the Nuremberg Code. And that was created after these trials of these sadistic doctors. And just saying I was taking orders didn't cut it in Nuremberg. You can't say that. You have to have a conscience, and you have to be a conscientious objector. So because of the horrible crimes committed in World War II, the Nuremberg Code was created. One of the key tenets of the Nuremberg Code is that we all have a right to consent to whatever it is that might be done to us. So we have the right of knowing what is, say, jabbed into us, and you have to give your consent for it happening. So this ties into the whole notion of free will. We're at a point now where we're all at a crossroads of making a certain choice or not. And this ties back to informed consent that is part of the Nuremberg Code. So just keep that in mind if you're still thinking about whether you should or shouldn't. You have a right to know. Absolutely. It is in international law books that we all have the right to know about this. So things that happened after World War II set a lot of things in motion that are still affecting us to this day. And I guess that's my fascination with all things esoteric, because a lot of these subjects have been withheld from public knowledge because they could be considered dangerous for us to know from the powers that be, including what has happened in Antarctica with the Battle of High Jump. What is going on down there? What remains of the German base? So I'd be interested to see if we could get a film crew down there and check out the New Berlin base. Wouldn't that be a cool show? Even if I had no part of it, I would certainly be interested in finding out the results of that. But also what's going on in South America and what happened right after World War II. So you have this Cold War era emerging where the Soviets and the NATO bloc countries are at odds with each other. All the while, the fans of flame of discontent were being created by this third force, this Fourth Reich. And I have a chapter of it called The Fourth Reich in America and Future Esoteric, and I certainly get into it quite a bit in Beyond Esoteric when you start to understand this neo-fascism, this New World Order agenda that is now being implemented right before our very eyes. There's nothing even hidden about it anymore. So they came out of the smoky boardrooms and they said, it's time to implement here, people. So this is a very crucial decade that we're living in, because we are very much walking on the razor's edge here. On one hand, we could be taken into the darkest, deepest depths of fascism and technocracy than you could ever imagine. On the other hand, there is a way to win this struggle, and I do believe it is through consciousness, that the revolution is consciousness. It's us waking up into this great awakening, and that would then take out this cabal, this deep state that has done so much harm and is attempting to lock us all down again, and all kinds of draconian measures, as we see in Australia and France right now. This could very easily happen in other countries. I know Canada has degrees of it as well. So one way that we do this, and I think really the only way for conscious, evolved people, is to take the nonviolent approach that is put forth by Gandhi and Martin Luther King. And that is, you don't go up against your enemy eye for an eye or tooth for a tooth. You take a higher ground. But I know you could think, well, we're going to get slaughtered that way, and perhaps some of us will. But for higher consciously evolved people, this is the only way we can do it. So it is what those great teachers of nonviolent resistance told us. You don't bank with these organizations. You don't buy their products. You avoid their search engines and other things that are used to disinform us. So I'm an optimistic person. I do think we will reach the golden age. But just like the dark night of the soul, the great parable of Joseph Campbell and others, that the darkest hour is right before the light. And these will seem like very difficult times, but I have faith we're going to come through this on the other side, and it will be the golden age. And I would like nothing more to witness that myself. The outpouring of technological advances that have been withheld from humanity are just one of many promises of the golden age. So can you imagine with Tesla technology, with free energy devices to create desalination plants and take all the water we need? We live on an ocean planet. It's only 29% of this planet is covered with landmass. So there's plenty of water. We just have to convert it into fresh water. And that can be done with a lot of these 6,000 patents that have been withheld, many of which are free energy related, 0-point gravity, and so many others that could make our lives much easier and happier and more convenient and clean up this planet. So I do discuss these solutions in my esoteric books. Each one of the sections in my books ends on a high note. Beyond Esoteric's final section is called Ubermind. And while some of the topics, such as the transhumanist agenda, well, that's actually in the embargo section, but going into the technology leap, into different realms of consciousness that can be obtained from crystals and exotic metals like monatomic gold, it's possible that we can really start to become superhuman in many ways and gain this kind of cosmic awareness that our benevolent ET brothers have. And so lastly, you could say, well, why don't the good ETs just show up on the White House lawn? Well, they want Earthlings to solve Earthling problems. So if they were to come, there would be a lot of people that would say they're our saviors, they're gods, they have this advanced technology that we can't understand, and let's have them go clean up Fukushima and end wars and capture some of these bad guys. Well, that's not their responsibility. Their responsibility is to make sure we don't totally destroy ourselves, and that's why Dan Willis and others who are whistleblowers from the military have said there have been military or nuclear silos that have been decommissioned right after a UFO sighting over some of these missile silos, and then they can't get anything to work. So they're sending a message that they're not going to let us go into a nuclear war and just destroy ourselves, but they want us to clean up our own mess. They want the humans of this planet to wake up and realize our responsibility to this planet and to each other, and to really start to come together as a human race. And with that, alleviate hunger, poverty, bring everybody up. So we're only as advanced as the lowest common denominator. And if we can get above that, then maybe we can sit at the table with some of these benevolent ETs and really ring in this golden age. So that's my talk for today. I would love to hear from you guys. If there's any questions regarding
Hey, Brad,
Beyond Esoteric.
that was great.
Hey, Greg. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, we have a bunch of questions in the chat for you. So why don't we start here? Goldheart over in the Paul Wallace channel on YouTube asks or says there's part of Antarctica that you can see the moon is so close to the Earth, supposedly. Is that true?
Not any closer than anywhere else.
Yeah,
I mean, unless
I
this
don't know.
person alluding to the flat Earth, I'm not sure. I understand the
Yeah,
question.
actually, that somebody did ask you earlier what your thoughts were on flat Earth versus hollow Earth. I don't know if you entertain such things, Brad, but what do you have like a one
I'll give
sentence
it a quick
response?
shot. Yeah, exactly. Well, the hollow Earth, I'd be much more of a proponent. In fact, we know that there are deep underground military bases, so there is an element of being hollow already. So that's pretty much a no-brainer. That is yes. As far as flat Earth, look, I've been to northern latitudes. Trondheim, Norway is my farthest north. I got within 1 degree of the Antarctic Circle south. It's cold on both sides, and I've been around the world on the equator where it generally stays pretty warm unless you're at a very tall mountain. So, yeah, I don't really entertain the flat Earth stuff. It's a round planet. It just is. It's, well, spherical, a little wider at the equator because of the gravitational spin. But look, I traveled around the world one direction. I ended up in the same place. The stars are all different in the southern hemisphere too, which would also suggest a globe for.
Yes. I very quickly tried to dismiss it in the chat, but I was like, I don't think I've never heard Brad talk about a hollow Earth theory or flat Earth rather.
Flat Earth, yeah.
Yeah. There is another.
I think that Brad is far too intelligent and far too traveled to to entertain such ideas.
Yeah. You know what? There is a great question in the Watchers Talk channel from Rick Keefe. And he asks if there was one esoteric area of interest Brad has yet to research, what would that be?
Great question. And I'm actually doing a second edition of Beyond Esoteric and adding a chapter called Plandemic. So that could be a little clue as to what I'm researching at the moment. That will be in the upcoming second edition, probably in a year or two from now. Yeah, but along those lines. How this whole thing can be engineered and planned by this globalist cabal elite. It can be done. And when you capture the media and most in government and continue to really control the narrative, which we see about this whole pandemic, it can be done. And when you see how they do it, it's quite crystal clear. It's kind of like the magician's trick. Once you see how they pull the rabbit out of the hat, you never see it the same way ever again. Right. So that's kind of an analogy for a lot of these esoteric subjects. So when you do understand them, you're never going to go back to thinking that same way.
Wow, very interesting. I'm looking forward to that update. I really am. Yeah.
Hey guys, let's not entertain what's been happening here for the last little bit, because these guys are like on a total censorship trip, and they'll delete all of our channels. There's just too much on the line here.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was. Good reminder, Omar. Good reminder. Yeah. Okay. So here's an interesting question from Dolores Green in the Paul Wallace channel. Agreed about a non-violent approach. However, with higher consciousness, are we able to control a situation without weapons and non-violence, do you think? Yeah, how do you think that would work?
Right. Well, let's just say that the mind is much, much more powerful than we've ever learned about in school or it's been given credit for. The mind can actually start to manifest what it is you want to see in your life, what it is you want to see around the world. And it starts with just the simple notion, think good thoughts. So if you bring your emotional elevation to those. Laugh a lot, be gracious, gratitude, try to be in a love state. Things will start to work the way you want to see them work in your mind. It's amazing. And good things will start happening to you from all sides. Conversely, if you fall into despair, anger, fear, you're going to hit rock bottom when it comes to that. So a lot of these superhuman abilities, which I didn't really talk about on this, but I describe in my books, can only come about if you're in this higher state. And I just learned this recently, that humans only have two instincts when it comes to fear. And both are a result of when we're born as babies. So it's the fear of falling and the fear of loud sounds. Both of those as adults can be worked out. All other fears are all learned. So really, there is no fear, and we should not fear. And with this little bit of knowledge, you can see that everything, every phobia, it's all just our own minds doing it to ourselves. So stepping one step further away from all that, there is no fear, and there never should be. And that is the predominant emotional discharge of planet Earth right now, is fear. And it's all make-believe. It's all in our heads. So to understand that and to work it through yourself, like it said in ancient Greece on the Temple of Apollo at Delphi, know thyself. And when you know yourself, you can work through any phobia, fear, or negative emotion that might be holding you back. And that's how we move forward through this. And that's how we see through the whole facade of this great reset and everything else they're trying to throw at us. And the best thing you can do as a conscious person is just nonviolent resistance. That is, do not engage in those kind of businesses or anything else that's part of trying to lock us down. And it's not going to work. It's going to fail. People are already waking up en masse, and they're not getting the effect they wanted. So it's working. I do think it will work on a global scale too.
Yeah. Bob Kenter over at the Full Spectrum Universe is saying all of what you guys are showing us over the past 4 days of this conference, and I know, Brad, that you've done a number of these kind of events, is what should start being taught at kindergarten level as soon as practicable. Fear is the biggest killer. Yes, the more you go within, the less you go without. That is how to live life abundantly. I mean, what's it going to take to get the Beyond Esoteric series as children's books? That's what I want. How could we, do you have any advice about how you might get a parent waking up kids at an earlier age, maybe?
Sure. Well, Greg, as an adult, we can endeavor into these fields. When I was in India for 6 months, learning about spirituality and human abilities, the book Autobiography of a Yogi, every chapter is about these incredible abilities of the yogis. But can you imagine if in kindergarten we started to learn about the energy chakra systems, if we were taught to astral travel and remote view, or communicate telepathically? What if we were trained from the time we were children? It would be a great advantage to all of us. So, as I said, history is a Mississippi of lies. So much of what we learn in school is really not going to serve us. This rote memory learning system, how we used to take our tests, it just doesn't work. It's not the way that children should respond. And if they were really stimulated with, say, understanding how their chakras work, boy, we talk about the indigo children being born today having advanced abilities. This would just go off the scale, and we would see humanity as a whole just take that great leap forward. But I think we're doing it with the adults who are waking up too, and we teach our children well, and they'll teach us back, like the CSN song.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just so with you there. And let's see, there's another question from Rick Keith about in the WatchersTalk channel. Do you see benevolent ETs revealing themselves globally in a big event? And if not, why not? Yeah, what is your thoughts on that, especially in light of everything going on right now with disclosure?
Yeah, well, I did touch on this briefly, and that is that they want to see us grow up. You got to think from their perspective, looking down on us, what we do to ourselves. And look, a lot of this we're being prompted by this. We're in a prison planet, okay? So we're being controlled by the controllers who want to keep us in a state of fear and keep us fighting ourselves, keep us divided. And can you imagine what they look to when they see us down here? This must be like the planet of the apes. I mean, we still have wars. We still have a quarter of the population going to bed starving tonight. We can't even get it together to clean up Fukushima and all the messes we've created. So why should they trust us to be highly advanced and sitting at the table with them until we get our own house in order? And I think that's part of what the Great Awakening is all about, is that movement in that direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. More stuff coming in here. Cold Heart is asking about, I've heard this is true too, that there's this hole in Africa, in Antarctica that you have to. Someone was telling me this the other day, Brad, very interestingly, that you go underground, there's this hole that no one's ever gone inside. And then once you enter the hole, that's when you start seeing this stuff. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you can confirm or deny anything about this hidden hole in Antarctica where we're going to actually find this technology.
Well, I kind of touched on it in my talk, and that is there is a big no-fly zone over a portion of the South Pole. Linda Moulton Howe whistleblower Brian S. talked about it. He saw it. He flew over it against orders, but it was an emergency evacuation, so he didn't get in a lot of trouble. But he witnessed it, and he saw that there was this about 40 miles across gaping hole over the polar plateau, which is 2 miles deep at South Pole. This is also what Admiral Byrd, who is a very famous navigator, said he saw in his journals. And it was so big of a hole, he flew his plane down in it with plenty of room to circle around and come back. And so what Admiral Byrd reported on is there is a inner Earth down there with megafauna and megaflora flourishing below the ice. How that's possible, I don't know. What the heat source is, I don't know. But apparently there is this kind of inner Earth, as well as another one in the North Pole region that my colleague Brooks Agnew has the GPS coordinate to. And we were planning a polar expedition for this summer, but of course COVID prevented us from doing that. So just like a torus has two holes, energy cycles in and out, so does the planet Earth. And it's interesting that the stargates, the natural wormhole stargates to other systems, also happen to be at the polar regions. One of those goes to the planet Vega. Yeah, and South Pole has some wormholes as well. So it's the energy in, energy out, the torus field, which is very prominent in all the esoteric guides as that symbol.
Yes.
As an energy field. And so understanding that, including our human body, as I mentioned with the chakra systems, and energy in, you eat, and comes out the other end. Isn't that interesting? Our bodies are like the big torus as well.
Yeah, that is very interesting. That is very, very interesting to think about. And in keeping on the high jump topic, we have Nixa, I believe, in New Realities, saying that I heard during high jump, U.S. planes were hitting invisible barriers and exploding midair.
Yeah, that's what happened when they flew in to bomb New Schwabenland, that they just blip off the radar. Not a single pilot's ever been heard from since. that they either hit a force field wall or encountered a type of weapon that could just knock them right out of the sky. Not even able to put up an alarm that we have an SOS or a plane going down. Just blip off the screen, gone, every single one of them. So again, we're talking about technology 75 years ago that would blow us away today if we know it. But of course, they do know it, and they do have it, and they got all of Tesla's blueprint, and he died, including the death ray, which is very much like a giant laser beam that could have cut a destroyer in half.
Yeah. Everybody, you need to check out Brad's stuff, your work here. As well, I know bradolson.com is one page, though, aren't you? You're also involved with CCC Publishing, right?
That's right. That's the book publishing company, and if anybody wanted to get a signed copy of Beyond Esoteric, then Esoteric Series or cccpublishing.com goes through my office, and I can sign copies for people on the way out. Or go to your local independent bookstore and ask them to order it. Support your local businesses, and they can get it. I have a great distributor that gets the books out and supports me as I support them.
Yes. Everybody, I know, Omar, we should definitely put that link in the chat. I think I put it in some of the channels, cccpublishing.com. Trying to see any other questions in the chat here. I've loved this presentation so far, by the way. This has been such a mind-blowing conversation. Tesla's such a genius. Yeah, gosh. I mean, people are talking about the alien disclosure, but I think we need the Tesla technology disclosure. Do you think we're any closer to that?
Well, this is the great promise of the golden age, is that if we can get across this finish line without destroying ourselves, without being put into the ultimate neo-fascist lockdown, that we would have the release of over 6,000 patents that have been bottled up of free energy, of all the things I mentioned earlier, zero-point energy. And this is also in Nasara Jasara, is that these 6,000 technological patents would be released for the betterment of humanity. And that would certainly help usher in a golden age of humanity coming together as one, something that has never really been done before because we just haven't had the opportunity to do it. But now that we're so interconnected with the internet, I have friends literally around the world, and I'm very grateful for having that opportunity. But that wasn't possible 50 years or 100 years ago. We could barely make a telephone call just 50 years ago to other countries. And now we can chat in real time and have video conferencing. And tell you, when you see someone face to face and their situation, like Omar being so close to the fires right now, you can really have compassion for their position where they're at. And as he said, pray for rain. But I'll tell you, I got bad news for you, Omar. This is all geoengineered. This is in a chapter I have in my book about geoengineering. The whole West is being forcefully put under a high-pressure dome. And I'm just coming now. Right now I'm in Salt Lake City. I'm just coming from the Midwest. And they're having record rain there. And record rivers are filled right up to the brim. So they're getting all of our weather that should be hitting the West Coast. But some monsoons are making it up and through. But just keep in mind, the Air Force came out with a document in the early 1990s called Weather as a Force Multiplier, controlling the world's weather by 2025. And that's why you get record amount of hurricanes hitting our country last year, and record heat, record rain all around the world. This is all geoengineering out of control. It is still controlled by the globalists. So once that's taken out of their hands, we won't see the chemtrails anymore. And as my colleague up at East City Ranch says, as long as you see them chemtrailing, you know that they're still in control. James Gilliland said that. And I agree. As long as there is an objective, it's called a strategy of tension, to really, the battle zone is here in America now. We're the last free nation, the last country that could actually stand up to this tyranny. We do have the strongest constitution and the most amount of armed citizens. So the battle is taken here, and while the globalists still control the weather weapons, we're going to see more of the same. And I'm driving back to California tomorrow, and there's fires all over the place. It doesn't have to be this way. We can clean that up. We can take these dangerous toys out of their hands and use them only for good. I mean, weather control could be a good thing, but not when it's to endanger others or advance an agenda as it's being done now.
Brad, we saw lots of beams and such coming down from the sky last year in California. Do you think that some of these fires that they're using, like some sort of advanced technology from space to
Well, they are.
create this stuff? Yeah. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, what the spraying of chemtrails is doing with this particulate matter of aluminum, barium, strontium is it's stressing out the trees. And I would ask anybody who lives anywhere west of the Rockies to go up above 3,000 feet to about 10,000 feet and look at all the trees. The pine trees are all distressed because they're not used to having aluminum in the soil, and it is hurting them. So then they're stressed, and then the beetles can get in there and further kill or damage the trees, making them prime fodder for fire. So then
we have
wind can get picked up.
Yeah, sorry, Brad. I was just going to say before I forget that we have a huge pine beetle problem here in BC, where our forests are turning orange. Right? Half of them aren't even green anymore. Sorry about that, but I just wanted to mention that.
Sure. No, but that's what it is. So we'll hear in the news or whatever, it's a pine beetle infestation, but they're infesting trees that are already distressed. They're already distressed because they've been sprayed so frequently for the last 2.5 decades by this chemtrail agenda. And so when the trees are already at a distressed state, they're kindling. So high wind events, which is what triggered most of the California fires, or these dry lightning storms that we had one a year ago in Santa Cruz. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. No thunder, just lightning strike after lightning strike all over. That's what started the Santa Cruz fire and many others, and what started some up by you this year in Canada. So these can also be triggered using directed energy beams, and that's what you speak of, Omar. Is there laser beams, and they can be attached to drones. Doesn't even have to come down from satellites. They could just fly up a drone and start some of these fires. And James Gilliland has witness testimony as well as some visual evidence that they're starting fires this way. I've spoken to people at conferences who came out of the Paradise Fire in California just a month after, to the Shasta conference I was speaking at, said they saw them. And it's a strategy of tension. So whatever part of the country you're in, whatever you're vulnerable for, as far as natural disasters go, you're probably going to get hit by it, because the cabal is playing their last card. They're going for it, balls to the wall here. They have to, because they're on the brink of defeat, and they're not going to go down easy. They play dirty pool, and they will pull every trick out to try to protect themselves from getting caught and ushering in this New World Order agenda, which I think they still think they're going to win, but they won't. And it will be a great day for humanity when these people are taken out and brought to justice. And I can't even say they're all people, because this is an anti-human depopulation agenda that it could go into the malevolent ETs. And we might have to save that for another day in discussion, guys, because that one goes real deep.
You know, I totally agree with everything you said here today. And one of the things that, you know, I noticed in the chats while you were speaking, it was resonating on so many different levels with so many different people, which lets me know that. And of course, I knew it from the beginning before you even spoke or anything like that. I've seen all your work before, and you know, I've been a fan of yours too. And you were right over the target. And you know, I talk about some of this stuff too. Greg can attest to that. I went on his podcast and did it. And you know, if we could have a crazy conversation that would last 7 hours. But
Yes.
what you've done here
Yeah,
today
okay.
is you've essentially wrapped it up in a bow and given it to the people in contextually. It's the whole thing. You're telling them the geopolitical side as well as the conscious side, and those other world entities that have essentially hindered our progression, but while stepping on our necks in a sense. And you know, I just wanted to commend you for that, Brad. I think it was spot on, pinpoint accurate, and incredible the way you laid it out today.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one quick point also while we're at it. Hello, Brad. Nice to see you again.
Well,
Yesterday, we had a gentleman on that also, he worked down in Antarctica and stuff like that. And he was telling us about this particular weapon that he believes is being used down there under the ice at this present time. And if this is the fact and is the case, then what you're telling us today is basically 100% confirmation on that. And I just wanted to point that out for everybody that was listening to yesterday's show and today's show.
Yeah, that's a great thought, Clarence. I'm glad you brought that up. That was Eric J. Hecker. He spent a year down there. I don't think it was in the same spot as you were, Brad. I think he was on the other side. But, you know, how many were there that these guys had drilled holes into the ice? And do you know anything about that, Brad? He was showing images yesterday of it.
Yeah. Sure. Well, they're doing a lot of drilling. Lake Vostok was discovered when they drilled a hole under the Vostok station and discovered one of the top 10 largest freshwater lakes in the world under the ice is Lake Vostok, with a certain kind of bacteria they think came off of fish that has as yet been discovered. So really, Antarctica and the deepest depths of the ocean are the last truly unexplored regions of the planet. And so they are doing quite a bit of probing and drilling under the ice and looking for different life forms which do exist in Antarctica and still have yet to be discovered. They think in Lake Vostok it could be a whole ecosystem of life that lives in this lake underneath a dome of ice over the top. What a view that must be in the summer during the 24 hours of daylight, to be down there in just a deep hue blue dome over your head. It just must be incredible. So hugely misunderstood area of the world. But isn't it interesting that the NSA, the old no such agency, which only admitted to its own existence in the 1980s, but it was tasked by Truman back in the late 1940s when it was created to be the agency in charge of all things extraterrestrial. So downcraft retrieval. There is a building at McMurdo that is an NSA building that nobody's allowed to go to. They don't know what they're doing there. The NSA is seen at the South Pole Station all the time, probably guarding that entrance, which does have a road leading down to it. That was one thing that Brian S. said he saw, that they can take cat tracks down this 2 miles or so under the ice. Wouldn't that be an excursion? But try to look for that on Google Earth and you will not find it. They intentionally mask out some of these areas in Antarctica. But give us some other clues of other locations, and I'll show that in my Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica talk in a couple weeks up at the Mount Shasta Summer Conference, and a few others. If you go to bradolson.com and go to the conferences that I'll be speaking at, you'll see where I've got some upcoming live conferences, which is always cool. I love interacting with people and meeting people out there and signing copies of my books and stuff. So these onlines are great, and thank you guys so much for having me, and really enjoyed the talk today and all you guys' questions. That was really wonderful. Thank you.
Excellent. incredible information from Brad. Pick up his books, look at his work, find the tickets to Mount Shasta, because I have a feeling there's going to be some true knowledge dropped that's beyond esoteric. Brad Olson, we put the link to it in the comment sections of all the streams, I would believe. And you know, it's amazing how gentlemen like yourself, Brad, can come out here and just give this information, and people take it. You know, the way you deliver it too. It's great. People can, like I said, they can resonate with it, and knowing is half the battle. So once now you've sparked the interest of so many people that they're going to go head out and do their own research on it, and you know, think about 5 years from now when you know all those people start to tell other people about it. It truly is a domino effect, and we're all working towards the same ends. You know what I mean?
Yep. You're right. We're all in this together. Be in service to others, as you guys are, for putting together this great conference. Help other people awaken to the reality that's been withheld from us, and that's how we get to the Great Awakening. That's really what it's all about. It's an individual pursuit, and knowledge is power. So the more you know, the stronger and more conscious of a being you become.
Yes. Everybody check out Brad's books. You have to do it. Check out those Beyond Esoteric. I mean, it's just such, he's done. The other thing I love about the books is that you've artfully caught, you can catch up to a lot of this stuff by reading these books. For people that, you know, you used to have to talk to, you have to talk to different mystics and, you know, really dig in and do the research. But Brad has put it all there for all of you. So, yeah, it'd be foolish not to take any of those books for a read. They're fantastic. Yeah, it's, thank you for doing what you do as well, Brad. It's great. You're on the frontier of, frontiers of consciousness awakening. It's fantastic.
I had to come up to my cord here real quick. I was about to drop out, but look at all the smoke over the Wasatch Mountains, California. Not too good, but I'm alive for another day, so that's a good thing. And got to be on the show today, and that's another good thing. So. Counting my blessings, right?
Yes.
Good luck on the drive tomorrow, Brad. Be super careful. We need you. You're one of the people that we've been waiting for. So you're very important, and can't risk losing you. So be careful on that drive, brother. And thank you very much for your download today, and thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And guys, if you go to WatchersTalk, our YouTube channel, you'll find a bunch of videos from Brad on our channel. So go and check that out. So thank you very much, Brad. And now we're going to toss it over to Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe, and he's going to lead us through about 10-15 minute meditation so that we can ground ourselves and digest all this information that we've taken in today. And then we will bring our next guests on, Dr. Sasha Lesson and Janet Lesson. So we'll toss it over to Rob.
Gotcha. So first thing I'm going to do is take my hat off, so we can get in the mode. Don't mind the hair. I'll put it back on before we start talking to other people. And I just want everybody to breathe. You know, we're going to start with some breathing. We're going to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth. We're going to go 1, 2, 1, 2. In. Hold. Out. In. Hold. Out. One more time. In. Hold. Out. So what I want you to do is I want you all to close your eyes and keep your eyes closed and remain breathing. In, hold, out. Not as deep as you were, but breathe. What I want you to do is I want you to get yourself into a comfortable position. When you're in a comfortable position, I want you to start relaxing parts of your body. I'm going to take you through it. Just follow the sound of my voice. So we're going to go in, hold, out, in, hold, out. Now keep breathing. What you're going to do is you're going to focus on your feet, the tips of your toes, and it all the way up to your ankles. You're going to relax it. You're going to feel the energy dissipate from it. You're going to feel it come to a rest. Keep breathing. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. Now we're going to let that rest and that relaxation work up through your calves from the tops of your ankles all the way to your knees, keeping your feet still relaxed. In, hold, out. Keep breathing. Now what we're going to do is we're going to let from our knees to our hips slowly come to a rest and stop. Feel the energy dissipate and feel it start to relax. Keep breathing. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. Now we're going to feel from our hips to our shoulders. Just start to relax. In, hold, out. I want you to vision your body draining the stress, letting go of all of the things that you would be normally thinking of, all the inhibitions, all the anxieties, all the insecurities. I want you to just let that go. If you're thinking about something, you're not letting it go. So let it all go. Think about your breathing. Focus on your breathing. In, hold, out. Now I want you to start to relax your neck. Let the energy just flow out of it. Feel it come to a relaxation point. Let your shoulders droop a little. Get into a relaxed posture. In, hold, out. Keep breathing. In, hold, out. Now you're going to let your arms come to a point of rest and relaxation. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. The tips of your fingers. You're going to feel all the energy dissipate. You're going to be totally relaxed. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. And now the last portion. You're going to feel your head come to a place of relaxation. All the stress that usually carry in your neck, all the stress among your brain and all the clutter, we're just going to push it all out and just focus on our breathing. And I'm going to count to 10. But when I come to 10, let all of it go. Let all of life go. Let everything go. You should just be focusing on your breathing and relaxing all of your body. And every time I count, it's going to be an in, hold, out. So 1, 2, 3, in, hold, out. 4, in, hold, out. 5, in, hold, out. 6, in, hold, out. In, hold, out. 8. In, hold, out. 9. In, hold, out. We're going to be fully relaxed. 10. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to envision a light in your center. I'm going to keep breathing. That light starts to expand from the center of your chest out, and it's going to envelop all of us, and it's going to protect you from anything that might want to intrude on this meditation. So, in, hold, out. Now the light's going to wash away all that excess energy and all that excess stress that you had while it's covering our whole body. In, hold, out. Now what we're going to do is we're going to visualize our feet dropping down. If you're if you're in an apartment building or you're in your house, we're going to visualize our feet sending roots down to the ground and into the earth, all the way down to the ground. We're going to ground ourselves with the earth itself. If you're outside, take your shoes off. Let the grass hit your feet. I'm going to in, hold, out. We're going to count backwards from 3. Once we get to 1 and finish the count, you will be grounded to the earth while still having that aura protecting you. 3. In, hold, out. 2. In, hold, out. 1. In, hold, out. And we're completely grounded. Our aura is protecting us. Now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on a point in the far distance. And what we're going to do is we're going to pinpoint our attention to that far point in the distance. I'm going to give you all a couple seconds to figure out where that distance is. It's going to be different for everyone. Keep breathing. I'm going to remain breathing throughout the whole process. In, hold, out. And what I want you to do now is I want you to notice that there is a light in front of your face. It's also in the distance and it's covering the span of your face to that distance. We're going to focus on that light. That is the energy of love. That is the love and light that we all aspire to. In, hold, out. Now what I want you to do is I want you to let that light just cover you, shine all over your face. And what it's going to do is it's going to bring ultimate peace and healing. In, hold, out. As the light washes over us, you want to absorb some of that light. That light is going to help with all of your pain, all of your anxiety, all of your trauma, and it's going to give you reprieve, even if it's just for a little while, from all the things going on in life right now. That light is the light of your creator. That is the source light. Some of you may get downloads during this time. Your guides might be talking to you. Take that information. Continue to breathe. Let the light shine all over you. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. I want you to bring your focus back to your line of sight. Try and focus on your body, your breathing, the relaxation. In, hold, out. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a lot of the information that we've learned over the last 4 days. We're going to put it into our mental Rolodex. We're going to create space to learn from it. And we're also going to create space to learn more as we go forward. We're going to count down to 3. And when we get to 1, that space will be created. 3. In, hold, out. 2. In, hold, out. 1. In, hold, out. That space is created. Now you have room to add more to the repertoire, for sure. We're going to slowly come back to reality. And while we do so, we're going to give thanks. We're going to give thanks to Mother Earth for grounding us, to the light that has watched over us, and to our bodies and our temples and our avatars, saying thank you for another day. In, hold, out. In, hold, out. We're going to count back from 5. When we hit 1, we're going to come back to reality. We're going to open our eyes, and we're going to get ready to take on the rest of the day. 5. In, hold, out. 4. In, hold, out. 3. In, hold, out. 2. In, hold, out. You feel your body start to come back. You feel your mind start to come back. And when you hear 1, you're going to open your eyes. In, hold, out. 1. In, hold, out. And we're back. How's everybody feeling out there? Hopefully we relaxed you a little bit. I know it definitely relaxed me. And what I tried to do is I tried to take you on a journey of how I meditate. And I usually try and focus on a point in the far distance while still maintaining it's a perception of the distance, but a focus on the center where I am right now. So what's in between is where I find my relaxation, the downloads that we want, and I try and cooperate between that far point and this close point, and it helps me to settle my mind. And that's the first time you heard me do a meditation. Thank you. That is the first time I've actually publicly done a meditation for people, but it's something I've been practicing for sure.
I'll find out. You will.
All
There you
right.
go in the other room.
Hello, doctor. How are you?
Hey, aloha. We're here. Let me see if I can
Good.
adjust this thing.
Good to see you.
Oh, no, where'd you go?
You don't see me
Wait a
anymore?
minute,
I'm not there anymore?
No. Let's see. There's a
What we
bunch
try
of
to do
screens
is
just.
go ahead. Sorry.
I gotta find you. Call the wife. She knows everything.
There you go.
Oh, there you
Yeah.
are. SteamYard.
StreamYard. Yep, that's the one. We were just giving
Oh,
everybody a little relaxation. So when you guys give them their download, they're all prepped and ready to go. Everything's cleared out from earlier today. We relieved some stress, and now
Great.
we're open books. You know what I mean?
Cool.
Awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read your bios, and then we're going to get into your. I believe you have a presentation, correct? Are you able to pull that up, or do you?
We got slides. Do you want me to pull it up now?
Sure, you could pull up while I'm reading your bio, and then when I'm finished, we'll bring it into the session. So
Okay, I'll bring up the front part.
There we go. So of course we have Dr. Sasha Alex Lesson and Janet Kira Lesson. How are you, lady? And sir, how are you all? Hopefully you're good. And
Janet, you talk while I do the computer.
You got it.
Janet, honey, talk while I get this computer set up. There.
You're muted.
Oh, now I lost.
That's why nobody can hear you,
Oh.
Janet. You're muted. Let me see if I can undo the mute from here. Nope, you got to do it where you are.
Okay, let me. Let's just go get it. Janet, baby. Hey,
Janet, if you look at the bottom of the screen, it should be at the bottom left-hand corner. Hold on. Is he going to come help you? There we
she's
go.
in the other room.
Gotcha.
No, I think Dr. Lesson is looking for help.
Janet, you were muted, honey.
No, I'm not muted. It's not working. I'll have to come sit beside you.
Okay.
Or you can sit beside me, but yeah, come sit beside me.
Okay.
Excellent. So while you guys get that stuff in,
Okay, I got to get her a chair because she wants to come in here. So this is
Go
going
ahead.
to be just
I'll read the bio while you guys are doing that.
okay, go ahead.
Sasha Lesson, PhD, UCLA Anthropology PhD, author of the Anunnaki Gods No More, and producer of the hugely popular website www.enkispeaks.com. Studied with the late Zecharia Sitchin for many years, Mr. Sitchin asked Lesson to create popular internet book and college-level courses to revise ancient anthropology. Sitchin asked Dr. Lesson to help disseminate written graphics and traditional stories of ETs. Hitherto, considering mythic gods on Earth from 450,000 to 300 BCE, as well as the latest findings in astronomy that relate to planet Nibiru, from which the ETs came to Earth for gold to shield their planet Nibiru. And we have Janet Kira Lesson, a lifelong scholar and experiencer of ET contact and a student of Sitchin as well, is the voice of the Nima consciousness and is dedicated to bringing a wisdom to Nima to the world. She has co-authored Anunnaki Legacy of the Gods with Dr. Lesson. So together, the lessons us through an advocate of history, giants from the planet Nibiru, share the evidence that giants created us and their genome worked for them from the ancient past till now. This info, they say, frees us from the God spell, the nation spell, and the materialistic spell. The master slave, God devotee, boss worker, Lord tenant model, ETs from the planet Nibiru imprisoned on us. Our true history frees us to create our own future and activate our latent Nibiru genes, better our genome, and join the galactic civilization. Welcome. So are you guys going to be together? There you go. You guys are together in one thing. So what I'm going to do is I was going to bring in the slide presentation and let you guys do it all. Do it up. We're going to bring it into the middle and then have you guys. We're going to make it full screen and you guys can go through it.
Let me use my copy instead of the one we sent you because I've added several slides since.
Excellent. Excellent.
So, Janet, sit down.
I am putting our screen in place.
And let's see if I can get that thing.
Okay, right here.
Calmate.
So is it, do you guys know how to do it? It's a share screen function.
No, he's not doing it right. Hold on. Let me show him. Go
Gotcha.
back to the StreamYard. Here, right here, it says share. Share screen.
Is there any audio with it?
Yes,
No, we're going to talk
we're
over
going to talk it. We'll provide that.
Okay.
Okay, because there's a specific spot where you have to check a box if you're going to have audio from the slides. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
No, it's not on the slides. We're going to wrap.
Gotcha. No worries.
Share screen. Okay. I don't see that little button. Here, share audio. Here we go.
Yeah, just in case.
Share.
Might as well hit it.
We want to share the. Do we want to share entire screen or window? If we're going to.
Window.
Yep.
Window.
You want to go
Okay,
to
here we
window, Janet. It's in the middle.
Okay.
You should
All
see
right.
the power.
Now.
There we go.
Close. Where's your you shouldn't have all this.
I think you shared
Where's your-
Word. It's a Word document.
Yeah, where's your
You gotta
where's your
have
file?
the PowerPoint open.
You have to lift your hand up. I added it. I don't know what you did with it.
There it is. Okay. Now we're ready. Thank you for having us. We're really
Well, you have
excited
to
be
go
here.
back and share that specific screen.
Okay, hold on.
So go back to share again. Yeah.
Janet,
And then
just
you gotta-
stop sharing screen and then
Yeah.
just go back and repeat the process, please.
Okay, stop.
Being rude here.
Stop screen. Share. Share screen. Share screen. Window. See. Hold on. Why is it picking up all this stuff?
Because it's open.
It's open. That's why I said, honey, close everything.
It should have the P next to
This
it.
is-
The one that you're looking for.
Close all this stuff when you're doing a presentation. Yeah, this makes it confusing. There we go. Now, all you want to open is your power. Where's your PowerPoint, honey?
You closed it. I think.
Right here. Okay. Now,
Slideshow.
I have to go
beginning.
back to the screen with them. Okay, there it is. Share screen, window.
And you got to navigate to it.
Wait a minute, let me do one more thing. Hold on. Got to open it. Okay, now I want to go to. There we go. Share screen, share audio, window. There it is. Ah,
Boom.
an old dog.
Go first from the beginning.
Now, do you see it?
Yes. We're going to make it full screen so everybody can see it better. If you don't mind.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm going to mute myself
Okay.
and get out, and you guys are going to be on your own.
Okay. So you have to kind of look this way, honey.
No, we're not on. All that's on, honey,
Oh,
is
is it?
the
Okay, so
slides.
go ahead.
Hello, this is Dr. Sasha Lesson, and
Janet Care lesson.
we're both here, and we'd like to share a little bit about the seven sages who are the saviors of humanity every time there's a huge global catastrophe like Noah's flood. And there's been lots of catastrophes, but there's been 4 gigantic ones that we know of. But the last 3 are the ones that affect us the most, especially the last 2, because there were people here way, way before Noah's flood, and they had highly developed civilizations that were all interconnected. And after that flood, there's these people that come in. They're called the 7 sages. They have a leader and his wife, and they help them find the old temples that survive, build new temples, and get them started on civilization. And then they split. And they say everything that you need to know is there for you in these temples, and the resonances they create in you. As you understand what the murals and architecture itself has to teach you. Okay, I'll advance this now. Let's see. So we're talking about this receding and developing set of ice ages. And everything gets started by some objects coming from space. And that may be because Nibiru is coming near, or it could be from a number of different things. But objects come from space, and they cause such a fantastic disruption that Earth warms intensely, and ice sheets melt, and glaciers the size of Maryland splurb into the sea. And you can see a little picture on the right there. Look how much of this land is underneath water. Lots of it. It's really huge floods, especially in South America. You can see from one set of these. Okay. Now, the Anunnaki chief scientist was a guy named Enki. And he made this calendar which used the reflections of stones on each other and had a place that you stand in the middle. And what he was doing is he was measuring when Orion would arise on the low horizon, and correlating this with other temples that they had, so they could get a line of when we were lined up in a certain way, because this was all part of being able to tell when Nibiru was going to come through and when these catastrophes were probably going to happen. And the seven sages, as they're called, the seven companions of Horus, they had all different sorts of names, and every culture has a different name for them, would warn some specific person or people about what to do, or they'll help them in some way to get through this, and then instruct them in how to start civilization all over again. So we're going to start with the story that we know most of all, because we got the most extensive literature on it. Jenny, you can poke. Okay, so that the build. I'm going to spend some time with the build-up of the first one, which is Noah's flood. Just before the Great Flood, everything was messed up in the climate, and there was less and less food. And the Enki is also known as Lucifer, incidentally, but his foreman, who oversaw everything, was ordered, hey, you've got to get more food. And meanwhile, Yahweh, the boss of the whole operation, was saying, nah, just have them work harder. And underlying all of this in the Sumerian story is Enki wanted to have an affair with his overseer's wife. Her name was Batanash. And so he sent the overseer off to his sister's place, and he made it so that he could see and make love with Batanash. And when she was questioned about the baby that was born, people said, hey, have you been sleeping with one of the astronauts? That's what they call these guys, the Ijiji. No, I didn't sleep with any astronaut. It's just, this is your child. That's one version of the story. There's lots of versions of it. Okay. So when Noah grew up, that's this little child that is really the son of their chief scientist, the humanity's greatest friend. When he grows up, Noah is being made the king of Sharupek. That's where the medical center was, and it's a thriving town, thriving civilization. And about 10 about 13,000 years ago, we start getting the effect of Nibiru coming into its crossing through our interplanetary system, as it does in those days every 3,600 years. And it's going to cause great havoc on Earth, because now Earth is going to be on the same side as the crossing. And they expect there's moons and comets and all kinds of stuff associated with Nibiru. It's not the only thing that could be causing this to happen. There's other things too, because the Nibiru is passing through the Kuiper belt and the asteroid belt and tends to drag all kinds of stuff with it. And the Anunnaki had a weather station in Point Arguelles in South Africa, and they absolutely knew in advance what was going to happen, and they knew the recurrent cycles of what happens on Earth. And as the climate deteriorated, Yahweh said, "Good. I hope all the Earthlings that the chief scientist Enki made with his genetic hybridization die off. They're illegal species. I didn't want them in the first place, and they may even be a danger to me and my lineage, especially since Prince Marduk has been allying with them. So let them all die. And I don't want anyone to help them get out. And I'll have my sons bomb anyone that tries to get out by boat. And don't you dare tell them about fishing." Well, Enki
Hey, Doctor,
that, of course.
I hate to interrupt.
Yes.
Doctor, can you click the notes button at the bottom so the pictures can come up for everybody to see bigger, or do you need those to read from?
No, I don't need them to read from.
If you look at the bottom taskbar, you see where it says notes and up. If you click that button, it'll drop all those words out, and it'll be just a picture.
Wait.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so where do I click?
You look at the bottom where you see where like you can look at the magnifying.
There we go.
Yes,
Okay.
there you go. Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you. I apologize. Go ahead.
that's fine. Did I go past? Anyway, you were at this one?
That's okay. Yeah. So anyway, this is what they knew was going to happen, and which has happened recurrently, not just from Nibiru, but from all kinds of. There's been like 50 huge global-wide catastrophes that have been documented pretty well. But the idea is Yahweh, or Enlil, called all the Anunnaki, all of these gold miners from Nibiru, to an assembly, and he made them all swear that they wouldn't tell the Earthlings, that's us, about the coming flood. He said, "Or they'll mob the spaceport and we won't get off on time. And besides that, I want them all dead. And I want you all to pledge to do, remember, I'm the boss, and I will personally kill anybody who disobeys me." And of course, Enki hears this, and Lilith hears this, and they certainly don't want the Earthlings to die. From Nibiru, the king there messaged, "Get off Earth, take the gold with you." And on one of the rocket ships that the king sent to gather the gold that the Anunnaki had taken from Earth. That's why they came there, in order to get gold to powder into their atmosphere and plug the hole in their ionosphere. A gentleman drove on one of those ships coming to get the gold, and he said, "I come to speak for Anu. I'm his spokesperson. Check my credentials. And you're not to leave Earth. If you guys leave, if you Anunnaki leave, you'll die, because you've been on Earth too long already. You just have to stay here, go into orbit, go to the moon, go to Mars, but you can't go all the way back to Nibiru." That's what he said. But this is an old representation of him. He's saying he speaks for the king, and he's saying, "See, look, Nimai, who was a beautiful, beautiful woman, you look really aged." That's a representation of her looking really aged. And so they believe him. And he says it's because of the gravity and how long they've been there. So what Galzu did is he had Enki give Noah's computer the plans for a submersible. And it's Galzu's the guy in the middle. We already saw him. And there's a computer program. Enki is depicted with his snake because Enlil, Yahweh thinks of him as a cunning guy. And Galzu is telling Enki to take that computer disk and put it in Noah's wall computer so that Enki can say, I didn't disobey the boss. I didn't tell anything to Noah. I just was talking to the wall. And I told the wall to look at the computer program and my son will help guide the thing. So Noah and his guys, and he asked other people to come and help him, made this great big boat. Now, I always wondered about that, but we'll see. And when Yahweh Enlil saw this, what was getting built in Sharupek, he said, "Hey, what are you building this big boat for?" Well, we're going to go down to Enki's place in Zimbabwe, and Enlil says, "Good, let him go. He'll just die down there with everybody else." So they worked on this boat, and then the meteorite struck Earth. The Antarctic glaciers plunged into the sea. The flood hit. The bosses rocketed to the moon, to Mars, Earth orbit. They saved themselves. From orbit, the Anunnaki princesses, Nima and Inanna, were so upset that their pets, the slaves, were all drowning. But they were profoundly upset by this.
Doctor, I hate to interrupt again, but we're still on the first slide. I hear it clicking, so I think you're going through the slides, but it's still just on that first one. And also, right. So also what I would like you to do is in that bottom right corner, there's a magnifying thing, and it's a sliding scale. See all the way here in the corner? You're going to bring it up a little bit to make the picture bigger.
Okay.
There you go. Oh, a little too far.
Now, how do we
There you go. So now,
how do we get it? No, for
Let's
you.
go back to the beginning, and we didn't see the slides.
That's okay. We're in the story now. How do I get it to show the one we have here? Well, let's just try it. Are you getting the one with the waves lifted in top? No.
yes. Yeah, now I see waves lifted to the top of Zarasurda's boat.
Okay, I'm going to go back a little so it makes some kind of sense.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Okay. This is going to take time. I'll just zip through it, at least to just give a, in case you missed the beginning.
I apologize for interrupting too, guys. I just wanted to make sure people could see it for you.
Interrupt us sooner. I mean, when you want to go.
Here,
just see that button.
Why don't you? I'm going to run through all the things I just rapped about.
We only have an hour, so.
Can you get it to go through the slides now? It's okay?
Are you not seeing us go through the slides?
No.
I just went through them.
No. Okay, this is screwed. I don't know what's going on, why you can't see it.
There you go. It just moved now. Whatever you just did, it moved now.
I got out of it. I'm in a different thing.
Go back to the beginning. Just go click there.
Okay,
Okay.
Can you see this move at all?
It's not moving now. I saw you click something, but there's a thumbnail
just got out of it.
On the left.
And I mean, can you see?
That I saw just move.
Can you see anything moving now?
No.
No. Okay, so we have to try something else. Okay, so Um,
Let's see here. If we go to view, you can do reading view, and reading view you can use. You hit like up at the top, and you go to reading view. You'll be able to use
yeah.
the left and the right to go through it.
Okay. Can you see it change now?
Perfect. Hit left and right. Watch. Let's watch it go through. There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Here you go. Just hit left and right, honey.
Other way. Imagine that everything that you've seen so far is just there in terms of the content. And as these pictures flash by, let that come back to you.
You didn't say this part too.
The Anunnaki not only saw people dying and really upset about that, but they saw all their facilities, everything they'd worked all these years, washed away, everything except for the emergency base that Yahweh Enlil had built at Tiwanaku was submerged under mud. The slaves in the lowland of Mesopotamia, except for the people that Noah took on as boatmates, drowned. And incidentally, he didn't really get lions and giraffes in the same boat. He did have some farm animal starts and things that you need to start a farmstead with. But they had genetic starts on board, and they had buried genetic starts in on Earth and everything. But we'll come to that in a little bit. But anyway, when Enlil, who was orbiting, saw that Noah was there with his sons and Enki's son, who had steered the submersible, and they were feasting. He came down. He was enraged because he swore he would kill anyone that told the Earthlings. And here was Enki's pet Earthling. He didn't know that Noah was really Enki's son, having a big party on top of Mount Ararat, probably. So the Anunnaki called it a helicopter craft. They called whirlbirds. So when he comes down there, he sees Enki there. He says, "I'm going to kill you for treason with my bare hands." But Enki's son told Nyama, the sister of both Enlil and Enki, "Please come down." And Ninurta, the son of Enlil, "You got to stop your dad, or he's going to kill Enki." And then Enki says, "No, wait, you got to understand. I didn't just save some human. Noah's my son. My son, you know, he's the same lineage as you. Our blood is precious. They were racists.
Hey, doctor,
So,
do you want to just start over? Do you want to go back from the beginning and run it back? We've got the time if you want to do that.
No, because we want to have questions and
we'll have all the time you need.
Yeah.
It's not an issue. I just want to make sure that you're, that you're okay with the presentation and you do it as you guys see fit. That's all.
I don't you have somebody scheduled right after us or something?
It's okay. Well, it's only 20 minutes. It's not a big deal.
well,
I
we
just
have
wanna-
like 50 slides for going.
Janet, I would like to do that. That's a very good idea. Then we can get rid of the junk part.
Whatever
Where
you
we're
want,
just
Tony.
Go right to the beginning. Start it over.
Okay, well, let me just see. I think
I
my
really
wife.
wanted to leave time for conversation about all this.
Okay, no, we just
We'll have time for conversation too. No worries. No worries. It's okay.
So what I've learned from a long
You can
life
do what you want to do. I'm going to go
that-
step out for a few minutes.
that the best thing to do is what my
No,
wife
go ahead.
wants.
Do what you want.
You got
I'll
it.
be back.
You got it. You got it. I just wanted to give you guys the option. That's all.
Thank you. No,
You're
I've
welcome.
got to go on. I don't want to displease
You
her.
can just do that, honey. I'll be right back.
Oh boy.
Oh man. I'm gonna mute myself. You guys do what you got to do.
Okay, wait.
I'm
You know
sorry.
what? I'd like to. If we could start over and just erase all this junk part, that would be very cool. I would be happy about that. Can we do that? We'll erase all the junk part.
It's not going to be erased, but it'll be start over. I mean, when we go back and edit it, it will be erased. I can erase it either
That's
way
what I mean.
once it's
Yeah,
edited.
that's what
But
I mean.
now it's a live
Oh,
stream.
hell.
It's up to you.
I would like to start over again. Now, Janet is.
I know. I felt that, and I wanted to make sure that you
Oh.
guys are happy with it too.
Oh,
you know
thank
what I mean?
Thank
No
you.
worries.
Let's
So
just. So
if you can convince
what do we-
her,
what-
then we'll be good. But I'm not going to
she's
get
out of the room.
involved.
Let's
You
do
got
it
it.
now. Let's just do it. Oh, now, what's the first thing I do to start over? Now that she's not in the room, I should go to escape.
You
so
got
that
it.
it's- So that it's
You
not-
got to go
not
back. You
filling
got to
my-
go back. Keep filing back to the beginning. Go all the way back to the
Okay.
first slide. There you go.
Done.
Wait, go back. Now go to view. Right? You're going to go
Oh,
to
wait
the
a
up
minute.
top. It's going to say view.
Okay, what do I do in view?
You're going to drag the thing down and it's going to say reading view. You see it up top where all the other options are? It's the last one in the first box all the way on the left. So it's like the fifth one out from the left-hand side.
View, reading view.
You're gonna click it. Okay.
I did.
And now you're in the beginning. So go ahead and all you got to do is hit the arrows and go with it.
Okay. Great.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Aloha. I'm Sasha Lesson, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about climate catastrophe that comes again and again, kills off humans, high civilization, and some people are saved by this fraternity of Anunnaki, and they are given instruction on how to rebuild and how to meditate and how to make it work again until the next catastrophe wipes them out and they do it again. And the same story keeps repeating itself. And there have been many, many catastrophes. Let's take a look. There's they seem to really have something to do with whenever the ice age ends. When that happens, there's a period of global warming. Objects from space hit the globe. Ice sheets melt, glaciers slide into the sea, and Earth is flooded. This happens again and again. Of course, the one we know most is a great big one, Noah's flood. But there's been at least 50 documented wipeouts on this planet when high civilizations have been wiped out. The Anunnaki scientist Enki, also known as Lucifer, made a calendar that was exactly in line with other calendars that the Anunnaki had. And the calendar works with shadows that are cast on from one stone to the next. and they indicate by the way they're placed, and he's looking for when the constellation of Orion arises on its side. They're on the south hemisphere, and the system that the Anunnaki had, they also had the same kind of search for the skies lined up with the Giza pyramids too. They're all pointing to this belt of Orion. Well, as the Ice Age is failing and times are getting rough and the food isn't growing, parts of the place, everything seemed to be disrupted. The caretaker of the village of Shuparek, hard to pronounce, is beside himself. They can't make enough food. Yahweh, that's Enlil, the boss of the whole operation, is saying, work harder. We're not going to give you as much rations, and it's really getting hard. And to make things even worse for Lumak is that the chief scientist, Enki, likes his wife. And so her name is Batanaj. And so Enki gets it on with Batanaj, and Noah is born. They called him Ziasudra. And Dad, of course, says, "Hey, this kid, I don't know, his eyes, they're like the eyes of the Anunnaki astronauts. Have you been to bed with an astronaut?" And she's, "Oh, no." So when Noah grows up, Enki makes him king of Shrapik, this nice little, that's where the med center was. And then they knew, because it's happened again and again, there's several things that cause problems, but one of them is Nibiru comes through it's the inner solar system between Mars and Jupiter at a time that Earth is on the same side of Solaris, and that causes stuff, or some of the moons of Nibiru, or some of the debris it picks up as it goes to the Kuiper the close asteroid belts. And there's lots of other debris and stuff that comes through. And the Anunnaki were able to plot these things as they came in, and in plenty of time. And they knew when something really bad was going to happen. And of course, the boss of the whole operation, Yahweh Enlil, said, I don't care. This is an illegal species. Enki, Lucifer made these beings, and they shouldn't be alive. It's against the rules of the Galactic Federation to have a slave race like he's created. And besides that, he could raise this slave race in a way that they could invade Nibiru and overthrew you, Dad, he says to his father. So I've got to let him go. And so Yahweh has his sons bomb anybody that tries to leave the confines of their of Iraq where they're living. And he forbids Enki and Nimma from giving them medicines for their diseases. They have a plague at that time, or even though those things are well known to the Anunnaki, Yahweh wants us all dead. He calls an assembly and says, look, Nibiru is nearing, is going to loose Antarctic glaciers. They're going to fall into the sea. And you've got to keep it secret from the hybrids. That's the Earthlings, us, because they'll mob the spaceports if you don't. And we'll all be, we won't be able to get off safely ourselves, for one thing. And for another thing, I want them all dead. And I'm telling you, everybody, all you Anunnaki, I will personally kill with my own hands any of you that tip the Earthlings off. I forbid it. Got it? You got to all swear to it. He even made Enki swear to it. Well, the Nibiruan king, King Anu, messaged to Earth, to the Anunnaki, that's the people who came from the sky, the Nibiruans that are on Earth. Get off Earth. Bring all the gold that you've been mining to save Nibiru. they had a hole in their ionosphere and were using monoatomic gold, which they floated up to plug it. Now bring all the gold and evacuate. Everybody come back. And he sent some rocket ships to pick up the heavy gold. And off of one of these rocket ships that came to pick up the gold, a guy named Galzu came, a very distinguished looking gentleman. And he tells the leaders, you got to stay near Earth during the flood. You can't go back to Nibiru. You'll die if you go back to Nibiru. You'll die because you've aged. I'm speaking for Anu, and he shows them their documents. You are ordered to just stay in Earth orbit, stay close. And look, you have aged. You can see Nimma is looking really old. And so you're just going to die if you leave. So you got to stay. And when the flood is over, there's going to be a flood that engulfs the Earth. You got to return to Earth. Well, Galzu has, the chief scientist, has Enki give Noah's computer plans for a submersible. So Enki doesn't have to tell the Earthling. And so in the picture here, you see Galzu is in the middle. He's conveying from Enki a computer disk or whatever device it's called, but their way of making computer work. Enki is shown with his snake tail because Yahweh thinks he's like a snake, Lucifer, Enki. And so Galzu is conveying that disk to Noah's wall computer, and it's got plans for the submersible. And Enki says, "Wall, I'm talking to you, and I want you to know that when the boat's built, and if Enlil says something about it, just say you're going to be taking the boat down to my place in Zimbabwe, and I'll send my son Ninagal to navigate the boat for you when the time is. I'll tell you when to do it." And so they Noah and the men in his village, plus other artisans he asked to come help me build this submersible. And sure enough, when Enlil says, "What are you doing with this boat?" "We're going to take it down to Enki's place in Zimbabwe. He's really the person we like to hang with." So Yahweh says, "Cool, let him die from the flood down there." They're building this boat. Well, the meteorites start striking the Earth. The Antarctic glaciers plunge into the sea. Then the flood hits, the big one. The Anunnaki bosses all get off in time. They go to the moon, they go to Mars, or some of them just stay in Earth orbit. But they look down and they can see. Their hybrids that they'd grown fond of were just all drowning. But the boat of Ziasutra, of Noah, it first is lifted and plunges. And, the Anunnaki are geniuses. Ninagal had figured out all this, how to get to the top of Mount Ararat. But it really wiped out most of the Earth life. But as you'll see, as we go through the presentation, all over the Earth, some people were saved in different places by Anunnaki and the certain brotherhood. So so it wasn't just the people that upset the Anunnaki. They had built all these incredible settlements, and everything was just, except for the landing platform at Baalbek, was just covered with mud. All the slaves were drowned, except for those, as far as the Anunnaki knew, that were on the boat with them. Well, Enlil they have helicopter kind of things. They're called world birds, and he's the first one to see what the heck's going on in the area of Anatolia. And there he sees there's Noah and there's Enki, his half brother and rival, and Ninagal, and they're having a feast and they're having a celebration. And he has been defied. He wanted these people extinct, and there they are partying. He sees Enki, he comes down, and he's going to kill him with his bare hands. So Ninagal, the son, messages the other who are orbiting in the area, get in your whirlers and come down here quick before Dad gets killed by Enlil. Enlil has gone bananas. That's when Enki's got to face up. Hey, now wait. I'm not just saving any old human. Look, Noah's my son. I'm not supposed to breed with these people. I really love this mother, and he's my son. And you know what? Please, you don't look. This is for your good, ultimately. What are you going to do? You're going to do the work yourself if you don't have any humans to work for you? Okay, so Enlil agrees. Okay, repopulate the earth with these slaves, but we'll rule them through Noah's son. And I don't want any of these creatures near me because I can't stand their noise. And so they agree. They're going to make these guys, Shem, Japheth, and Ham, these are the sons of Noah, into the rulers of humanity who would rule in their behalf. And they could live in castles, ziggurats nearby. Now, for the first time in a long time, the different factions of the Anunnaki royals are cooperating. For 1,000 years, they reclaim Iraq and Kuwait and Turkey and make them nice again, digging canals. They built cities of 20,000 hybrids, or ruled by the kings they chose. Enki and Nimrod dug up the genetic bank they'd buried in Basra. In Sumer, the Anunnaki gave us everything that we treasure in the way of crops, animals, plows, wheels, carts, chariots. They showed us how to make bronze and bricks, big buildings, canals, dams, and they ruled through the lines they chose, the lines of Ham, Japheth, and Shem. Ninurta, Enlil's, Yahweh's son, was the one that dug the canals and made dams and made rivers. There used to be like 4 rivers going through, coming out at Basra, and then there was only 2 that they dug out. The other 2 were just under the mud. One of the most important things they gave us was brick making, using kilns. They made these wonderful, gigantic stepped temples for the Anunnaki lords. And there was usually a place for, if they were really important, like Ninurta, for his airplane and his, he actually had a fighter plane to strafe people that they wanted strafed. They gave us animals and wheels, very important inventions. The plow, and the bottom one you see, they're giving us the plow. First, they had women pulling it, and then they started using animals to pull the plows. Trade grew. Everybody was in. It was peaceful. There were lots of things happening, and the cities were growing to as many as 50,000 people per city. Now, Ningishita, this is a son of another son of the chief scientist. His other name is Toth. Built the Giza pyramids at this time, and these were energy. They generated electricity. They were part of the landing corridor that they were going to be making with on the Sinai, and they lined up on the 30th parallel, and it was a big deal. The pyramids generated electricity. Underneath, the Nile was pumped to a pool, and the water pumps that underwater pool and starts this rumble going up, particularly when the energy, the telluric field underneath the pyramid was changing a couple of hours before dawn, and that sets this energy up, and then it's the energy going up is brought into a chamber where hydrogen and zinc is put to explosion is HCl is added to zinc, hydrogen is exploded, and this double amplified wave is given all kinds of amplifiers on the way out. The energy goes out the top, and there it was picked up by the astronaut corps craft and the station they sometimes held in geosynchronous orbit, and it's documented now just how this works, and it does indeed work. And Nagashita also built the Sinai spaceport. And for this, of course, he was rewarded by having his face chiseled on the Sphinx, the stone lion. And this spaceport was deliberately made as a sight line. So when you see Mount Ararat, which is a high coming in from Nibiru, you see Mount Ararat, and then you can look at toward the Great Pyramids and see this thing reflecting all over the place. And it's all part of their route maps of how to get here. Everywhere on Earth now, it was like that. I just described what happened with the Anunnaki of Iraq, but all over the world, in every civilization, the group of 7, there was a leader, he had his sister wife, and they said, here's where you can shelter this out, or better build a boat, or I'll bring a boat for you. They would rescue some of the survivors, and they'd say, let's go to the place where the temples survived, because there was civilization before you got wiped out a long time ago. And if there isn't a temple nearby, we know the spots where they're most likely to be good, where there's a portal of where telluric energy it changes in this dramatic way, crossing waters. And we will help you build temples using our sonar. And so here's a picture of India's 7 sages. And they're being, there's Manu, the guy that's the leader. His wife is in the back row, if you look at her. Later, people drew the wife out because they wanted it to be all men when Hinduism became more patriarchal. But in any case, there she is. And so Vishnu is the one that tells him, hey, Vishnu comes out. He appears as a fish, and I'll get you out of here. And he supplies the boat and gets them started. And after the flood, Baalbek is the only place that survived. At least the Anunnaki could land their craft there while they got things started. But what we have at Baalbek, and lots of the other sites, if you see that picture right in the middle of a quarry, where there's a quarry's open, but something interrupted this, whatever they were doing right in the middle. These are the quarry stones that were on the bottom of what they were building at Baalbek. And the same thing happens in near Göbekli Tepe and other places that were in civilization, had it together, were in the middle of doing something, and something huge happened. And there's these abandoned things that something interrupted them. At Göbekli Tepe, again, we see this. We see a library the Anunnaki sages have here, and they directed people to make a library. What the library shows in the very stones itself and what's represented on the stones, where they came from. And this is a place in Turkey that's they had to keep adjusting this, as the thing that they were trying to see was when will Orion's belt come sideways, and which that was at the solstices and the equinoxes. If you put both the South African stuff and what was going on at Göbekli Tepe together, and that's one of the lines that the Anunnaki sages, who kept recurringly coming, sending people from their order to rescue us, were concerned with. Tiwanaku had a landing platform way before the Great Flood, because Enlil, Yahweh, realized that Marduk was probably going to take Sinai, which he eventually did, of course, and we got to be able to get out of here if we need to. So they had already imported Cain's. Cain is the son of Enki too. Cain's descendants, they're the so-called South American Indians. They weren't Indians. They were the daughter. They were the sons of man. They were marked genetically, but they came way before the Native American people that came down from the north got there. And so they already had a landing platform there at Pumapuca. And so they made a whole underwater and a above the water settlement at Tiwanaku atop the Andes in Peru. Malta is another interesting place. They tell the same. Malta used to be part of Sicily and Italy, and Malta were all connected, and waves washed them out more than once. And there's evidence of lots of people with elongated heads. There was also some grays whose skeletons were found. There was huge gathering places underneath. At Stonehenge, they started making the same kind of things. They're all obsessed with these calendars that will tell them all about what's happening in the skies, so that certain things that could be predicted, like the closeness, the perigee of Nibiru, can be accommodated for without such a huge loss of life. An important place like this is where a lot's been preserved is Tara in Ireland. And here's a place that Enki deliberately went to and brought all kinds of technological devices there. And it's a place, again, where when a rescue is made, the Anunnaki sages, the Society of Horus, it's sometimes called. And it's interesting because Horus is a great grandson of Enki's. Okay, so this is Tara in Ireland. It's another one of these sites that was there and designed to preserve deep information, both within each of us and by the way it aligns with the equinoxes and the solstices and the like. Angkor Wat is another one of these places. Again, the leader of Angkor Wat, Preb, was another son of Enki, and he had this incredible place built. But one of the most interesting things about one of the things the Anunnaki sages kept saying is, in this temple itself, you will find wisdom. And what they find in Angkor Wat is mile-long, continuous, chemically bonded cement, not aggregate cement, but chemically bonded, and it lasts forever, and you can just pour it. That's how they made these incredible things. So there's lots of how the things were made, the chemistry that it took to make them, the geometry that's inherent in these, and the spiritual practices that went along with a lot of these were all parts, including remembering who your ancestors were in the stars. And that's all part of this system that they keep trying to remind us of. Easter Island is another one of these cases. As in the old part of the Anunnaki days, they had stuff all over. Then after the flood and before the flood, they kept adding stuff. So there's these statues on Easter Island, Rapa Nui, and they're really started digging them out, and they saw they were of different. They happened at different times. Some of them were done by the extraterrestrials with elongated heads that left statues of themselves, which are just like the ones you find at the top of the Andes. Teotihuacan in Mexico is another one of these places where the Anunnaki built this stuff. They were there to get the gold in Mexico under Ningishita, and they picked up and left. And Toltecs, who had been their menials, started living in this place that they had built. And then the Toltecs left, and they went to Yucatan and became a part of the Mayans. But again, we have stuff that was there way before Noah's flood, lots of wipeouts, and again, rescued and rescued and rescued. And they even have, in the Anunnaki times, they have the idea that Thoth, as Ku Klux Klan, is definitely going to be coming back with this group of sages. He said we'd be coming back in 2012, and evidently he's back. And many of our informants say that this group, this brotherhood, is the same brotherhood that Thoth and Jesus and others are in, and they are part of these sages. However, the cultures paint them the same deal. These guys come with a very important woman who's attached to the leader, and they're guided by even higher powers to save people, gather the survivors, teach them how to be spiritual and feel each other, and to curb their the very problems that the Anunnaki themselves had, which is an unbelievable addiction to hierarchy, to domination, consciousness, and slavery. And basically, the idea of the sages are, come on, make a civilization and see if you can get past all this childish stuff, because you're way bigger than that. Another one of these places that was really given the boost by the Anunnaki was Yucatan. And the Olmecs were people that were ultimately driven out. Hey, there's a lag here. Can you guys hear me? Anyway, they were ultimately, the Olmecs retreated further and further south as people came down, Indians came down from the north, and they had their last stand in South America, in Colombia. Anyway, so all of this comes at a very interesting time, because the scientists tell us that there is this big glacier, Thwaites, that is just like the Anunnaki saw, sliding toward the South Sea. And it's on top of an ice sheet, which is on top of Antarctica, which is indeed melting faster and faster and faster. And as global warming takes place, as it seems to regularly do at the end of a cold spell, that's when you're going to get big waves. So, it's probably prudent to move back and move up, instead of just trying to make a little bit higher dams and buildings on stilts. And, of course, you could perhaps stop the human contribution to global warming. But there's other factors happening besides just the humans. We have to be prepared. So we've written a lot of books about the Anunnaki, but the Anunnaki are just part of this huge panoply of human experience. Many times we've all been connected, and many times we've been wiped out and forgot our connectedness. But I can tell you can, in terms of that I can really feel is, for example, let's look at the Palestinians and the Israelis. They're all children of Abraham. They're cousins, they're brothers. Their natural instinct as human beings is oneness, feelings of empathetic oneness with one another. And if we just can get rid of this dominator consciousness and instead embrace partnership consciousness of all beings, including big beings like the planets, we will have transcended. And you don't have to do it tomorrow. You can have your feet in both dimensions. You can, one of my meditations is, I am every and I am all. I'm each and I am all. In other words, you can be great spirit, part of everything in the universe, and you can also be particular, the individual that you are. It's not either or, it's both and. Anyway, let's see if I can get my wife back in here and have some discussion.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Janet.
Yeah,
I think you just gotta lower your speakers a little bit.
Just gotta lower your speakers a little bit. We're getting feedback.
Okay, hold on. All right, any questions?
Hey, the very first thing is to let Janet give her rap about whatever she was into. Wow, I'm getting feedback. I'm hearing myself.
Yeah, turn your mic down.
Say the same thing again and again. Mic down.
Yes, is somebody, are you playing the video on one of your computers on YouTube or one of the channels? Because that might be causing the echo effect.
I don't think there's anything. I might see. I'll make sure it's not on mine.
Oh, wait, now I can't.
It's good now.
Yeah, you're good now. If Janet goes on, though.
It's her speakers. It's coming through her speakers. She's got to, if she could lower it a little bit.
Okay, I'll lower it more.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Is that good?
I think it's better. No,
okay.
It's a feedback.
Okay, Jen, I want to hear what you've been holding your tongue while I talked and talked.
Well,
Go for it, babe.
I don't know where to start. These disasters keep coming and going, and I think what you're reaching is that if we wipe ourselves out, somebody's going to come in and save us. But do we want that to happen? Is that the answer? Is that what we do over and over? Is it Groundhog Day? That it could be us contributing to it. It could be the Bureau coming in. We don't really know 100% what's going on because we're not in the loop. But so there's that aspect of it. What I've been working on is genealogy, and I'm taking everything back to the Anunnaki, and there's an unbroken chain. You talk about Noah's children, Seth, Jeff. What was the three brothers? Japheth, Shem, and Ham. Yeah.
Ham, yeah.
So
Ham, yeah.
Yeah. So there's an unbroken chain from them, from Cain. Cain, the original meaning of Cain was king, and originally king was gender neutral. It was quing. It was QUING, and then it became king over the years. So, when I talk about the women and the people in the boat, they always wipe out women, wipe out the divine feminine, and that's how our planet is so unbalanced, because there's no balance between the masculine and feminine. Very little. Even when you see all these conferences, it's primarily men. A lot of men presenting. So. What they needed, that group of 7, is they needed the strong divine feminine to anchor them and to, stabilize them and bring them together as a cohesive force. But time and again, like Mary Magdalene got wiped out, called a whore, So that's what we're looking at. What's going on here with the history of this planet that keeps getting co-opted and changed and mutilated into this form that polarizes us. We're in a very polarized society right now, and we're looking at the end of the world as we know it. We're looking at these catastrophic events. So, how do we pull this around and turn it around? One of the theories is that this is the age of Aquarius, that it's Enki's turn to rule, that he's the compassionate, loving God. He's Adonai. If you look at the Bible, you have it looks like a crazy God. They're schizophrenic. They're nice one time and killing everybody the next moment, but they're actually different characters that get what do they call that word? They get all mixed up in one package and conflated. That's the word. So we have a conflated history. Okay, let's go back to some questions. I'll think of more to say, but I'm working on a couple things. I'm an experiencer. I know Brad was talking about what's underneath the bases. I was on Johnston Atoll. I worked there. I went to the underground facility. I could have gone on rotation. I could have gone, this is back in the 95 to 97. I could have gone to Kwajalein, Greenland, Marshall Islands, and Antarctica. And I didn't know what I know now, but had I known that, I probably would have, stayed another couple years in this. I was a civilian, worked for the military, and I would have seen a lot. But they have the stuff that they let the regular soldiers and the civilians see that work with. They don't show you the 13 floors down. Most people don't get to, but I got to go down there, and that's a story for another day. But some people have heard it. I got to meet the dragon at the end of time, which I'm writing a book about it. So yeah. The other thing is, when you study our ancestry, David Icke was right to a degree. There are shape-shifting reptilians. Everywhere you go in your heraldry, in your knight's coat of arms, you eventually will encounter dragons, dragons with the lions. And they're telling us something, and we need to pay attention. So one of the things I discovered was the Council of Princes, the International Council of Government, the Imperial Dragon Sovereignty. So these are the secret societies of the royals, and they're saying that they are a different species, that they walk among us, they can mate with us. We are their demigods, and the demigods become the priests and the kings and the queens and the royals. And if you do your genealogy, when you get back around 1500, and I predict this is for everybody, I challenge all of you, do your genealogy. If you're not afraid to give them your DNA, you're going to find out some amazing things. What you'll find out ultimately is that we're all one giant human family. We have everything in us, so to be prejudiced against any other race is to be prejudiced against yourself. I thought I'm lily white, right? So I go back and I've got all these Native Americans, and I've got black, and I've got Indian and Peruvian, and it's just amazing what's in our DNA. And so anyway, I'm going to let that go for now. There's a lot of, I'm just beginning it. I am but an egg. But if we could unify as a team and everybody taking part of this, we could piece this puzzle together and actually figure it out. But one of the things I've learned is that if it isn't kind and loving, if it's not about bringing us together rather than separating us and putting us, all the pitting us one against the other, that's fake news. If it ends up with us being polarized, we need to look at it again. Stop going in that direction. Love your brothers, sisters, neighbors. Love everybody. And figure out how we can unify and move into higher level of consciousness. Not woke. Woke ain't conscious. We need to be conscious. And that means feeling each other, loving each other, talking to your neighbors, talking to people, helping them out. And we're not doing it. We're so isolated. We're down on our phones. And this is the most connection most of us get. These shows, and I really appreciate that. Back to you, somebody. Oh, questions are on the board.
Janet, I'd like to add a little bit about what you were saying. Where our genealogies, according to the Anunnaki sources, the first boy, which was a hybrid with Homo erectus, Bigfoot's ancestor, and the Anunnaki, in a fertilized zygote that was in a test tube, that was put into Nimma, and the first boy was, they described him as red-brown, like the clay of Africa. And he had the clay of Africa in him because they deliberately used, that means they used minerals in the mixture that they made. And he had the mitochondrial DNA of Nimma, who is one princess. So that's the first boy. He was brown. The first girl was given to a different mother who had different mitochondrial DNA, which means that there's pieces of her body that get genetically transmitted for at least 15 generations of successive women. That's called mitochondrial DNA. So the first girl was blonde. She was a blonde, reddish blonde, white-skinned, blue-eyed girl. The first boy was brown. The first girl was white. We're all, from the get-go, related. I just wanted to add that, Janet.
Okay.
Questions?
Yeah, there are a lot of questions.
Lot of...
Oh, wait. Yeah. Put me on mute. Otherwise, I
no, I'm just going to mute her mic for when you ask the questions, and then when she's going to speak, I'll put it back on because that feedback loop's going to keep kicking in. So
all good.
Find the questions. We got them in the comments. I've been posting them in the comments here.
Yeah, what about that one from Bittner, Carl Bittner, about did they also give us mosquitoes and viruses? If so, why?
They definitely gave us viruses on purpose. Marduk, during the Middle Ages, would deliberately spray shit on villages that he didn't like and skip the ones that were loyal to him. And the part that I just did on the show is how Enki deliberately let diseases that Nimrod could easily cure run rampant because he wanted us to have them. So yes, they have consistently engaged in germ warfare. Yes.
Something awesome. Rob, what was the question?
Part of what they gave us radioactivity too, like those bullets that don't get exhausted, that all of our soldiers that were killing Kuwaitis got radiated with. The same thing like that. They were trying to bomb, Yahweh was trying to bomb Marduk's forces in Canaan and in the Sinai, coming up from Egypt to take the spaceport at the Sinai. And so he had a nuclear strike on the south end of the Salt Sea, which became the Dead Sea, and wiped out Zoar, Sodom, and Gomorrah because they were on Marduk's side. And what Marduk was doing is he was marshaling the humans to overthrow the Anunnaki. Of course, he would have just been he wound up being the chief anyway. So after these nukings took place, the two storms, the one from the Sinai, the other from Canaan, joined and made a nuclear storm, and it blew all over Yahweh's place, all of Sumer. All the humans were dying. The Anunnaki got in their planes and boats and helicopters, got the hell out, except for one, Bao, who stayed to help the humans die in Lagash. But as everything was wiped out, so they gave us nuclear war and poisoning for years and years and years. Every place is nuclear, and there was a retaliatory hit at Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. Listen, so that's another form of poison too. They definitely had it all.
Wow!
Hang on one second. Go ahead, Janet.
Oh, I just wanted to add that the viruses were released as part of biochemical warfare back in the, what was it, the Pyramid Wars or something. Yeah, that's so it's circulating around. It doesn't go away, and that's probably why it's resurging now. As we're burning up forests and we're tearing them down, and we're exposing these places where these things have settled. So. Part of it's we're doing it to ourselves. It could be a defense system of the planet. When there's too many people, it starts to call the population by releasing diseases that, wipe us out. Kind of like that defense system around that Phobos and Mars. It's like an automatic system that's set up. Star Trek did some episodes about that too. The planets have these defense systems. We have too many people. It's called the population. So it might be part of that as well. Mosquitoes and everything. If you watch Errol Gray on Alien Interview, she explains it. I can't do her justice. It's just beautiful. Apparently they have they produce different species, plants and animals and bugs and viruses, and they have some purpose on a higher level. We don't understand it, because they're over here blood sucking and taking their blood, but there is some kind of higher purpose in that people actually order them for their planets, apparently from Errol de Grey. Okay, next question.
Next question is Omar.
Yeah, right on. Thanks, Rob. Fantastic the webinar and conference so far, Dr. Lesson and Janet. Thank you very much. This next question is coming from our channel at New Realities from Third Coast. Asks, we'll start with Janet actually on this one. I'd like to hear her thoughts. Can you share some information, RE, different blood types and how they relate to the Anunnaki?
Well, apparently the rhesus negative is the Anunnaki bloodline. So if you're Rh negative, you're right. You're on a good start. The way to really track down how much of the drag. Oh boy, there is feedback. Sorry, not sure what's going on. How much of the dragon bloodline? There's a couple good series of books. Lawrence Gardner and what's his name? Nicholas DeVere. And they're no longer with us. All we have left is a few videos, not much out there, and about 12 or 13 books. And I haven't begun to get through them all. But they're talking about this dragon bloodline. If you can trace your ancestry back to Melusine, Melusine was able to shapeshift. She could have the Naga tail, she could have a mermaid tail, and she could fly out the window as a dragon. And she's a lot of the royals say, no, I'm actually descended from Melusine. She's a real person, and here's my ancestry. So I'm working to tie Melusine into my tree because they've got all these royals everywhere. But so I haven't figured out exactly what they want, but this Dragon Society, they want you to prove your lineage. You have to go back, like Sasha mentioned, 15 generations. They want you to go back, and there's certain key figures in history, and everybody's related to Charlemagne. Go back around the year 1000. He's like the great grandfather of the entire human race. Enki probably is above him, but he's the most recent one that is like, there's like two, and I didn't get to find out who the second one is. But if you can track yourself back to like the Sinclairs and the Stuarts, that's the Magdalene bloodline, the Merovingian, and then you can figure out what's going on with yourself genetically. But that doesn't mean that you have the ability to shapeshift. But apparently, when they inbreed with each other, they really can do have those things in Balmoral, and they can shapeshift and they come in from the interdimensional portals and manifest. That's what I think is true. But the four key characters, Gardner, DeVere, Tracy, Twyman, and there's another lady, they're all dead now. And some of them died rather mysteriously. So I don't know how much I want to go into this. But, I don't know. It seems like a deadly path to follow, researching this stuff.
Yeah, Dr. Sasha, what are your thoughts? You want to add on to that?
Look, from my perspective, I come from a place that says Charlemagne had so many descendants because he killed everybody else. He was a scourge of the German people. He was a scourge. He was a mass murderer, the most disgusting type. And and so are all the royals. Royalty is part of hierarchy, domination, consciousness. Who's on top? Always compete. Kill people that are in your way. Get the people that follow you to kill other people. That's dominator consciousness. There's another whole trend that goes through humanity, and it was personified by Nimrod and the great goddess, which is partnership, which is women and men are equal in society. There isn't any slaves. There's no war weapons. There's widespread cultural events, and there's other possibilities. It's just that male propensity toward violence and addiction to conquering and beating other people and coming out on top and making sure that other people are put down is what's destroying people from within. Now, just if you're doing that in the external world, that means you're doing that to parts of yourself, because there is no other, because you and everybody that you perceive is in a relationship with you, and you make a confluent field with those people. And so that if you just open your heart, that's what the message of Jesus is, and all the sages. If you just open your heart and empathize with other people, empathy is the first stage of love. Recognize there's another being there. All the things that you judge are done by people just like you, except you, if you center yourself, can embrace the opposites within you, the part that and come out with a centered solution to things that balances all your parts in a way that's in harmony with your ecology, with other people and the environment. And the more you do it, the more, just by your presence and your ability to bring other people into the presence by real existential contact in the here and now, you don't have to worry about the future. You can worry if you want to, if you get off on it. The function of worrying is for you to pay attention to stuff. The function of fear is for you to pay attention and to be aware. They're not bad. They're just, don't be driven by any part of you. If you're in a voice, if you only have one compulsion, that means you're ignoring the other part. You love and you hate your wife. Of course you do. But those are just extreme expressions of you need each other, and sometimes you bug each other. So what? And mature people can work that out in their own heads, in their relationship and in society and the world. All you got to do is be here now and practice love.
Such a powerful message.
A powerful message.
Omar, you have a question?
Well, hang on. Janet wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Janet.
Yeah. You know, the original intention of the kingship and the priesthood was, creating some kind of system so that the Anunnaki could transition from being in the leadership roles. They wanted to go behind the scenes. The humans had discovered how to kill them, and they could regenerate and revive themselves, but the whole killing process wasn't that nice. So they wanted to stop getting killed. So they had their children, and part of the reason why, before they could become king, they had to do, it seems like they were doing like some kind of entheogen, like LSD, something on that line, and that's what they get anointed with, the crocodile oil, and that they have to be enlightened before they are granted the kingship. So that's what's behind that. Once you have a king or queen that is anointed, it's not so easy to remove them. Although the kings and queens, they have to follow guidelines. They have their council, and there are many of them that have lost their heads because they got too full of themselves and they weren't, looking out for the humans. Of course, a lot of stuff happens. It degraded to, they forgot what they were about, just like everything else. Religions get hijacked. The whole purpose of the kingships, and they got hijacked. And they ended up dueling and fighting and killing. And that's not the way it originally was. There was a council that decided who was going to be king or queen. And then most of the times it was a dual rulers. King and queen rolled together equally. And so you have some examples of them getting anointed and crowned at the same time. So, but they're just as much as a slave to the system as anybody else. Because if they don't behave themselves, they lose their heads. So what was the... There's a lot of questions. Go ahead. Somebody ask us some of the questions. There's a ton of them in here, I see.
Omar, did you want to go?
Great.
Oh, where's Omar right now? Oh, he's controlling the echo effect.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, thank you very much to Dr. Lesson and Janet Lesson. We have our next guests in the room, and they've been waiting for a few minutes now, and I'd like to bring them on. So, thank you, Dr. Lesson, and thank you, Janet, for your participation in this total disclosure for the people and by the people, and really appreciate your knowledge and your insight into our ancient history and helping us understand, really where we're coming from and who and what we really are in order for us to pave the road to the future so that we don't make the mistakes that we've made in the past. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I will be in contact with you guys at the conclusion of this conference. So with that being said, I will bring Alan Steinfeld on and Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertog, and I will remove myself off the screen, and here come our next guests.
I was just going to say hello to Sasha and Janet. Anyway, yes, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Omar. Hey, Sasha, good to see you. I hope Hawaii is treating you well. And check out my book. Anyway, we'll get into that. I'm happy to be joined by Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertog. You have my book there, Desiree? Did you have a copy? Oh, thanks. But this show is about you, and it's about your expertise in many, many fields, including the field of ufology, and they are also linguistics. They're also very important archaeologists, acoustic archaeologists. So they've studied the whole field, and I think they have a really good sense of the trajectory of this civilization and what we need to do to be starfaring people. We are of the stars, we are of the cosmos, and the work of the Hertogs is to bring this vital teaching to people. So thank you, JJ and Desiree, for being here. Unmute. Desiree.
All
right.
Alan. So
thank you, Alan.
Good to see you again.
Yes. So yes, we wrote chapter 3 in Alan Steinfeld's latest book, which is available everywhere. We'll say, especially Amazon.
But what was so important about that chapter? Tell people, because it was a real pivotal point.
Well, the title is Extraterrestrials and Multidimensional Non-Local Reality. But really, I think the point that we're going to be talking about is the fact of the consciousness connection that everyone has when they've seen a UFO, even just seen one, let alone a close encounter of the third kind or fourth kind or whatever other kind. Really, there's this really deep connection so that what you're thinking aligns or is connected always with that other reality. And that's part of quantum physics.
Right. And what we're seeing now through consciousness, awareness, and expansion as a new scientific adventure is that there's a democratic side to life that's being advanced. And your book speaks well of this, giving well over 10 different viewpoints from microbiology to cosmic awareness. And this is something that is so important. Sasha just spoke about the royals, and what we realized is we've gone through all of that authoritative garbage for so many centuries, and now finally the average citizen can speak up and speak directly to authentic contact with the higher, we say, cosmic cultures on our doorstep. And of course, we have worked with several of the astronauts. We've worked behind the scenes for more than 48 years. We've been in the field working with anthropologists, social scientists, and shamans. So we know that a variety of human cultures are now stepping up into the awareness that their time has come to open up a new chapter in human evolution.
And actually, in terms of disclosure, one of the reasons we feel that disclosure has not taken place by, we'll say, the US government, except to a limited extent, is because it is so complex that there's not just one form of intelligence that's visiting the planet that met the government. There's many forms of intelligence. And in addition to that, there's different agendas. So I think that's so important to realize the various agendas that are here for the planet. And yes, we believe and we focus on many of those that are actually here to try to help us, that are giving us technology, whether it's in physical form, like landing supposedly in Kingman, Arizona, that was then taken to Area 51 and back engineered by people like Bob Lazar, or whether it's something like more of a consciousness information. This is something that Dr. Hertog experienced in his, in 1973, he had actually a higher, what we call an ultra terrestrial intelligence that he was in touch with, not extraterrestrial. This is not physical forms, these are energy forms. And he was told that 64 areas of science were going to be given, this is in 73 till now, given to this planet so that we can advance, so that we can be more in touch with these other cosmic realities, which we feel are starting to make themselves more and more manifest.
So along with this information.
I just wanted to go back to the first thing you were saying about this entanglement with these craft when we see them. So, and the effect on consciousness. And I know that's the field you work in. So there's this quantum physics effect in the sense that we are non-local, the reality of the UFOs. I think the real disclosure and the real aspect of making contact is that there's more to us. You know, we've been dumbed down by the media, by politics, by the control mechanisms, and we don't know who we really are. So when you say you see a UFO and things change, it's because something opens up in our awareness. Can you talk about that?
Right. And so, Alan, I know this is the work we've done with you, and you're also kind of getting to be famous for the idea of who we are, like that we are remote viewers. We can see and know things. We work with Russell Targ. Dr. Hertak has a book called End of Suffering, which was one of those that he did with Russell Targ. And we also work together with Elizabeth Rauscher. These are all the people who have done the scientific research on remote viewing, which means, of course, sitting here in, we'll say, New York, where you are, and being able to see perfectly what's going on in Russia, for example. In fact, one of the things that Russell Targ did with Hella Hammond is they literally, through remote viewing, walked through the Kremlin. And she was describing back in the 70s all the details of the doors and what was the chairs and everything like that. She was actually visiting there. And this is who we are, and this is who the ETs are as well. They do this. They do this normally. We've been told we can't do it, but now we're starting to figure out we can do it.
Right. It's the control of consciousness, JJ. This is what you've been so expert at with the teachings of the secret mantras and all that and all the work you've done.
That's right. We look back at the history of the movements of thought, and we see that in every society, there were the pre-scientists, the psychologists, the shamans, the thinkers who knew that life was based upon vibrations, and those who had the wherewithal sought to find out those mantric vibrations or musical vibrations that could lift up consciousness and put our conscious focus on the stars or the cosmology, that there was a continual life beyond scenario that was taking place so that people were not trapped into the scenarios of warlords, death, and destruction that we heard by the previous speaker. So this, to me, is the cosmic jackpot. We're living at a time where we're finally beginning to bootstrap information from all varieties of science and formulate a whole new roadmap of what it will be as we stand face to face, as we're talking now, with our cosmic counterparts. And I feel that we are really indebted to those thinkers like astronaut Gordon Cooper, whom we work with, who was brave enough to say in his book, A Leap of Faith, that we need people in Washington who can say the truth, who basically tell people that, you know, we're not alone in the universe, and it's time that we raise our consciousness and continue the invitation that we have to work with what I call the higher evolution. That is to say, beyond the material evolution, there was a greater evolutionary process.
Right.
Would you,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, no, I was just going to say, so would you say our interactions or the real disclosure is disclosing the higher consciousness? Would you say that?
Absolutely. But really, it's taking a while for people to grasp the fact that we are more than what we've been taught to be. We are cosmic beings, and we believe actually we really came from the stars. And we think when you go out and really start looking at these extraterrestrials that are coming to the planet right now, you're going to find some that are identical to us, because we actually have that same cosmic reality, and we can think in multi-dimensions. Scientists are starting to actually tell us this. Actually, there's a Blue Brain project, and there's been some recent things as well saying, hey, people are not just thinking in 3 and 4th dimensions, we're thinking in 5th, 6th, and 7th, and even 8th dimensions. And this is exactly the importance of our book, Mind Dynamics, with Elizabeth Rauscher. She talks about 8 space. She thinks remote viewing.
So this was the best scientists in the world who came together at Stanford Research Institute in the 1970s to see what the power of consciousness is all about.
But her and Russell came to the conclusion this is not happening in a 3/4 dimensional space. It's happening in an 8th space. And they've
Describe
actually,
what that means, 8th space dimensions. Can you,
well, basically it's the 4 dimensions, which is 3, length, width, and height plus time, augmented once again. Now the idea is 8th space, there is no linear time like we know it. You have past, present, and future that all can come together. And that's why also Russell Targ's work with precognition was so important as well. And also seeing into the past. So remote viewers, and this is everybody, I want to emphasize this. One of the things that Russell Targ concluded after doing some of the top research at Stanford Research Institute is that everybody can do it. He was pulling people out of the hallways, and they were fabulous remote viewers once he trained them a bit. And of course, some people have a little bit more of a gift than others, but for the most part, everybody can do it.
But we're all, because that proves we're all multidimensional. We all have consciousness that is non-local. We think it's in our bodies, but it's, and I'll talk about this in my talk later, it's really, we're receiving the signal of the higher dimension all the time.
Right, and this goes back also, of course, to Lynn McTaggart's book, The Field, which we 100% agree on. It's also the work of Stuart Hameroff and others, the fact that really the consciousness is the field, and we are the senders and receivers. Now, we also send into the field. I don't want to say we're just like receiving from the field. We put input into that field. But I think it's important for all of your listeners to know that it actually is a greater field than just the planet. Most people, when I say consciousness field, they just see this little consciousness field around the planet. That's not real. The consciousness field is a universal mind field, if I can say that, that goes throughout the universe. And depending on who we can tune into, like I said, if you've seen a UFO, you can tune into those consciousness linkages because you've been entangled with them already. But you can even go higher and higher, which is part of our work, as you know, Alan, that goes into what we would say a cosmic family that's not physical, but that's multidimensional.
Well, that's go ahead, JJ.
Alan, permit me, I want to mention that all this goes back to our book, Keys of Enoch, in 1973, where we pointed out that the human consciousness was not local, but also non-local. We pointed out at that time that we would discover our sun as a variable sun system, that there would be tremendous weather changes in the first part of the 21st century, and that we would have a vice president by the name of Kamala. So that was all well known 48 years ago. So how did I have this information? I had to be out of my consciousness field into a higher field. There had to be shall we say, a integration of the human mind with the higher mind, some would call the divine mind of the universe, that would allow me to download or receive information that would prove to. Exactly as the U.S. Pentagon has said 2004, which is mentioned also in the Keys of Enoch, where all scientists would shift now to the other side of the equation, saying you government have to disprove yourself, saying that there's nothing to this reality of cosmic visitation.
And if I can say one other thing that I know, Alan, you really like a lot, we were all together at the citizens' hearing in Washington, D.C., and we were listening to Linda Moulton Howe, who's also in your book, Making Contact, as another chapter in there. And she was talking about the fact that there were there was, we'll say, a young military guy who was given instructions by his superior to communicate with an alien intelligence. And supposedly, according to Linda, that the government has the ability to call upon the aliens to come and give information. So this alien being came, and they said to the young man, look, it's going to be very, very powerful. And here's this, strong military guy, in his late 20s, nothing's going to knock me over. That's who I am. And they asked the alien to stand on the floor because usually they like to float. This is one thing she mentioned. And the information that came in from the alien to the young man was 7 images of literally like running movies. This is how they can think and project. I think it's important for people to realize this. Simultaneously with everything, with like smell, sense, taste, everything was coming into his head. And on top of that was like a special code letter. And it's very interesting because I think people want to know, how do you communicate? Well, there are aliens that look like us, can walk on the streets, can communicate like we do. And there's many other types, but it's very interesting to see how powerful some of them are and how multidimensional in a certain sense
Well,
they are as well.
multidimensional awareness as well. It's not just, I'm hearing an echo. Why is that? Anyway, multidimensional awareness is the key to us going into other realms. And also in that chapter, you talk about ultra terrestrials and ultra celestials. So let's go through the difference of these beings from ultra celestial to ultra terrestrial.
Actually, it's extraterrestrial, extra celestial, and ultra terrestrial. Go ahead, Dr.
Right. Okay, good. So let's go through the difference.
After millions of years, we are Homo sapien. And then we have above us the robotic intelligences, like this is the Sun 3 workstation that can have, what I'm told, 3 million functions per second. The human, 100 billion functions per second. The human brain has 100 trillion functions per second. And so we realize that robotics will catch up with us in the sixth generation, sometime in the late 2020s. But beyond that, there's a range of what we call the extraterrestrials. Those are civilizations that are slightly more advanced than we are scientifically, that have a genetic endowment, very much like the human body. Some are a little bit different. Some are purely android or humanoid, that is to say. They have facial features, but they're basically thinking machines.
And these include, of course, the greys, the reptilians, the insectoid, the praying mantis type. So there's many, many types, as well as who we call ourselves, which is the Adamic species.
And then beyond this, we have what is called the extracelestials. Those are beings that do not need physical form. They come in an energy form. People will see this to be maybe the eyes, side of their eyes as energy faces or energy geometries, or even upwards, or orbs that suddenly change and morph into human form or human physiology. They represent civilizations that really are beyond us by millions and millions of years.
Let's talk about the evolution. Let's talk about how we go from where we are now, very limited in a sense, 3D, to start making. What's the path of our evolution?
Well, it is all about consciousness. I think that's extremely important to understand. And one of the things I think we're going through right now as a species is the fact that how do you connect? Well, one of the ways to connect is not only to see an extraterrestrial, but also to understand they exist. So if we continue to deny that, it's like denying that there's an afterlife. You actually don't evolve sufficiently if you limit your consciousness, because everything, as we said, is part of this consciousness field. And if you keep limiting your consciousness to saying it's only me, it's only now, then you're actually going to be stuck with that reality until you shift to a greater consciousness awareness. And the extracelestials, now I think it's very important that people shift the tree of life upside down. And the fact is, these extracelestials, some of which may have evolved from the Earth reality because they've evolved over, many generations and gained consciousness, but many of them are from other realities, sometimes not even physical realities, that there is life not only on other stars and planets, but other life forms in a consciousness dimension. So when I say to you, let's go to the fifth dimension, or so to speak, you'll think you and I are up in the fifth dimension, but you forget all the other people that are in the fifth dimension, all the other beings of intelligence that are in the fifth dimension. So we really have to start expanding our consciousness to realize we are not only not alone on this planet and in this universe, but we're not alone in the cosmic dimension.
Consciousness. If I can just jump in here, beyond consciousness, there is higher consciousness, called in the ancient Hebrew mystical traditions of Kabbalah, the Shama, the ability to recognize that there's a divine flow of energy in all human beings. And if we can, so we say, synthesize or collect enough of the divine sparks within ourselves, then we can understand the supreme levels of what we call ultra-terrestrial intelligence, which would really encompass what in the Far East is called the Maha-avatars, or in the Near Eastern traditions, the archangelic, the realms of intelligence completely beyond evolution itself that exist permanently in light.
Well, that's what I was going to say to you, JJ. You've had a miraculous, you're not just talking theory here. Dr. JJ Hurtak had a miraculous event occur to him where he actually was able to go through these dimensional portals and meet these beings and bring back incredible knowledge that has uplifted the planet for the last 40, I think 7-8 years or something like that.
Correct. And in this knowledge is the cosmic God code, the key 202, which explains how the basic elements of hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon are all connected with the physical evolution. But besides that, there are the dynamics that change, basically the biological building blocks of human evolution, so we can expand, we can take on other aspects of the mind, and that would include the paraphysical dimensions that Stanford Research Institute scientists and even those at the University of Novosibirsk in Russia have studied privately for decades, recognizing that there are higher levels that can be used strategically and humanistically to advance the whole human race.
And so if I can also add to that,
Yeah.
okay, so it sounds like we are like this big in the midst of all of this reality. But that's not what he saw. He saw that we can shift our consciousness and link in, calls it an inductive linkage to these higher levels of being, so that there's no separation. And if I had to say, these greater beings that we're talking about, the cosmic ultra-terrestrials, they don't leave where they are to come here. When the doctor had his experience, he saw a being of light in front of them, and then that being took him with him into a light energy that took him into other realities through, I should say, the gateway of the 3 stars of the belt of Orion, which to us is a portal into other dimensional realities. But what I'm really trying to say here is that he was able to link his consciousness not just with extraterrestrials, but link his consciousness with ultra-terrestrials so that we become part of their reality as well. So it's all about, we'll say, emanations. It's all about consciousness linkage, whether it's ET or UT. And it's really up to us who we want to connect with and what realms of intelligence we want to connect with.
Aren't we on the threshold of this new time? You know, we have billionaires going into space. That was that great joke that just came out. UFOs are just billionaires from another planet visiting us. But no, this whole focus is on moving out, moving to this greater, and it's about consciousness, like you say. It's not going out into space. It's about going into the inner space and discovering this real essence of ourselves. So can you give us some practical tools to do that?
Well, first of all, let me congratulate you for putting your book out, because it opens up the whole scenario of why we need public education, why we need really a public response to the whole science of extraterrestrial visitation and ultra-terrestrial visitation, so that from the whole end of the human spectrum to that of what we would call the cosmic culture spectrum, we are all prepared as citizens to, as you would say, upgrade our psychology, our anthropology, and sociology to understand that we are multidimensional beings. And so that begins really with the understanding that life is vibrations. And for the better part of our work, Desiree and I have been connected with some of the great musical composers of the world. We are also musicians. And we realize that the ancient societies sustained themselves by the use of mantric or musical features of daily refreshment, and regenesis, if you will, and biocoupling between the different chakra or human levels of consciousness experience. With that being said, when we realize that our body is a vibratory experience, then we can reach out and bring in the study of sacred geometry, the study of color codes or color connections, and open the consciousness of the mind to see in greater depth and reality than just the black and white reality.
So we actually have a book called Over Self-Awakening, but your book also says some similar things in the sense that how do you make contact? And that contact is, I believe it can be exterior and it's also interior, because even if you do the exterior, ultimately the real consciousness linkage to even an extraterrestrial spacecraft is an interior and inner consciousness
You
link.
have to have that space in your mind available. That's why many people are traumatized, because they're not aware of the greater realities when they meet these beings. So being prepared to look at the bigger reality will keep people from, let's say, freaking out when they come face to face with these other beings.
Right. So the second point, so first is the fact that, you do make that connection. You have to be able to, not be afraid. I think a lot of people, even if they see like an energy in their room at night, they become in fear, and that blocks the reality. Fear blocks the potential that we all have. If the energy there or the contact outside in an extraterrestrial is loving, caring, positive, then the acceptance of that energy is also extremely important, because we have free will. We can turn it off if we want to, and we should use that free will when we need to. So we do have free will, but ultimately that interconnectedness is also has to be an awareness and an acceptance that we're not alone. And it's real hard. I mean, I think, Alan, you've seen things, we've seen things. A lot of times it's really hard, even as much as other realities exist, to stand there and say, yes, it's okay.
This is the importance of your work over soul awakening. JJ, talk about why we need the understanding of the soul power to meet these beings on equal ground.
We have to reach out to those who bring us a sense of happiness, joy, and harmony. But we must find this within ourselves first. And generally, our scripting through our parents, through our society, is one of competition rather than working in harmony. And we have to overcome the vacuums within our human nature. And I see this is requiring deep prayer or deep meditation, for some sacred art, for others helping others in terms of human generosity, what we call the altruistic syndrome of realizing that we're all the same being, albeit on different levels of evolution. The concept of the many in the one and the many representing the many phases of life is something that we must be aware of in realizing how we can sublimate our energies and joyously reach out every day with a smile, a purpose, a direction that can help us realize the leadership concept that we must now embrace if we are going to be, as it were, beacons of light to a fast and changing world.
Right. So I want to go back to the fact around December, there was this man who was really high up in the Israeli government, whose his name is Haim Eshad, and he said the ETs don't think we're ready. And, in a sense, you can agree with that, because if you go back over the last 3,000 years of history, I think we've only had less than 300 years of peace. I mean, really, do you want us in outer space? Not really. But on the other hand, going on back to what you had said, Alan, basically, we shouldn't be what some of the scientists have said, well, the ETs come and we're just like going to be taken over. Basically, we have a great potential of who we are. We are an Adamic species that exists out in the universe, and we have the ability of telethought communication or telepathy. We can stand equal on many levels to these extraterrestrials. I think that's extremely important to know, that we can be equal on many levels. In fact, in some cases, because of our own spiritual nature, which we have not completely developed yet, we are even in some cases maybe more loving and caring. But we need to get beyond the animosity, the competition, as Dr. Hertak said. And then I think we'll be really welcomed into the cosmic family of nations.
Well, slight correction, it was Chaim Eshad, not Jaime. Chaim, which means life. And what he said was, of course, echoed 48 years earlier in our book,
Keys of Enoch,
where I actually showed pictures of the pyramids on Mars and the actual artifacts that clearly were mathematical relationships that could not be produced or created by supersonic wind blast. There was an actual grid system of organization on Mars that shows clearly terraforming and what we will call human-like engineering that was done millions of years before we had Earth settlements on our own planet. So the culture shock, the cosmic awareness, the deeper insights into ancient theology, cosmology are absolutely important for us to bring humans together and form a sociology that goes with inner awareness and self-realization. Unless we can translate this into social action and into a humanistic embrace where we see ourselves as all sons and daughters of the Most High, we're wasting our time because we fall back into competitive science of the technological elites, and then the game starts over again. The royals, in this case, being the super scientist who look down upon their brothers and sisters in lesser evolutionary states.
But I also don't want you to think that we only got as far as Mars. When I say the Adamic species, what the Keys of Enoch talk about is we're connected with other star systems as well, like Arcturus, like Sirius, like Orion, as I mentioned earlier, and also like the Pleiades. And it's interesting that even the Lakota people, they have this animal called Teyani, which has an alignment between the Pleiades, the three stars in the belt of Orion, and Sirius. Now, the Great Pyramid, which we've done a lot of research with, has the alignment between Sirius and the belt of Orion. So it's very, very interesting that our ancient temples point to these stars. We believe those are our ancestors.
And
our real
even the
ancestors.
ancient indigenous without temples had star maps, although we would consider them rather simplistic compared to what we have now with the Hubble telescope and the genius scientists of a new generation of cosmology. The ancients did have this wisdom of recognizing we were embedded in the stars of the Milky Way, and that light came from the stars through panspermia, what we'll call cosmic dust.
And also, we reside, right now scientists are telling us, on the Orion arm of the Milky Way. The Milky Way has all these spirals, and we're really not that far from Orion in that sense.
So what is it going to take? You know, the government has slowly leaked these reports. We're in a people's movement, you, me, and you, and a bunch of people coming together, standing up for this. What will it take for us to really know our true destiny, our true essence?
I think the extraterrestrials themselves are going to show themselves in a public way that will force other government leadership, not necessarily those of our country. I would hope our country will be strong enough to be first, because it has been really the most important country in collecting the artifacts. I'm speaking of cosmic artifacts, to really be the standard bearer of what needs to be said. But somewhere along the line, there will be enough of evidence to match the film documents released by Pentagon officials, quote unquote, former Pentagon officials a couple years ago, that will show us that we are living in a universe teeming with life. And there's a variety of life which has caused some confusion at higher political levels of statesmanship.
And I know, Alan, you're excited about what Elizondo told you, which is that there's a film, you know, in addition to 144 reports, and you wonder why. That's like a cosmic number, right? And there's scroll of Revelation, 144,000, 144 reports. Maybe one of those is a 23-minute film that shows multiple vehicles doing very unusual things.
Right, breaking into, I heard Elizondo, the leaked Pentagon, or about to be leaked Pentagon video, is one craft dividing into many craft, defying really the laws of physics as we know it. And of course, physics, the Newtonian physics, which basically runs our world, is a very limited form of science. We are still using what was developed in the 1700s to run our cars and planes and trains. And so there's a new technology that I know your work is very connected to on the quantum level.
Thank you, Alan. Well, I know you have another hour's program by yourself. Let's answer a few questions here, and then we'll be back tomorrow.
Let me say this. Your book is important.
Thank you.
Because it shows the diversity of opinion, but also the unity of hope in the human race, of making contact in a positive sense. Your book also includes a statement by Desiree and I regarding the actual specimens and the text that we released already 42 years ago in Mexico City, before a group of parapsychologists, paraphysicists, and international journalists. And you can read this as you go back to the archives, the newspaper archives, for July 1979, that there was small, diminutive human beings that have been collected.
Alien beings, we should say.
And that they show interesting characteristics of the human race, but also characteristics that they are produced by biological cloning. That in itself makes your book really a historic document that shows that already there has been a previous disclosure on a very high level of cosmic visitation, and not simply a smoking gun, but a smoking body that speaks volumes in terms of information that will really fill in the picture of who we are as an Adamic or human-like creation.
In fact, Gordon Cooper, who we knew personally and worked with, he actually says how, was it Eisenhower Roosevelt who?
Harry Truman.
Harry Truman, okay. Harry Truman actually says, yeah, aliens exist, ETs exist. So they were willing to say it then. They're not willing to use the A word yet. But that was like an amazing thing. So
I read what he says. He says, President Harry Truman said on April 4th, 1950, quote, "I can assure you that flying saucers, given that they exist, are not constructed by any power on Earth," end of quote. So Gordon Cooper was the pioneer in space. We worked with him on another book. He said privately to us that there are different levels of space intelligence. What did they do? Did they throw him into a crazy house? No, they made him an astronaut. He was saying this as a result of seeing squadrons of spaceships over Germany in the early 1950s when he was a test pilot. So Gordy Cooper, in my opinion, is the real Flash Gordon, is the Gordon that tells us as a true patriot that we should work with those who enjoy freedom, those who understand the great surge of knowledge that will have to be carried out in absolute truth and open-mindedness, and thirdly, as a matter of faith, recognizing that there's a supreme being behind human creation that gives us the courage to see beyond material creation, which is only one phase of human development.
Well, let me ask some questions here on the chat, okay? Just a few. Maybe some of that went back to Sasha and Janet. Let's see. Why do I want to enter the thought stream of alien worlds, thinking I am that? It could be just another dream. Why bother making contact, basically?
well, that's a great question, Alan. You should be answering that, but I'll start. Basically, it's free will. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. That's so important. But it's more to understand what the consciousness field is.
On many levels. And just because the extraterrestrial experiments may manipulate, in the opinion of some, the extracelestials recognize free will and openness. Also, the higher realms, we call the angelic or the ultra-terrestrials. That's the whole purpose of growing up in Schoolhouse Mother Earth. You choose better teachers. You choose to go to universities where you are respected as a human being that has the God-given ability to seek, to search, and to synthesize.
Right, and so really it is your choice. If you don't want to connect with especially reptilians and grays, I would say don't do it. But there's other levels of intelligence, other levels of intelligence that you can, and if you're happy here, that's great as well.
Well, that's what I would say. Why leave your house then? Why meet anybody? Because when we meet and exchange information, we expand, we increase our awareness, we get to learn new things that can be applied to our lives to expand not just ourselves, but the culture we're living in. So the ET exchange holds potential for the evolution of biology, medicine, technology, sociology, cosmology. All the things that we think we have all the answers to are now about to take a quantum leap, and we will learn a further development of these true origins of ourselves and life, and be able to apply that to create a better society. So that's why start to learn more about other things besides ourselves. You know,
that's correct. And when they appear and when they manifest, which we feel they will on a larger scale, and once the government starts talking about it, perhaps this 144-page reports will come forward, then that's already coming into the consciousness field. We just saw that, Alan, and we were together in June when, of course, we were waiting for the June 25th release, if there was one. But, you know, you had ESPN, the sports station, talking about it. You had everybody talking about it. So basically the whole ET thing came into the consciousness field, and people like Uri Geller, who had experiences but usually didn't talk about them in the past, started saying, yes, you know, Edgar Mitchell took me in a private lab and actually showed me ET material. So he didn't come out with that years ago, but because the consciousness field had been shifting so much to the acceptance of ETs, Uri felt it was time to come out with some of the private things that he
and you've worked very closely with Uri. One other question I'll just throw in there is that somebody asked, how do they let go of their mind? I think this is what the end of suffering is about. How do they let go of this thing and open more into their heart?
Well, I have to say, okay, well, don't let go of your mind, but you can, as you were saying, move your mind into your heart. Because some people think that the mind is actually the second heart chakra, heart energy.
Between the heart before the head.
Yeah. And so once you do that, and what really works, if you said what works, well, one of the things that work is you say, I want to help humanity. I want to reach out into the universe.
Right.
Intention. This is something also Lynn McTaggart, a good friend of ours, talks about. Intention to really help, to really know, to really do something greater. You put that out, you will find your life changing tremendously. But you have to do it. You can't do it by faking it. It doesn't work like that. You have to do it from the heart and with the mind, saying, I'm willing to really make a difference. I'm willing to really connect with other levels of intelligence, the highest levels preferable.
And we can help you in this. We have found this to be true in our linguistic research, is the use of the divine names or expressions. The expression of the Hashem, the Yod He Vod He. The understanding of prophetic language is very important in discernment and elevation of consciousness, but also the extension of consciousness to work with those who are already in contact with those who represent what we call the B'nai or the sons of light, who are here to make a positive change.
Or even for those of the Eastern, if you do the Om and you see your mind going around the entire world, embracing it, and visualize things like the dove coming over the earth to heal it. I mean, these are all things. We are empowered beings. This is what we're discovering. This is some of the work we did with Andrea Bomarks and connected with Uri Geller years ago. Empowering our ability to help the planet. Don't feel what's going on now that you can't do anything about. From your own inner guidance, you can put energies of peace, love, healing, and joy out to the environment. And so
one last question from my New Realities channel, YouTube channel. In your opinion, can Homo sapiens evolve organically, consciously, or otherwise, or will there be use of injectable nanotech or DNA manipulations that might be necessary?
Well, this is something that Dr. Degg writes in his book, Keys of Enoch. I'll hold it up one more time. And that is the fact that we believe, an Adamic DNA, and that DNA is sufficient for all that we need to do. If anything, what will happen, and this Whitley Strieber in his most recent book also agrees with this, you can go from physical reality into light energy by the transposition of every cell of your body, most of which has DNA in it, to the light energy. And you probably, this is just theoretical, go through the ultraviolet end of the spectrum into a light garment. This is something that Whitley, after communion, his most recent
we
book,
have the actual evidence, the DNA and Key 202, it gives us really the God code of what is necessary in this upraising of consciousness. So we don't need artificial injections or biochips put into our body. The body is well equipped, as would be believed poetically, the temple of the spirit, to have its own vibratory levels. But this requires a greater amount of focus, a time, and celebration of loving your body that's necessary to go out into a world of service.
and we know like Elon Musk is looking for the fact of putting certain chips in so we can be equal to the AI intelligence. But ultimately, that's what remote viewing is telling us. We have that ability to even go beyond AI. AI can only do the internet.
I agree. We don't even know the potential, right?
Exactly. Thank you so much, Alan.
Thank you. Is there any final words you want to leave us with? Because
Yes, those of interest should go to our website, keysofenoch.org or futurescience.org. We have a plethora of documents, music that's very important that we've done with Stephen Halpern, with Jocelyn Smith from Berlin, even the late Alice Coltrane. Get into the musical vibrations and inner meditation. This is so important. Have a smile on your face and see really the divine chapter coming ahead for the human race, in spite of the tragedies of things that we've had on our doorstep in the 20th century. The door is opening to the future, and we must be wise enough to understand that our great mystics, our great poets, our great philosophers and prophets saw that ultimately the human race would be aligned with what is called the house of many mansions, or the heavenly realms in a constructive and practical way.
And that's where we're at right now. So we have a great future ahead of us. Don't be
We
depressed.
do.
Don't be in fear.
Ad Astra to the stars, to all of you who are watching us around the world. And thank you, Alan, for your great work and your leadership. In your book, everyone should understand, is a must for a new science of public awareness and consciousness.
And we'll see you tomorrow at the panel.
Yes, we'll see you. The Her Talks will be on the panel tomorrow. Thank you. I've been talking to Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertog. They are the founders of the Academy for Future Science. I recommend their work. The Keys of Enoch is a prophetic, multidimensional, not just a book, but manual for conscious evolution. So, Omar, are you there for a second? Can you come on?
Yeah,
with me?
Alan, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh.
That was just fantastic. I was just sitting here at points. It was just like above my head, and other times I was trying to understand it. I was like, wow, this is some high level information. That was wonderful. You did a great job, brother. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for inviting them. And yeah, sometimes you need to hear something that's beyond what we can understand to start to plant seeds of possibilities. So I'm up next, right? And
yeah, Alan, you're up right now, and we're like pretty much on time. We're 10 minutes over, so if you want to go 10 minutes over, that's fine. If not, that's cool as well.
No. How do I share my screen now?
You come down here to the bottom where it says share.
Right.
Right click that and then go to share screen.
Share screen now. Sharing monitors. Okay.
And then you'll get the option of entire screen, window, and Chrome tab. Your presentation is on your computer, so it'll be under window.
Under window. Okay, I'm looking for my window.
It has to be open as well. Got to make sure the presentation is already open, otherwise it won't recognize it.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you. All right, let me see if I can open this.
Alan, this is Rob Yachts, the
Hey, Rob. Yeah, we've met.
Yeah.
What do you think about? I didn't hear some of your presentation, but what did you think about this whole day so far, Rob, and everything we've been talking about here?
I think that the day has been incredible. What you guys just talked about, I think, is our next step, which is what everybody needed to hear at this point. Where do we go from basically examining our consciousness? And it's great to do that in all the vibes and the frequencies. But once we've achieved that next sort of, not next level, but once we've ascended to a point where we understand it, this is where we take it and we put it to use in the sense of trying to figure out where we go. If that makes sense.
Where we got, well, I'm going to do a little overview of the disclosure movement with some of my favorite people who've contributed to this book that I wrote. I should have a copy here, but the Making Contact book. And this is from a presentation I did at my book opening that kind of pulls, I feel, the field together, because one thing about this field is that no one has the answers. There's not one answer to this problem or this situation. It is so complex and so multifaceted that I wanted to write this book. Thank you, Omar. This book, which you can get on Amazon, I wanted to write it from many perspectives. So I asked 11 of the best. Wait, could you keep it up for a second there? I asked 11 of the best writers or authorities in the field to contribute a chapter so they can give me their perspective, because there's not one truth. This is a subjective world. Disclosure is a kind of personal thing. Really, we can't wait for the government to disclose something they actually don't know anything about, or maybe they know a little bit about, but they don't know what's possible. They don't know how to put all the pieces together. So we have all these pieces, which is what I put in my book, to let the audience put it together. And this is what you did today, the last 4 days, Omar. Everyone had a piece. I love that work about the guy who did the initiation, the Egyptian that's coming back. What was his name?
Dr. Manu?
No, the other guy. Was it Manu?
John Shaughnessy?
Who was the guy who said his sound wasn't so good and you wanted to have him come back?
Oh, Michael
Oh,
Feely.
Michael Feely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is worth watching again. So
Oh, yeah.
his initiations into higher consciousness, starting with the Egyptians, is what we're going through right now as a culture, initiation and understanding this phenomena. So let me just see if I could screen share this file
And
now.
I actually purchased your book yesterday and waiting for it to come from Amazon. So
Oh, good.
I heard so many great things about it. I had to get it. I was like, I've seen a lot of your work before too. So I was like, all right, it's go time. Let's get it. You know?
Well,
I've been waiting a few weeks now. I went to my local bookstore and
they don't have
put
it.
the order in from there. And
really?
I called them back about a week ago and I asked them if the book was in. And they were looking around. They're like, "Oh no, it's not in." So I don't know what's up. But if I don't hear from
keep
them in a
bothering.
week-
Where are you located?
I'm in Kamloops in British Columbia, just about a 4-hour drive northeast of Vancouver. This is a hot UFO country too, Alan.
What do you mean it's hot UFO country?
It's when you go out at nighttime and you look up at the sky's buzzing. Right, there's it's not the Starlink satellites either. There's like things moving around in the sky. It's pretty trippy at nighttime. I wish I could take videos of it, but these things are like so high up in the sky that it's almost impossible. 1 minute they're there, and the second they're gone. Rob had similar.
That's what I saw 2 weeks ago, right above my house. I'm in upstate New York, about an hour and 40 minutes, about an hour and 20 minutes from the city. And me and my fiance were outside, and she's not into any of this.
No.
And we watched something go, but it was as high as the stars. It was a straight light, and then it just disappeared. And then she even said, "I have no idea what that was."
Crazy thing is that there's a pyramid just not too far from me.
I think that's what I was going to say. Is the indigenous people have a connection? That's why you're in such a hot spot.
Yeah, Clearwater. It's about 25-minute drive from me. And there's a massive pyramid there in some farmer's field, and then no one wants to acknowledge it. And I was hoping to go there this summer, but because of these fires were locked down, I want to fly my drone over it and take video footage of it and send it to Dr. Sam, and have him take a look at it and see what he thinks, and ask the farmer if I can actually go up there and dig on that hill.
Oh, really? What do you expect to find there?
I am expecting to find megalithic blocks. I believe that the Aboriginals and that inhabited this land thousands of years ago were extremely advanced, just as the Central American civilization. And when you drive from here to Vancouver, you see mountains that look like they've been shaped into pyramids all the way. And then this Clearwater. There's another one not too far from me in the Kootenays. It looks like just a massive pyramid with concrete on it, but same type of concrete that is on the that's found at the Bosnian pyramids. Right, it's almost the same. It's incredible.
So you think there are these pyramid structures around the world?
Oh yeah.
It says video use a unique codex that your browser doesn't support.
Which browser are you using?
What browser? I'm using Chrome, I guess.
Yeah, you should be good.
Let me
Does
see.
it give you any options to?
The video use a unique codex.
Maybe just stop X out of there and then just go back to share. I've never seen that before. That's first for me. Yeah.
Go back to share. I think it's an MOV file. Well, I have it up on my screen. Maybe I should export this. Or can I go into YouTube and share?
We can share from YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see if do I go to screen share or do I go to video file?
Go to a screen share. Or you want to go? Yes. Video file is uploading video. So yeah, go to screen share.
Go to screen share.
And then over to Chrome tabs.
Oh, Chrome tabs. Okay. Chrome tabs. Okay, now I see Chrome. Oh, it's just letting me share from Chrome. This is going into the YouTube then, right?
Yeah, the YouTube video, if it's playing if it's open in the background, it'll pick it up.
But if I want to
Actually,
share,
it should show you in a new tab.
if
Hang
I
on.
want,
Where are you playing it from? Is it on your hard drive?
well, I did want to play from my hard drive, but
Okay.
So then go to Windows. If it's open already, go to the Windows tab.
okay. Sorry for people watching.
It's the center one. Like there's the Chrome tab, and next to it is the Windows tab up top on the
Okay,
top
let
of
me
that
go
box.
to
All good, Alan. You're a legend.
Windows. It says QuickTime Player, share QuickTime Player.
Make sure there's the audio in the corner, the bottom left corner of that box. It says click to share audio. Make sure that
Let me
that's clicked.
see. Share screen. The bottom. Okay, let me try that again.
The box that you're in, that you're seeing the QuickTime video in the bottom little corner. It's small. It's the left hand corner. You'll see it's a little square. You got to check to make sure the audio goes through. Share audio as well. It says.
Okay. Options. It says options there. No. Anyway, maybe I'll just try to go from YouTube. Let me. If I pull it up on YouTube, then
Yes. If you could find it on the YouTube and you pull it up and keep it open in the same context, like in the same like Chrome, pull it up through Chrome through YouTube, then you just go to share screen and then you click on the YouTube one. And
okay.
you'll
Sorry,
pop right
I
up.
should have had this lined up and checked it
No
out.
worries.
Chrome tab. Okay, I'm getting my Chrome tab, but let me pull it up on Chrome first. I think that's the best way, right? Get it on Chrome, and then. So why don't we just talk about a little wrap up of the day while because who's on after me? Is there someone on after me?
We got Valerie Burrows coming on after you, Alan. That is going to be interviewed by Stephen and Evan Strong. Do you know Stephen and Evan Strong?
No, I actually never heard of them before.
Oh my God, they are fantastic duo. They're father and son, archaeologists, anthropologists, teachers, UFO researchers, alien researchers based out of Australia. And their website's called ForgottenOrigins.com. And they're actually one of the sponsors of this event, and they have come up with the theory of the out of Australia theory, where they theorized that human were seeded in Australia, and then from there they spread to the rest of the world, and the megalithic knowledge that came later on with the megalithic cultures around the world was actually founded by the Aborigines of Australia. And then they're the ones that shared it with the world, and then they've gone along to build these megalithic, sites that we see around the world. Incredible people.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Australia does have the oldest continuous culture. The Aborigines, I mean, have the oldest continuous culture on the planet, and I think their spiritual knowledge goes back to many generations. So, okay, I think I found this now. Okay, but thanks. And
then who else did we have on today? We had Dr. Sam. Oh my God, Dr. Sam.
Yeah, the Bosnian pyramids.
Yeah, Dr. Sam is just amazing. He talked about the healing powers of the pyramids around the world, and in particular the Bosnian pyramid. And then, we talked about people that have gone down underneath into the tunnels of the pyramids and have had medical issues. And from there, they've come out and they're either have been healed or they're well on their way to healing. And what I thought was really amazing was that they're observing, I believe he said 7 cancer patients that are using the pyramids as part of their treatment to go and spend time in there and to rearrange their DNA, I believe, or somehow heal the DNA and to get rid of cancer. And I think in one person, cancer was like gone altogether. And there's some pretty serious cancers he was talking about, like lung cancer and such, prostate cancers, things that like really kill, right? Breast cancer. So that was pretty amazing to find out that that's actually happening. So in the chat, people were talking about, and you probably know some a little bit about this, people making pyramids just a skeletal base of pyramids and hanging it up on their ceilings, or putting it on their head and using that energy, that vortex energy, to heal themselves.
You're doing an incredible job, Omar. I mean, this is an education. This is like beyond college education. This is the true history of civilization, and this needs to go out into bigger forms to more people, because we want people to know what the true history of the world and what's possible, and how could we get this information out there to more people. Yeah, maybe a couple of thousand people have seen this, but everyone should see this,
Yeah, I feel that we're at this pivotal point in our on our course as a civilization, and I feel that I think people have made their choices, and some people have waken up and others haven't. And the ones that haven't, I suppose, are going to continue on with their own reality, because we observe our reality into place. So, I think cards have already been laid, and this is a last-ditch effort really by us from our end to try to get this message and this information out to like as many people as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Right. And hopefully they can reciprocate. But if not, then then I think we're just going to continue to move on.
No, I think we're making a difference. I really
absolutely.
Think we are.
We're waking more people up on a daily basis than there was say like a few years ago.
Yeah.
More and more people are waking up. But my point is that there are some that are waking up and some aren't. And for us, this is our really our last chance to get all of this information out to that crowd that's in that perceptual reality,
right?
To snap them out of that false reality that they're in.
Well, that's why I wrote this book. I think I'm ready to share the screen. Let me see. Do you see that now on your screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, this is
there it is.
This is from a presentation that I did about this book, and it's not just about making this book popular, but it's about the history that has gone into this disclosure movement. This is really what I wanted to show about this book. So this is from a presentation I did at the book opening, and also my comments by it. Let me see if you hear this.
A tribute to Contact in the Desert, which I
first did this at Contact in the Desert,
and seen all the incredible speakers come through here. And actually, as part of that involvement, it's part of like what I witnessed there, I actually compiled this book, Making Contact, which is a collection of essays, mostly by people who are at this conference who have done what I feel the best research in the field. And so I'm going to be talking about all the people in this book and giving a little glimpse of why I feel they are so important. In the second part of this little talk, I am going to give an overview of what I think is really happening with the phenomena. So the book is about many different perspectives, and I distilled what I think from all these perspectives, because no one really knows what's happening, but I've taken what people have said here at this conference and in other places, particularly what the Pentagon is saying and people like Luis Elizondo is saying about the phenomena. I've taken all that and tried to understand what the UFOs, the ETs, the phenomena as it's been called, why it went from UFOs to UAPs. I'm looking at all that and creating my theory about what's really behind it, how they're operating, and the sort of mindset that we need to look at that technology and start to make sense of it. That's the problem we're facing now. No one, not the government, not the politicians for sure, not the media, absolutely not, can make sense of what we're seeing in the sky, the interactions with people in their personal experiences. So in the second part, I actually quote one of the people I also mentioned in this book, John Mack, Professor John Mack, who was looking at alien abductions from a psychiatric point of view and saying these people are not crazy. But what he did affirm, that in order to understand this phenomena, we need to have other ways of knowing. And that's really the essence of the second part. What are these other ways of knowing? Can we grasp it? And how can we start to make sense of something that's not rational, that's not linear, but we have the capacity to understand? Okay, so I'm going to start with some of the people in this book, and it's a tribute to all the great names that have appeared here over the years that have written a little essay in Making Contact, Preparing for the New Realities of Extraterrestrial Existence. I start with this.
From deep, deep in outer space to planet Earth, to the red rocks of Sydney, comes a time, an event, a place, a message of making contact.
There's no better time for a book like Making Contact. I'm George Norrie, host of the national radio show Coast to Coast AM. Alan Steinfeld has put together a well-conceived collection of writings that covers it all. This is a book most needed at this time because Making Contact presents the opportunity for us to prepare to meet advanced civilizations. Someday, somehow in the future, the conflicts that have plagued our species for eons will come to an end. And by making contact, we will take our rightful place among the stars.
I'm really happy about this book. This book is not just my story. It's a collection of my 11 favorite people in the UFO field, giving a multiplicity of viewpoints. This is the opening quote. There's one thing stronger than all the armies in the world. That is an idea whose time has come. That's our time now. We're at the threshold of something new and in a way, something imaginable, something beyond beliefs. Civilization is a race between education and catastrophe. Let us learn the truth and spread it far and wide as our circumstances allow, for truth is the greatest weapon we have. Great recordings of people who kind of contribute to this book. People like Nick Pope, who's a real insider. Nick works for the government or worked for the Ministry of Defense. And he kind of kicks off the book by saying he's the villain. He's the person no one wants to talk to because he's inside the government. He doesn't want to reveal those secrets. He does say that the government is opening up to these possibilities.
It seeks to be an insider's view on the phenomenon in terms of policy and investigation. In other words, everyone has views about UFOs. Some people come to it as a witness or through an experience. Others come to it because it's a passion of theirs and something they've looked at in a sort of private capacity, put a lot of their life into. But there's a small group of people who've looked at this in a slightly different way from within government, whether it's government, the military, or the intelligence community. And it's not necessarily a popular view. And I think we joked about this, and I started off my chapter. I don't know if this line survived the edit, but I said something like, every story needs a villain. And I might be it.
It did survive because I thought that was a great way to start a narrative with the villains talking, but you're not really the villain in that sense.
Well, thank you. And in any case, in many, many movies, the villains are the far more interesting characters anyway. So slightly different view than I. And I knew that your sort of, big enough personality to take a little bit of dissent and variation. So I give it to you and to readers really in a different way through the lens of government, telling people how those of us on the inside view this. And it's not necessarily going to endear me to people, particularly in the New Age and spiritual community. But as I said somewhere, it is what it is.
Right. No, I think actually your dissent or your perspective is very important because this is what we're dealing with in disclosure, sort of that government point of view. But also, I wanted everyone to have their own opinion because no one really knows what this phenomena is about. And I thought if we got enough varied opinions, the reader could put together their own sense of it. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does. None of us own this subject.
Mm-hmm.
None of us sits as final arbiter on this. Certainly not government. I'm not one of these people, far from it. And I think I get into this in the chapter somewhere where I say, ironically, those of us in government are sometimes far less certain about this, less equivocal in our views than many people in the UFO community. Many, many times I sat down with colleagues and said, look, we simply don't know, our honest opinions. So that's right. None of us is judge, jury, and certainly not executioner on this. And everybody's view is as valid as everybody else's. And that's what I think is so great about your book, that you've got these diverse voices with different backgrounds, different experiences, different areas of specialism, and different opinions.
Nick writes the first chapter about government insiders, and then Grant Cameron says, you see a UFO, you were meant to see it. You're part of it. You're part of the whole ball game, and there are no innocent bystanders.
I call it the theory of wow because the more I look at the phenomena, the more it looks like whatever we're dealing with just wants you to go, wow. It's all about messaging. You start to wonder what's really going on, except that they are putting out messages. The second night I had a UFO sighting in 1975, I remember watching the thing fly away, and I said to myself, so what's it doing? It wasn't doing anything. So now when I ask people about UFO sightings, the first question I ask them is they say, so what was it doing? And they usually say the same thing. It wasn't doing anything. It was just there. And this is the whole idea. Why do UFOs have lights on them? Why do they take the blood out of the cow? Why do they leave crop circles? Why do they drop ports? Why do they drop pieces of metal that make us go like, what is going on here with weird isotopes? It's the question is, are they actually coming across the universe to mutilate cows, to mess around with, have little pieces fall off the flying saucer, to put lights on crafts? Or is this all to wake us up, to get us to realize something is going on? It's not quite the world you really think it is. Wow. And so the more I look at it, the more it sort of appears to me like it's not what I thought it was in 1975.
Grant says, this is the biggest story of all times, humanity meeting the other beings. That is going to change the world. And a lot of us have already met these beings. So I say making contact is really an inside job. We can't wait for the government to tell us it's a reality. We have to go out. I mean, the veil between the dimensions are thinning, and we are about to meet these other beings on their terms, on how they think. And it's much more abstract and symbolic. We have to rise to the occasion and let go of the definitive ideas of how things are. I start with the investigators, Nick Pope, Grant Cameron, and then I have JJ and Desiree Hertog. They fill in after that. They talk about the ultra-celestials, the ultra-terrestrial.
In a new book by Alan Steinfeld called Making Contact, and Dr. Jack and I are one of the authors. And we talk about the fact that, well, okay, you can make contact with extraterrestrial vehicles physically that fly around like we see many times, and many people have seen over the years. But in actuality, there's also the idea of teleportation or quantum field teleportation, where you can be here and then you can be somewhere else. We know the universe is entangled. We know consciousness is a key. So all of this is really starting to expand our consciousness to even go beyond the physical flotsam and jetsam. And the idea that even now that's very prevalent, that extraterrestrial craft are not limited to the third/fourth dimensional reality, fourth dimension being time, but that they can work in fifth dimensional reality. So
this is what we say in chapter 3 of our contribution,
that all of these discontinuities can be resolved by a higher consciousness physics. It allows us to see we're not dealing with one extraterrestrial society, but several. And even beyond that, extracelestial and ultra-terrestrial that are in the consciousness or the pure form of evolution that do not need nuts and bolts. And so this is the big picture, as it were, the blueprint to the stars, the passport to the cosmos that we need as we wake up and smell the coffee, a higher consciousness that is more generous, and recognizing all members of the human society have had great traditions.
There are beings right here. That's why we're because are just vibrating at a faster rate. And some people can see them. Some people are awakened to that fact that they're here. We are part of the cosmos. I mean, I know we all think that, but they welcome people who open their hearts and can drop the idea of that ego sense of self. This is really the level that we are all being called to. This is the work of the Hurtats. They are teaching an expanded reality because they know people are open to this now. So as we detach from the old identity, we start to embrace the more cosmic awareness and being that we really are. And then the fourth chapter is Linda Moulton Howe, who really is one of the experts in the field. She is one of the major, I would say she is the top researcher. Linda Moulton Howe, contact in the implicate order. The implicate order is a David Bohm term in physics where everything is connected. The whole universe. You ever wonder why they call it the universe, the one verse? It is all one.
I have the fourth chapter, contact in the implicate order, which is my way of saying that underneath everything, to the atoms, to the neutrinos, there is a fabric that ties everything at the deepest level together. And this is the very first time in my life that I ever talked about something that happened to me when I was in grade school and was playing in the backyard, going onto a handstand with my legs over a limb. And having done that, coming up from having been upside down for quite a while and looking at a full moon. And as I stared at that full moon, I was there. I was in it. And I knew the moon was hollow.
I'm Richard Branson, and I have a once-in-a-lifetime invitation for you. Would you like to travel to...
And she gave me a big push. Wait, I'm just heading forward to... Years with an ETs had this relationship. 10 out of 11 essays in the book talk about telepathy. And Darylyn and Bashar calls it telepathy. There's an empathic quality. So you're not really hearing someone's voices, you're feeling what they are and what they're experiencing. And then when you do, you're syncing up your vibration. You're on the same wavelength.
As Bashar has sort of described it, and the reason that he refers to it as telepathy is, you know, he's attempting to get us to understand that there is a different mechanical explanation for a lot of things that we consider to be metaphysical experiences rather than the older, outdated definitions. For example, most people would think that telepathy means that we're reading someone else's mind. What Bashar is basically saying is that's not really mechanically what's happening. What's happening is you are getting your own energy to be sort of on a similar wavelength with someone else. And therefore, when you're on a similar wavelength, you actually have the same thoughts at the same time, because that's the thought that goes with that frequency. So basically, you're reading your own mind, but synchronistically, you happen to know exactly what the other person is thinking. And this is why it's telepathy, because you see this example all the time with people who are in love with one another. Because that vibration, that similar harmonic resonance between those people allow them to really be on the same wavelength. And very often you'll see that people who are in love, they know exactly what each other is thinking. They finish each other's sentences. They hardly have to say a word to know what the other person is thinking. But that's just because they're having the same thought at the same time, because they're on the same frequency. So really the idea is the more in love we are with each other, the more telepathic we will naturally become.
People that are having an experience are
20 years ago, but there was a speech he gave in 1995, and I found that, and I had it transcribed, or it was transcribed, but it's never been in print before. And it's a very contemporary understanding of abductions are real, they happen. He was a psychiatrist, he confirmed it. He's saying these people are not crazy.
if something doesn't fit our notions of reality, and yet the people that are having an experience are of sound mind, are sincere, or nothing to gain, are in effect opening to other realities, then it seems to me the responsibility of academicians as well as theologians is to begin to question our notions of reality.
So this little exchange I had with Linda we're here not to really leave the earth, but we're here to awaken the earth to what's possible. I just want to end with this little exchange I had with Linda Moulton Howe, who says that when we get that headline, we are not alone in the universe, the world opens up. That is the thing that opens consciousness to these new realities. We get that mind-cracking headline, we're not alone in the universe. What does that mean for the population of the planet and for you and the history of civilization?
Finally, a truth. As simple as that. If you look back 5,000 years or 12,000 to Göbekli Tepe, and you look at the history of this planet, is demonstrably one in which Homo sapiens sapien is abused. Because from my point of view, if you are a civilization that evolves for 12,000 years, and you are always under the thumb of another intelligence that manipulates you, and that humans are never, ever talked to, communicated honestly, then we are today in the 21st century, 12,000 years later. We are an abused species. And part of this abused species is going out into the Milky Way galaxy and beyond without a single general human population knowing and it being told we're not alone.
Once we do know, what does that mean? What is that? How does that shift our reality?
That we are finally being given respect enough for the truth of something so huge. We're not only not alone in the universe, and that I would stress, there are other intelligences and they really care about us and they want us to get past this difficult time of lies, deception by other forces that have never told humans the truth. That is why we've got to have this revolutionary headline. And contact.
Oh, yes.
Making contact. This is, it is a valuable read for everybody.
Thank you. Why is it valuable?
Because I know all these people. I know how difficult it is to get to facts, to get to a pattern in which it will help other human beings who have never, ever read any of our other books, seen any of our other films, been to any of our conferences. We have got to start where the news on TV and radio and newspapers begin to understand and start reporting what I have been reporting for 42 years, feeling like I have been pushing a huge 1,000-pound boulder up a hill. We are at the point where it might finally reach the top. Once that boulder starts going, the whole planet changes in relationship to this universe and the understanding that there's probably an infinite number of universes, infinite number of timelines, infinite number of dimensions, and that we, without consciousness, we're tearing into other consciousnesses and dimensions in World War II with the atomic bomb.
And we could now solve those issues and move forward as a real intelligent civilization that's meeting these beings on an equal footing. That's what I feel.
That would be my prayer.
It's true. We have been an enslaved race because we have not been told the truth of who we really are, why we're here, and that we're not freaks of nature. Science, mainstream science, you say, oh, life is an accident, but we all know that life is an emergent property of creation. It is the reason for existence is that life and intelligence and exchange and feeling and emotion is why we're all here. We're here to experience the totality of creation and be joyful. Linda really inspired me to just read this prologue, and it's from this abolitionist, fighting against slavery in the 1800s. But he talked about the times we're coming into where we need to expand who we are as human beings to welcome a greater humanity. So from 1844 till now, 2021, it says, there are seasons in human affairs of inward and outward revolution, when new depths seem to be broken open in the soul, and when new wants are unfolded in multitudes, and a new and undefined good is thirsted for. There are periods when the principles of experience need to be modified. That's what's happening here. And when hope and trust and instinct claim a greater share in the guidance of human affairs. When in truth, to dare is the highest wisdom. So that's our mission. Let's dare people to know there's a grander universe that's waiting for us to wake up and show the essence of who we are as feeling, loving, total, heart-centered, open-minded beings that are non-local everywhere and part of a greater reality. This is what the next level of reality that we're all on the threshold of. It is really exciting times as we go from one species into the next, as we really transform the active power in our DNA and ignite the biophotonic potential. We're becoming more light. We really are. So this is the time, I think, in history where they're going to say, wow, a lot of those people woke up together. They woke up to bring in these new realities and new possibilities. And we are the ones that are really going to change the consciousness out here. And we are the ones that are really going to start to make contact. And we are making it now. And this is the destiny of humanity.
The rocket equation, it's a beautiful thing. No astronaut launches through space with their fingers crossed. That's not how we deal with risk. What I learned from 21 years as an astronaut is
all this gets me to the second part of my lecture, dealing with the words of John Mack. He says, we're dealing with a phenomena which violates our sense of reality and which operates in the gray zone between the physical world and the subjective world. We're being asked to prove this by methods of physical science alone. And this is the clincher. But those methods, in my opinion, that's John's opinion, will not yield its secrets until we discover other ways of knowing. Now, what are those other ways of knowing? That's the key that we're looking to discover here. The other ways of knowing is that we have to start to think with a different set of beliefs, a different orientation to the world. So in this slide, you see what we're on the right side. This is the great imagination we're born with. And this is what we're taught by the time we're 5 and 6 years old. ABC, 1, 2, 3. And that's the problem with this. We have to expand our possibilities. We have to go and access our right brain instead of our left brain. Understanding with our right brain is the key to what John Mack said, other ways of knowing. And we're getting hints about this from the actual government releases. So a couple of years ago, they went from UFOs to UAPs.
And there's a new name. It's unexplained aerial phenomenon.
Unexplained aerial phenomena,
Yep,
really?
Yep, UAP. That's the latest nomenclature.
I like the old one. I like UFO. I don't know why.
Well, I think we can use them interchangeably.
Unfortunately, Hillary, they are not the same thing. This is not just a rebranding technique to get people away from the kind of weird connotations UFOs have. This is a key to understanding what's going on. So we are getting these leaks, these kind of revelations. Maybe Hillary doesn't know what the intentions of that are, but whoever told her to say that knows that that the government's starting to reveal more about what's going on. So we're getting these little hints, and this is a big one. This is the government saying that they are now relabeling what's been called unidentified flying objects as unexplained aerial phenomena. We are basically going, because unidentified, unexplained, flying to aerial, but object to phenomena is the key here. So what does that mean? That this is more, this thing is more than just craft in the sky. It's like Jacques Vallée has said, if it turns out that there are just beings visiting us from another planet, I'll be very disappointed. There's so much more to the situation than just craft in the sky. There's a whole paranormal element. There's a telepathic element. There are things that affect our consciousness. And this also seems to be coming out in the government documents. So ATIP, the Advanced Threat Identification Program, which really got the ball of disclosure started, has documents that were leaked that talk about cognitive human interface when you come into the environment of these other things. So another thing that comes out in the ATIP document are the interface and human effects, how the phenomena actually affects our thought, the spatial temporal translations or the time anomalies. So these have to be labeled as more than objects. It is phenomena because it's become a phenomenal situation. So we need other ways of studying this. This goes beyond traditional science. So what do we have to study that? Well, the key has also been in the ATIP documents. The key to the whole this understanding was in this last ATIP document that was smuggled out along with the videotapes that were released to the New York Times and the Washington Post and Politico. And it was this line that says, what was once considered phenomena is now quantum physics. So we go from flying saucers to UFOs to UAPs, and UAPs is phenomena, to quantum physics. Now, quantum physics gets us back to what John Mack was saying. It is another way of understanding the world. This is the other way of thinking. The person that instituted the quantum physics understanding of this phenomena is the guy who's been at the center of the release, the disclosure phenomena. And this is the guy that's been in the news everywhere, Lou Elizondo, and he gives us a hint of the understanding of quantum physics. And here he is talking on Fox. The problem is, no one has a deep understanding of quantum physics, but one of the experts in quantum mechanics, quantum physics, says, Richard Feynman says, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics, meaning this is a science we have yet to develop. We have inklings of the capabilities of what quantum mechanics is, but we really don't know how it operates. We don't understand the laws in which they function. So when Elizondo says these are the this is a function of quantum physics, he's only hinting at hypothesis. I do agree this has to do with some of the higher laws of physics, but we have yet to understand that. And when we do understand that, and I also agree but you know, the key to quantum mechanics, quantum physics, at that it takes another way of knowing. This is not a linear science. This is not even a objective science. There's a subjective reality that's brought into the observer effect. And this is sort of what began with Einstein and his theory of relativity. Light travels depending on the relative position of the observer. I mean, light is constant, but how it's perceived depends on who is looking at it. So we're in a new ball game for as far as the physics of the universe. And this is what I think the ETs have going on for themselves. They understand this, they understand how to operate the power of their mind, because the mind is a subjective purveyor of reality. And this is what we need to learn as keys to this new way of knowing, this new way of working, this new way of being. So the qualities of quantum physics or quantum mechanics are entanglement connects all things. That means everything in time space is connected, but the more you associate together certain objects or things, the more entangled they are. This is what Einstein called spooky action at a distance. So he couldn't explain it in terms of the physics he had, but quantum physics came along, created an explanation. It's only an explanation. It's not a real science. They're only observing things. They don't really understand how it works, but this is what we have to work with so far. It appears that UFOs are able to bend time space, maybe not with a hardware technology, but with possibly a technology of consciousness. That's my theory. All possibilities exist in superposition before the results are calculated. That means when you're throwing a set of dice, before the dice land, all possibilities are up for grabs there. And this is what quantum physics looks like, the realm of possibilities, not the results. This is why we also say in quantum physics terms, possibilities only exist when they're measured. Otherwise, all things are in motion. The universe is in motion. It's only when we take a small observation of certain things that the details, the specifics, does the world come into a kind of collapsing of the wave function. That's so, in other words, the observer affects reality, meaning that when we see the results of an action, let's say the dice land, they no longer exist in superposition. We have collapsed the wave function into a result. But if we don't collapse the wave function, if we consider the superposition of all things in motion, we are getting closer, I feel, to the truth of how these UFOs, ETs, operate in this other realm where quantum physics is an application of a practical science to move through time and space. Quantum physics comes down to the observer effect. What we think affects reality. And these beings, whoever they are maneuvering their craft in this quantum physics way to appear, disappear, move from place to place, move beyond time, but somehow they're able to use their mind to project a reality that they want. We have to get out of linear thinking. We have to think more abstractly, because when we're thinking linearly, you collapse the wave function, you say, this is it. If you're thinking abstractly, many possibilities exist at once. And when we learn the power of consciousness to manipulate those other realities, we will use the full capacity of our brain to move from here to there without shifts. We have this divine capacity as non-local beings to, I teach remote viewing, and everybody in the room can get the target just by extending the power of their brain to a non-local location. So we are much more vast and incredible and powerful than our education, our politics, our media, our religion has told us. And that is really what I think the whole UFO phenomenon is about. So I've made this association between three distinct elements. So if the observer affects reality, or what we see of reality, then we have the power of mind or consciousness to manipulate time, space as we know it. So there's the element of consciousness or the observer. There's the element of quantum physics, and both of them are connected, it seems, to how the UFOs, ETs operate in this reality. So created a triangulation of these three elements because both the UFO phenomena and quantum physics have as a connecting point consciousness. And what does that mean, consciousness? This is what we're going to look at now. One thing that we might take into account is that consciousness, this idea of consciousness, is not localized in the brain. Just like the music from a radio is not actually being generated by the radio, it's only being received by the radio. Consciousness, if we really knew how to manipulate it and control it, we would see could control aspects outside the body. That is really key. John Keel, one of the old-time UFO researchers, said the real validation must be made of the phenomena in the consciousness of the people. This can only be something that can become real in the reality of the planet is through the experience of consciousness. The other thing I want to compare that to is what the physicist John Wheeler said in his book, The Participatory Universe. We're not simply, this is based on his understanding of quantum physics, because when you see something, what you see affects you, and what sees you affects them. So as you see these UFOs, we become entangled in that awareness. And this is part of the cognitive effects that seem to be happening when people have this UFO contact. So this is not talking about UFOs. He's talking about straight physics. We're not simply bystanders on the cosmic stage. We're shapers and creators of a living participatory universe. Everything is moving. Everything we think affects other things. And I take this statement to kind of explain what Grant Cameron says. There are no innocent bystanders in the UFO movement. Everybody is a participant. And now, if we can start to evolve our consciousness, I love this quote by Noam Chomsky, new levels of human cognition can only emerge at new levels of awareness. So as we expand our capacity for being more aware, we start to pick up on other levels that may be in our field that we didn't perceive before. And also Whitley Strieber's comment, the pressure of the close encounter experiences is what the force of evolution looks like when it's applied to the conscious mind. As our mind becomes more conscious, as we become more aware of the capacities of consciousness, this is bringing on what we're calling the close encounter experience, because maybe these beings are connected to an evolutionary awareness that brings in a new level of cognition. The experience of contact with non-intelligence is the key that will open the door to understanding consciousness. So this is why there's this threefold aspect to this question. There's quantum physics, there's consciousness, and there are UFOs. And I think they're all related on some level. So one thing the visitors do by accessing quantum physics is not collapsing the wave function. So they don't create a definitive place in time and space, but live in a multiplicity of superpositions. When you're accessing these other positions, you're in hyperdimensionality. So we need to think that way. And our thinking has become concretized in comprehension. We need to think in a higher level. We need to think abstractly. Quantum physics lead to this new understanding, this new level of meaning means we need to think in the abstract. This apprehension versus comprehension. These are what I feel the levels of quantum physics lead to. This new understanding, this new level of meaning means we need to think in the abstract.
Because the energy is all around us, you can...
Abstract thinking means letting go of concrete ways. The ability to be abstract. It was the key to our survival. No other animal has the ability to think about objects and situations which are not tangibly physical. Quantum superposition of apprehension allows us to be more than just our five senses. It frees the mind to look at more creative solutions to satisfy the basic needs of eating, sleeping, and reproducing. The key is to see the difference, I feel, between signs and symbols. This illustrates the comprehension idea versus apprehension idea. When we see a sign, like a stop sign, there's no question that's what it is. We have collapsed the wave function into that concretized observation. But when we use that same stop sign in a picture of a polluted ocean, then that stop sign becomes a symbol. It means that is less definable in terms of, oh yeah, I know what that means. It means stop, but it means more than just stop. It means the urgency of stopping. It means stopping a whole way of life. It means an urgency to change our way of living. It takes on a less concrete, but more overview effect of what that image actually means. This is how I feel the ETs are in control of their reality, because they don't concretize into comprehension a single meaning. The power of the symbol lies in its ability to convey multiple meanings at once. Words concretize the world into specific meaning. What we get with images, an emoji, you may give someone a thumbs up after they say, oh, let's meet. But it doesn't just say, yes, let's meet. It says right on. It means thank you. It means a multiplicity of meanings. Johann Goethe says, symbols are a living, perceptual, instantaneous revelation of the unfathomable. In terms of the symbols, I love showing the drawings of Kamara Jones. You could look at her on Instagram, ArtSoldier77, and I think she goes into some of the most phenomenal portrayals of ET realities that are communicating in many, many levels at once. This is why I put this key aspect right in the title of my book. The use of the asterisk bestows a variety of associations, such as a distant star, the possible origins of an extraterrestrial existence, or it could mean a new star is rising over the ill-fated stars of the past. On another level, that asterisk placed between making and contact is like the center point of a compass, representing the way consciousness reaches out in all directions. Whatever your association to the asterisk is, it is the initiation into a new way of knowing. That symbol has a nonverbal communication from mind to mind. It is the point of contact. Perhaps we'll realize one day that who and what we are making contact with is really ourselves. Okay. Okay, Omar, are you there?
Yeah, I was just wondering how Rob made it onto your video.
Oh, now, come on. That was really cool, though, with the picture there. It was really cool.
Yeah, that was super cool.
Let's see if I can get back to that screen. I need to wait. Okay, which video? Which picture you mean? That one.
The one at the end with the big eyes. That was you with the big eyes.
That was me with. That was me with the big eye. Yeah, someone made me.
Oh, did he just lose himself out?
Did we just lose Alan? It looks like he'll be back. He'll be right back. Don't worry. And then we'll bring Valerie on. That was really cool. A really great information in there, and especially when he talked about the radio being the receiver instead of the radio creating the music, and that is just a receiver. And I've got a similar idea on that as well, where I've said that our avatar is just a great big antenna. And if we look at the television, I use the television as an example, of the internet, that on the TV, when we're flipping through channels, it's not the TV in itself that is creating the show. It's just transmitting the information that it's decoding. And same thing with the human body avatar. It in our mind and our consciousness, it decodes information. We can go back to the saying, if a tree falls in the forest, do you hear it? Yes or no. But we can go on the same thing, and it's the same thing in consciousness. I think it's like the internet, right? Where if you try to tell someone about the internet that's never seen or experienced the internet, they're never going to understand what the internet is, right? And to use the internet, you need a device, you need hardware like a telephone or a computer or something, right? So the same thing I think is with consciousness. By using this avatar as a device, kind of like a telephone or a radio, or like the
it's a conduit.
That's right.
We are not creating thoughts. We are receiving these thoughts from another realm. So we're not our thoughts. We are the observer of our realities, and we could send and receive these messages. And that's sort of what I think we need to be aware of to communicate with the extraterrestrials. It's this understanding that puts us on an even playing field with these other beings. And this is our evolution. It's to stop thinking that we're so limited, but we are so much more. So this is why when I teach remote viewing, people get that immediately. Leanne, who's always is an incredible remote viewer, and she's usually on the chat here, and she just puts her mind, and boom, it shows up. We are all non-local. The body is just the radio, but it's not the generator of thought. It is, like you said, Omar, it is the transducer. But we are not limited to the body. This is the miracle of being embodied, but out being the body, so
yeah.
So so what did you think? I haven't really showed that publicly too much, that presentation. I still need to work on it a little bit, but what do you think about that idea of abstract thinking, as opposed to saying, this is what I know what this is? This is like left brain versus right brain awareness. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it totally does. Let's start with Greg on this one. He's been pretty quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Hey, Alan. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank
you. Especially, I'm going. I'm in Brooklyn, so I'm going. Oh my gosh, this guy is a New York. Looking back on everything, going, this guy's a New York legend over here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, he's been around. My gosh.
Yeah.
No. It's an amazing, and there's a lot of people in the chat. Someone saying they watched you on local
public
TV
access
years ago.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm still on public access every Monday night, actually. Yes.
Wow. Awesome.
So, I'm actually, Greg, when I do a book opening in New York, come down, okay, the end of September. Everyone's invited. So what was your comment on all this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about that asterisk. That's the thing, the asterisk that really
I
resonated
made
with
them
me.
put that in the book. They said, what for? I said, this is the most important thing in the whole book is the asterisk, because that is the nonverbal communication that opens up a different part of our minds that we need, because these beings are not talking to us in language that we understand. They're talking to us in telepathic symbols that we interpret.
Yes.
Right? I say, like, when we talk to a dog, we're talking from a higher level of consciousness. We're not barking at the dog to make them understand what they're saying. So we need to go to this place where we can communicate in this more abstract apprehension type of way.
Yeah. No, I'm so with you. I think that has been part of at least my journey as a coming from a hypnotherapy background. I've been struggling because I love working with people, and I think helping people with hypnosis as a modality for healing in general is great, but also there's another part of altering consciousness, which is consciousness expansion. and using, hypnotists always talk about you're using the I mean, and people argue it can be metaphorical what percentage of the brain you're not using. We'll just say for the sake of this, it's the 90% of the untapped resources. To me, I'm going, yeah, it's really great to help people with self-confidence. And also, if you bring people in this profound altered state, why can't you leverage the tools so that you might actually be able to have contact with an extraterrestrial?
Well, we can. If our minds are non-local, they are right here. But we're so conditioned to not use this infinite part of awareness. That's the problem.
Right. I that's what they, and I really took that away. I think this idea of in these movies, it's sort of what you were saying before, right? Like Omar, Rob, we've managed to have this event going, in many events where we're getting different history and alternative views, and I think what's going to be key to add on to just receiving the information is engaging in your brain with the information in a new way. That to me strikes me as that's what I'm resonating with.
That's making contact. That's really what I'm saying. Okay, I don't mean
I would let me just chime in here for a minute. I was actually talking about something like this yesterday, where I'll actually expand on that. When we're born and we're squeezed through the educational system, they get us to use and train us to use only our left brain. What I've come to discover is that I'm going to be a granddad here in a few months, and I've been doing a lot of research and listening and watching. And the thing that I've learned is that when babies are born, they're thinking and they're using their right brain to think. So I thought, so when my grandbaby is born, what I'm going to do is I'm going to meditate, and I'm going to try and make that right brain connection with her or him to see if I can get that telepathic communication with this brand new person. And if I'm able to do that, then I'm able to do that with anything out there. Right. So I think what we need to do is we need to train our right brain in order for us to get out of this staticness that we're in. And then once we get accustomed to that, then we'll look back and say, oh, wow, we were such dinosaurs using our left brain when we had this technology available to us at all times. What do you think, Rob?
My thoughts are, and I think that once we expose people to what this actually is, they're going to get this yearning to do it, because it's going to bring them to this place of not so much of a euphoric thing, but, just like when somebody said you're carrying a telephone in your pocket, and we're using the telephone metaphor again, everybody was like, that's crazy. Why would I want to do that? But now everybody has it. So once we get to this point, we're not going to need a lot of these modern technologies that are hindering this frequency that we're trying to raise as well right now. Sitting in front of this computer, this microphone, this box right here, it's all bringing you down. It's all negative energies coming into your body. Therefore, go ahead.
No, I just want to know what Clarence has to say, because he had raised his hand a few times. But Clarence?
Well, I just wanted your opinion on something. I mean, and I love your work, and I followed you for a long time. But what do you say to people that had contact that didn't make the first move, that they came to that person?
Well, on some level, they were ready. On some level, for me, I wasn't ready. I was traumatized. I had this experience, and it's like, it's been a journey for me to make sense of something my mind couldn't comprehend. But it was also an incredible leap of evolution. It also became an obsession. I could say sort of a life obsession. And in a way, it was either that or be an accountant. No, I'm kidding. But it's like, this was a lot more interesting than, other paths. I mean, probably the most interesting thing I think we can do, and the most important, is to change the minds of humanity to welcome something bigger. So I can't think of anything more exciting. So it was a little strange in the beginning, but what else we here to do, right? Anyway.
Yeah,
Yes.
see, I've been dealing with this my whole life, so yeah, I'm right with you 100%. Thank you.
Great.
Let's hear from Bruce on that. Welcome, Valerie. I thought I would bring you into our mini panel here, since this was an interesting conversation, and especially the question that Alan asked. I thought we might hear some thoughts from you. Yeah, what do you think? Alan, you want to repeat that question again? So Valerie's on board with
Which
us?
question? There's so many questions I have, but which one was that?
The one that we were just talking about, the right brain and...
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, how else are we going to communicate with these beings unless we get out of this conditioned, cultural, limited way of thinking? This, I call it half-witted. We need to be full-witted. What do you think, Valerie?
Well, to start with, I've been on a journey also, Alan, and I can relate to what you're saying. The thing is, what I have come to understand and know is that everybody has come from somewhere else. We're not all humans all the time, far from it. And we are actually all star people.
Yes.
So we have a history, and there's sort of talk about multi personalities or party lives or party influences, all those type of things. And we are limited to some degree, otherwise our brain would explode. It is a recorder. Our brain is a recorder. It reminds us and remembers things for us that's important in our everyday life. As far as connecting to who we really are, which is from the source of all creation, so we're all God beings. I know God is a word that people sort of cringe at times, so we could call it a creator, if you like. So we have a beginning, everyone does. And it's from that source that we have all the answers as well. Does that make some sense?
Yeah, of course. But how do we tell the rest of the world who are asleep about that?
Yes, that's exactly right. Well, we do have in us, we have intuition. And if we encourage people to listen to that intuitively, and like you said, with symbols or signs, I live by those all the time, because they are the same as the indigenous people do too. They draw things on a rock, and it's not just a drawing, it has a real meaning. Right. And this is the same with the symbols cannot necessarily mean the same to each person either. So if you start analyzing human beings and everyone on this earth, nobody is the same, which is why making it difficult to heal people sometimes. Some react to something that others heal from.
Do you think the ETs are here specifically for that reason, to wake us up to who we really are? That's my feeling.
Can I go back to where the dots have all started to come together?
Yes.
Because I'm 88 years now, and they've been unfolding information along the way, I suppose, so that I could write books, write stories, write experiences, those kind of things. And now they've come to give us the understanding this planet, Earth, was created by the hierarchy that exists in Andromeda or Andromeda. Now, whether you accept that or not, this is how we've been given, and it's been over 40-odd years, 42 years, I think. I've been working constantly with them, and if you say encounters, yes, I've had all those. I've been through the trauma that Witness Driver talked about. I could relate to everything that he experienced, and his book awakened me to not to be afraid. And then I realized when I was in a hypnotherapist couch that at another layer of consciousness, I had agreed to it. And most people have. It's just that they, with their, can I say, the separation of understanding who they really are in a personality, and then who they really are as a creator or a God being.
Beautiful.
Right? Yeah. That's the difference. And it's really not, it's not a case of, it's the separation that we've created, really. But when we understand that, we can bring it together. And there's all sorts of ways to do that.
I would love to interview you. Where are you located?
Where am I what?
Where are you living? Where are you calling us from?
I'm in what they call the Southern Highlands, which is south of Sydney.
Oh.
The mountains, it's very cold at the moment. We don't have high mountains in Australia, but it has been very cold this winter.
Well, thank you for sharing your experiences. I'll be in touch with you. And what does Bruce was Bruce? Yeah, Bruce.
Bruce Cunningham coming at us from the Philippines. What are your thoughts, Bruce? You've been pretty quiet.
Yes, Ellen. Oh my.
No, I don't think the connection.
I'm familiar with work. Oh, I here in the Philippines.
Oh.
Fantastic stuff.
Your audio.
I really like consciousness. I'm a big
I
reader
like all the words
of
I'm
the
catching.
The old Napoleon Hill.
But
Yeah,
you're
your
breaking
audio your audio is pretty bad, Bruce.
What about Steve and Evan?
Yeah, I want to introduce you guys. That's why I tossed it.
Look, you gotta there you go. You have to unmute it.
Bruce, we can't hear you. That's the problem. You're breaking up.
So, guys, I want to introduce you. Alan, this is Stephen and Evan Strong. Stephen is on the right and Evan's on the left. And
Yes,
Stephen and Evan, this is
that's what I
Alan
hear. Like I said, my time.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, mate.
Are you Australian too?
Yeah,
definitely.
Oh, great.
We live in the same state as Valerie, but on
Yes, I know them.
a little bit apart.
About 900k apart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are.
I'm a channeler, and Steve wasn't all that open to it, but he, bless him, has actually admitted that there's something to it.
Yes, Stephen and Evan, they're brilliant researchers, Alan. They're just around the curve and head of the curve. Just brilliant guys. I've been working with them for about 5 years, going on to 6 years now, maybe even longer actually. About 7 years we've been working together.
What's their research in? What aspect?
Go ahead, Stephen.
It's basically everything in Australia, which includes alien skulls, which we have a hold of, 4 of them. It involves metals that can't be identified on the periodic table, rocks, rings. We've got 3 rings from Atlantis and about 5 from Lemuria. It's sort of a coverage of everything that's been found in Australia over a long period of time. So it's been quite a long, and all backed up by the best science. We've got laboratories and machinery in Australia that proves all the metal artifacts we've got. We've got at least 4 that have a major component that is not on the periodic table. So there's a lot of different stuff. But for
Don't
today,
forget to tell them, Stephen, about you and deciphering the wall. Let him know about that, because that was your doing.
carry-on walls, the carry-on walls,
Egyptian hieroglyphs in Australia that Graham Hancock had visited. He was touring around with Stephen and Evan. Yeah, sorry, Stephen, go ahead. My apologies.
You're right. No. So basically, it's a bit of everything. Who's actually doing a video on the carry-on glyphs? Who is it? The guy from Gaia.
Oh, Billy Carson.
Billy Carson's is about to put out a 1-hour special on the carry-on glyphs, and you'll get a better look at them because we took him to the glyphs, and he's absolutely convinced not only are they Egyptian, but they're from an earlier language which relates to the Star People again, and that's on the other 2 glyphs. So it's got a combination of both ancient Egyptian and first language. So yeah, a lot of different stuff. But with Valerie, you're right, Valerie. My introduction was going to be about the fact until I met you, I didn't believe in channelers.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much, Alan. Really appreciate your time. You're welcome to stick around in the studio and check this out.
Great.
And,
Valerie, I'm going to be in touch with you. I want to know everything you know for the last 88 years.
Fine, that'd be lovely, Alan. I'd be
okay. Great. And where are you, Clarence? Where are you located?
Are you speaking to me? Sorry.
No, Clarence up there.
I live in Minnesota.
Okay.
I'm from the central United States.
Great. And Greg, I'll see you. And Rob,
Yes.
hopefully I'll see you too. All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you, Alan. That was
Yes,
fantastic.
definitely a pleasure.
So
Thanks,
good.
everyone. It was really fun to be here. Okay.
Thank
see
you,
tomorrow.
Alan. Really appreciate it. Love you, brother. We'll
Thank
talk
you
soon.
too. It's been really fun. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Alan.
All right, guys, so we're going to leave Stephen and Evan and Valerie, and I'm going to remove myself off of the screen, and we'll leave this up to them. And I'm sure we're going to get an epic download from Valerie. And, like Alan was saying, 88 years. So we're about to get something here.
Okay, so we'll do the introduction
Yep.
now. All right, now. Okay, well, actually, we gave away a bit of this when we just spoke before. We've got to be honest, we've been doing this now for probably 15 years, and we use the best science and the best machinery, the best archaeology we can use. We rely on that first and foremost, but I've got to make the point, when we go on the country, we normally take a psychic with us. We're open to both sides of the equation, and we've made that clear. And when we do our reports, we separate the two so people don't get confused. If they don't want to walk down that side, that's fine. We give them a choice. Now, having said that, I remember listening to the last gentleman talk about remote viewing, and then I thought of Valerie with her channeling. And I've got to be honest, of all the different disciplines, it was the one that I was the least interested in, and had to be really converted to believe in this. And I want to explain why. Valerie left me open to Leah, who's turned up later. I know that she's just as legitimate as Valerie is, and others. And the reason is this. I met Valerie quite a few times, and I knew she was channeling an original spirit called Alkaringa, and I thought, well, yeah, fine, that's okay. You can believe that. That's all right. But I learned one thing with Valerie. I've met her on a personal level, which a lot of people haven't. And the idea that she'd be lying about something that's so integral to the whole of her life, it's not true. It can't be. Because there's an honesty, integrity in this lady that is not manufactured. It's just there. That's part of her being, which led me down the path of one of two things. She's telling the truth. I know this sounds bizarre, and I've only two people I'm going to say this about, and I said this about Leah, but Leah only gets there through Valerie. That's fine to say that she's telling the truth, but then you can come back to me and say, as a scientist would, it's delusional. That's the other one. You can believe in a delusion. So there is that possibility. But ladies and gentlemen, if you think that way, what I would suggest is, I remember when I read a book by Valerie called Alkaringa, and I read the channeling that came from this being. And I can tell you now, the depth of wisdom and the insights that were coming through this channeling can't come from a delusional mind. There's high intelligence, insight, and wisdom there that just doesn't come from a raving lunatic, which I've been called, haven't I?
Yes, you have many times.
But in this case, it doesn't fit. So therefore, what I'm left with is the only possible option is that Valerie was delusional, but it can't be that, because I've read what's written by this delusional character, and that's not there. You only have to read the wisdom in that book. You'll realize then, no, this is actually a proper path. So what Valerie's going to talk about, for the rational part of our mind, that overabundant left hemisphere, it's challenging. Because she's going to say things, you're going to say, well, where's the thing that you're channeling from? Where is that being manifested in front of me? So it's a leap of faith. But ladies and gentlemen, we made that leap of faith because we knew her personally. Then we actually listened to what she said, and then read what this being that she's in contact with spoke about and revealed to her. And right now is the right time to listen to this wisdom, because it's needed, because in the future, this will be the dominant wisdom in this planet. And if you can't get used to it now, you probably never will. So here's a good chance to prepare yourself for the sorts of thinking and the sorts of action and the philosophy that comes past the change that began at Uluru. So I'll hand over to our Valerie now and let her share the wisdom of what she's learned and what she's learned through Al Karinga and Original Spirit. And when we come back, there is one question I'm going to open with when we come back and you finish about Al Karinga and your relationship. But I won't tell you what that is until they're finished. I don't want to give that away. Over to you, Valerie, and I'm looking forward to what you've got to tell us today and also what you're going to channel, because I know it's true.
So, are you asking me to channel? Is that what you think?
No, just your stories of doing it. That's an essence of who you are. I believe in that, and that's what I'm passing on to others. No,
Okay.
you do today.
It's a long story, and I have actually been prompted to write. I was actually called. I was never looking for any of this. I was called and awakened one night, and a voice, very dignified voice, was asking me to stand up. And it's a bit of a long story, and I don't know how much time I've got, Stephen. So can I just I've been asked to put it all in this book now, this latest one. And in part 2, it's got where I was holding the sacred Al Karinga stone, that belonged to the Indigenous people of Australia. And that seems to be a big part of my mission into helping people to understand how the clever ones actually are able to hold and know knowledge even before humans were said to exist on the planet. They know about the creation of the planet, that type of stories, and they call it dreaming. Now, I've come to understand also that the dreaming, of course, is in science where we talk about the, what do you call it? There's a name for it. Can't think of it now. It's an aspect of sleeping, and it's just the one before deep sleep. And it's part of the dreaming so that it's not linked to the brain. It still has images and it can communicate. And your higher self, your God self, actually can send messages through to you. And this is what I understand is happening to the Indigenous people, the clever ones that have been chosen, and they know it's their work when they're first born. The whole tribe know that. And they actually then just tune, be quiet, they train. There's a lot of initiation. Sometimes they have a near-death experience and come back again, which has happened to me also. And when you channel, your brain's asleep, but you've got this talk and this conversation coming through. It's actually borrowed your voice box to come through and speak. I have no idea what's going to come. And this is what it is with channelers. There's many of them on the earth. I understand there's something like 144,000 that have committed to come to earth at this time, because we are gradually, with the new energy coming onto this earth all the time, it's raising consciousness. So there's layers of consciousness changing all the time, where you can look back and think, well, you couldn't talk about UFOs, say, in the 50s, people would laugh. But now there's more people opening up to it. It's a big story. This is a thing. And I think the real answer is for people to experience it themselves. And they can do that. Everybody is a star person. There's no doubt about that. And they've come from the stars, and they're influenced by the stars all the time without really realizing it. And they have thoughts and think, or a dream and think, where did that come from? But it was meaningful to them, and it helped them make a decision about their life. Everybody has that in them. And we call it intuition, which means inside teaching. So we haven't been sort of just dropped here into an earth body without this consciousness coming with us, which we all refer to as the soul. And the soul consciousness is the secret. That's when you meditate and you can actually still the brain and actually connect to the soul consciousness, which can relate to your oversoul and then to your God self, if you like. Like I said, a little bit wary about the use of God, because there's been things done in the name of God which got nothing to do with God at all. And so people need to use discernment always. And that is linked to our feeling. We are all sentient beings, and so we feel. Something feels right, or it feels familiar, or it doesn't feel quite right. So we just leave that or let it go for a while. And we're training, and it's self-training, and it's discipline. And there are people that will help you to gain or tap into that actual world, that dimension, that consciousness, which is everything. And consciousness exists in everything. It just doesn't always have a language, and it's not just humans. It is in everything. And the Indigenous people in Australia understood that and know it. And so they're losing it a little now because of the white man's ways and them trying to adjust. And it's just so different. It's very hard for them to find a medium way to all interact. However, if we listen to them and quite a lot of the information that they have, we can learn a lot. And they certainly can help with understanding the environment and listening to the way the planet has been created and the necessity for it to be protected, and to, can I say, not have disagreements about whether we have climate change or not, but rather listen to the scientists that say that the world, the earth, is very badly polluted. And that is no denial. We need to deal with that. And once we deal with that, the climate will change. It'll look after itself. We have been invited by our contacts from Andromeda, who actually say they have created our planet in the first place. If I can go back further than that, there have been Star Wars. It's not fiction, it's real. And it's in mythologies of many, many different races on this planet. And there's a reality there. So the fact that there have been Star Wars means that there's been use of bombs and freezing so that things are actually, can't think of the word now, but just frozen. And so that that has happened also. There was a time on this planet when it was the time of giants. If you go to another planet, it wouldn't look like giants, but comparing to how it is here on this Earth, this planet, it was a time of giants. And there were, shall we say, illegal people that had come from the stars to occupy this Earth and were misusing genetic engineering. They're very clever with that. The source asked that anyone that is using genetic engineering, that they connect with the source of all creation and find permission first for all their creations. So it's necessary that we understand that the universal laws, and the universal laws also, we have been given free will. And that means that the star people can't readily come and help us. They want to. There are many, many benevolent star people that have presented themselves in many different names. For me, they have said they are United Planetary Nations, and they have agreed to help, and they want to help, but they can't just step in and take over. So they drop little thoughts around us, and if we pick it up, it becomes our choice, and so that we can move and be led or guided from those thoughts. However, they do now want to actually present themselves in a hologram of light, the same way they did to me back in 2017. Andromeda Val, she calls herself, actually presented herself and looking very human, and presented herself in this light beside my bed, and I was awake, and I must say I was a bit surprised, but it actually helped me to understand also of how it is. They communicate mind to mind, and so to communicate, they need channelers like I am, that they borrow the voice box and speak through that person. It's all been agreed to long before any of us have come. When we come, we have agreed to some certain amount of things happening in our life ahead of us. And one of the things for people like myself, with the 144,000 that have come voluntarily, they didn't have to come, but they've come to help to earth the new energy that's coming and gradually changing and calibrating the earth and bringing it back to the balance that it had before the fall of Atlantis. The earth almost died at that time, and there have been reports about that from scientists all over, and confusion for scientists also, because Earth dated, shall we say, old Earth became on the top of new Earth, and so it's all mixed up, and that the measurement and dating could be very confusing. However, they have attempted to, with this sacred stone, for instance, in holding it, they gave a clear way of how it all happened. That was a brief overview. That is now part 2 in this book. And so if anyone's interested, it's all done with love, and it's also been blessed by the avatar of India called Sri Satyasabhama, who actually called me and gave me this ring. He manifested it and put it on my hand. This is the one here. It actually is a diamond. And I was shown that it was actually made by extraterrestrials. I could see long white fingers working very, very fast. And it was explained that it was made the same way as humans make industrial diamonds. And so when Baba gave me this ring, he put it in my hand and said, when you look in there, I will be there. And so now at this time, he helps people. We work on Skype with people in to go into a light meditation. It's not a heavy meditation at all, but the energy is there, and I'm able to take energies from my mobile, which shows the different energy colors and patterns that show up while the work's being done. And they're actually having scalar energy, which is what Nikola Tesla talked about. It's now moved on and calling scalar energy. And it helps to lift and recalibrate the, so will I say, the DNA within our Earth body. Because that's lagging behind. It's a little harder, it's heavier, it's harder to lift that consciousness, whereas our brain and our consciousness from our soul consciousness can be lifted much easier. It's done with our thought. It's done with focus and intent. And that's the secret, because in actual fact, when you think about consciousness, it is not limited by time or distance at all. And so it's all relative where you focus and what your intent is. And that's the thing, to begin to actually help yourself to actually focus and not get distracted in any way. And that is a clear connection to your God self or creator self. And from there, you can have conversations with God, if you like. And the important thing too is that you can actually, what can I say, give up your brain in what your personal personality wants or thinks, and dedicate yourself to your God self and follow from that point. You're not giving your power away, you're actually gaining it. And that's an important thing, but it's not important. It's important not to give away your power to anyone else, of course, not at all. And so you can actually follow and live a life here, which is difficult on this planet, because we are here to help many, many different star people that are coming into Earth bodies that are cold-blooded, that's in this corner of our galaxy, the Milky Way, and we have all agreed to help one another. And this is important, that we don't judge anything. However, it doesn't mean to say we have to be best friends with everyone, but there is a prayer. Now that sounds like religion, but it's actually science, because if you have an intent and a focus and you're calling on the source of all creation to help this person, then you hand it over, and then it will be led and given in any way. This helps the star people then to bypass the universal law of intruding without being asked first. So you can ask for other people as well. And if it's given, it's, shall we say, the creator's choice. You just hand it over. So I don't know if I'm going on a bit too long, Stephen. I don't know if I seem to be the only one here. So can I, am I going on too much? Or?
No, not at all, Valerie. You're doing good. People are really resonating with what you're saying. I was just actually reading a comment from one of our sponsors, Paul Wallace. He's saying, I love Valerie's clarity, love her point about not giving your power away. So you're resonating. You're doing just fantastic. So please carry on.
Okay. I am a little lost because, it's been many, many years. And as the books that I've written or been asked to write, I've done. And like I said, they were blessed also by an avatar. Well, that doesn't happen just anyone. He had millions of followers and still has. Even though he's left this body, he's still only in the next world working and helping, as are a lot of the very clever and wise ones. They're still here helping us. We are not alone, never alone. There's always our angelic self that is helping us more than anything else. An angelic self might seem like a religious way of looking at something, and that's true, but that's how we recognize it. But it could be another form, we could call it a God being, and it is a form that is our raised connection to the source of all creation. This is where we're heading back. We are, I believe, heading back to an alignment, which we were out of after Atlantis fell. That was a big, big mess then. But getting back to Atlantis when it fell, it dropped in consciousness, and then it's been gradually trying to climb back up. It's only something like 12,000 years. It was started long before that, as far as Atlantis goes, but 12,000 years ago when it crashed and everything was all in a mess, absolutely being blown up, and all because scientists did do something without permission from the source. They were warned by other scientists and they didn't take any notice. And so there was a huge, huge second moon that was being created, and it went into the sea in the Caribbean near the can think of the name, Chicha Club. I can't pronounce it, and yet I can see the image. That's an interesting thing. I think sometimes when we can't think of things clearly, we can always see the image, which I think it must help in some way with dementia, with communicating with people. Sorry?
Chitziclib or Chitziclub, something like that. I can't pronounce it either.
Yeah, Chitziclub, something like that.
Yeah.
Or you could say the plateau of no, I've lost it myself too. I'm sorry. I'm actually pretty good at remembering things. I think I'm a little flustered. There's all these clever people writing and talking, and I'm coming from. I think they've purposely got me to be very simple and easy for people to relate to, which I find is lovely. And I don't push anything. I start talking, people might ask me, what on earth, what do I do? And most women my age may do something in charity or whatever, in social lives. And I just bite the bullet and say, well, I'm a medium, and wait for the reaction. Sometimes I get glass come over their eyes, so I just leave it. But otherwise, they start confiding in me with a whole lot of experiences that they've had. They've never been game to talk about it. So this is a secret, I think, about getting out more of this knowledge, more of this information and different experiences, not sort of taking on board what feels right for you personally, but not necessarily wiping it off altogether, because it might be that you just haven't got to that layer of consciousness that it does make sense. And that's what's been happening. We've been climbing like a ladder, climbing step by step on this level, which is getting to what they call a level playing field. And if you measure it, it's the same as frequency and vibration of crystal. It's no coincidence that crystal was used in first radios and also the first discoveries, or rather attempts to explore our outer space, that type of thing. So that crystal is very important. And more and more of the teachings and words that Nikola Tesla had, he said, if you want to know about the universe, think of energy, frequency, and vibration. That sounds very simple, And of course, if you start analyzing, it really gets very complicated, and it's numbers too. However, that's another thing too. Jesus talked about every hair on your head is numbered. And as a child, I thought that was quite fascinating. I didn't think, how in the hell, when your hair drops out, you're losing a number. But I do understand it is a way of measurement. And measurement does take place with the star people, but consciousness is the thing. And so when consciousness, that means everything is happening at once. In other words, the past, the present, and the future is all together. It is where you focus and intend to focus. And drawing upon your God self, or an angelic being, if you like, or whoever you trust from other worlds, accept that they do exist and that we do not die. We leave our physical earth body, yes, that goes back, and the brain goes back to earth as dust, yes. But science will say that you cannot destroy energy, and that's true. It changes form, and that's what happens. We actually go back to the light being we have always been, as well as an earth body. We are an earth body and a light body, and the consciousness interact there, both of them. So getting caught up with all these technology and understanding, that's fine. And if that helps you to understand something, that's fine too. And so we need to respect always all the different ways people talk about things and not be rude or brush it off. Just think, well, it doesn't quite fit with the way I've been shown or whatever. Honor each person and respect each person. And that goes in all the different customs and cultures and the peoples that are on, the races that are on this planet Earth. That way we will find peace. Because it's only misunderstandings that causes conflict. We can always agree to disagree, but most of the time, if we just keep rephrasing the way we speak or express ourselves, sooner or later, you find we were all talking about the same thing. It's just that we were saying it in a different way. Understand, if you go to consciousness only, telepathic communication, there's less likely to be misunderstanding. I think that makes sense. So, I don't know, I could go on. I think I would like to say that this taught me a lot. It really opened up what my mission was about. I had been contacted before this. This is written in part 2 of this book now. It had to be republished. This actually is blessed. The stone I was holding was wrapped in paper bark and tied with string, and it came from the stars. The indigenous people knew that and said it. And it was linked also with Uluru. Now, Uluru is another thing altogether, because I believe there are indigenous people, the clever ones will say that Uluru has come from the stars. Well, holding the sacred stone, and I didn't know anything, I only heard all this afterwards, that Uluru had come from the stars. And there was a conflict in that scientists say, no, it couldn't have come from the stars. There could be a huge impact crater, but it would have exploded, and it would be really real evidence of an asteroid coming in. Well, the Star people have actually asked me now to write another book, which will be published in about 6 months. I've sent the manuscript now to the editors at the publishers, and so they're working on it. But I've also worked with a scientist, and he was a bit cheery. No, it couldn't be an asteroid and survive. However, when I gave him the clues that Ringa gave me or us, he started to change his thinking. And so we did put together a, what can I say, a PowerPoint presentation for scientists. We didn't talk about star people because they haven't been officially accepted yet. As soon as they are, all, shall we say, theories or hypotheses that scientists have without the answers that they're looking for will be clarified. The star people will be able to clarify and help them also how to get our planet back onto balance and the way it is meant to be from when it was first created. They have actually put out an announcement, and that is on my website. Also, with a YouTube. I did channeling. Like I said, I don't know what's going to come. They just borrow my voice box and takes over. And they said they would like to meet the leaders. And so there's nothing I have to do, they said to me. But there's that invitation. So they really are working and wanting to communicate officially, and they will come. And they will present themselves in a hologram of light, the way they did beside my bed. They have the technology. They have the radio connection already with different radios. It's like radio. From our point of view, a bit hard to accept, but they have the advanced technology that does it. And we connect to Andromeda whenever we have our monthly meetings. And so they give us information or answer questions, that type of thing. And so it's quite exciting actually now, because they do want to come and present themselves in a hologram of light. And that's quite wonderful. And hopefully it will happen, and fairly soon, I think, because they are concerned about the state of our planet. It needs to be rethought about how it's used, how it's misused, and how we need to heal it. So I think I got off the track. No, I wanted to say it was one of my readers sent me a book. If I got it here, this one. It's this one called The Secret Places of Light. It's a very appropriate, I don't know if anybody's seen it, by George Hunt Williamson. Hang on, there you go. And he's not alive anymore. He left us in 2015. However, it's got a lot of very interesting information. The lady that brought it to my attention said, when you've written that lady book, Star Lady book, and talked about the different experiences you had with your guides leading you to all these different travels and remembering who you were, well, they fit with the information that's given in this book. And this book, just reading the first little bit, says mankind's earliest traditions speak of arrival of certain souls, not of this earth, who appear as radiant beings from heaven and who come to assist mankind in its struggle to develop its divine birthright. These self-sacrificing guardians of the human race have figured prominently in the wide panorama of human history. I really would recommend it. You can still get the book, and I got mine from Booktopia, and it's got a lot of information, and particularly about early ancient Egypt, which was the follow-on after Atlantis fell, and it was such a mess, and it had to be closed off. There's a net that you can't see with your eyes, but it holds our atmosphere in. And because of the craziness that was going on when that second moon broke and went into the sea in Caribbean, it created such a disaster that it was sending out energies that were interfering with our solar system and elsewhere. And so the hierarchy had to immediately contain it. And so that energy that was unseen there had to be tightened. So it was tightened so that the energy was contained. And it was said that what man had created upon the planet, man had to undo. And so now a lot of the star people have been coming onto this planet on and off for millions of years. And sometimes, particularly around Atlantean times, they tell us that the star people existed in civilizations. They weren't actually the same as humans. They didn't have the DNA that humans had, because we've inherited, shall we say, animal DNA. And we've evolved over the years and millions of years, and it goes back quite a long way. And at the time, and still is, we gradually, what can I say, evolving and raising in consciousness and changing. There have been interaction with different star people with our human body also, and that was written. And that's been reported also, which is, I think, a very interesting one in this story. This is actually when, can I say, we after I had held that sacred alchemy stone, a year later, I had published this diary, which, as I said, has already been reproduced now. But it was a diary virtually, and it attracted a very lovely, clever Indigenous healer. He came and introduced himself. He was quite stern, actually. He was wanting to know what, as a woman, what I was doing with this sacred stone. And I always knew that it was men's business and that I shouldn't open it, and I never did. However, it still gave me all this information. And that is by just, well, I didn't know I could do it actually, but I just held it and it just started flowing through me. I was filled with this bright blue-white light and these questions and answers, and I was still conscious. I could still see myself in the room, but, and so I was assisted as well. So you can always get assistance with anything that you reach out and you really want to do if you are sincere. Well, at another layer at that time, I obviously had agreed to do all this, and there was something about that I knew, although consciously I didn't at that time. However, it's unfolded, and there was talk then about these Egyptian glyphs that were at Carillon that Stephen and Evan talk about, and that's where I met them actually. They're coming from a scientific point. We're coming from a metaphysic point, but they do interact very much so. So it's like quantum physics. Quantum physics, it's all part of the same thing. It's just that we haven't actually begun to explore that larger picture. And I think Alan was talking about that, and well, he was, definitely. So it's a case of opening up and finding a different way, and also making a ceremony, if you like, of that you would like to know more and connect to your God self. Once you start doing that, things will happen. Be aware of signs and symbols. They're very important in that they teach a lot. There's an understanding. As I said, there's not the same understanding for each person. However, you can buy books. I've got this book, Symbols of Understanding by Betty, gosh, I can't think of the name. Anyway, I've got a website, just valeriebarrow.com, and it's got my email address on. If anyone wants to write and ask questions, then I'd be happy to reply. So getting back to this, I found that John and I, we had past lives, and we'd written in that other book, the Lady book, Star Lady book, and it had been blessed by the avatar. And he called me Star Lady, actually, and he called me Val, which I didn't particularly like, and my name's Valerie. But he did that. That was when he gave me the ring. That was back in 1992. It was a long while now, but he knew at the time. So the reality of this 144,000 is explained in this book. So I recommend anyone thinking about just exploring more. That book's worthwhile reading. And it talks about the places of the lion, and the places of the lion, the first lion's gate was Uluru, because the leonine race from our, Milky Way have actually, from Sirius, they actually came, they were part of the requirement by the hierarchy to help change the what was happening upon this earth. It was getting so that it was out of control. The huge dinosaurs had eaten all the foliage. They were dying back. Their bodies weren't going back quickly enough into the earth. The whole environment, the atmosphere was changing, and it was wrecking what the environment, what the hierarchy had actually created in the first place. And so it had to be stopped. They didn't like doing it, but what they did do is actually use these. My husband actually, John, remembered the life of a lion and the lion people and how they were like the cosmic cops. And so they sort of acted a kind of peacemakers. However, bombing Earth to recreate and let go all that existed at that time, which was something like 60 million years ago, they actually... I think I've lost a little bit on here. I'm sorry about the. It's a big thing about this lions because it keeps coming up. Just the 8th of the 8th was the other day. Again, that's another reminder of the cosmic consciousness of the leonine. Because with the experiments of the illegal occupiers of our planet, they just came and took it over. This is the cold-blooded people. They actually took it over and they, we can't judge them, but they did take it over and they were using experimental, having fun actually, creating new works of art all the time as they saw it. And so there were new animals, new birds, new crustaceans, a whole lot of things. There's a real story in it and it's all comes out and explained in this book. This book was actually came together by many people remembering being star people and remembering the event that happened at that time. That was nearly 1 million years ago. Now, time differs with the star people and here. So it was a long time ago. You could say 700,000 to 900,000 years ago. And that was when we were lifted from animal man to human. Human is light. And so we were lifted with a soul and a light being as well, and which is what we have gone on to be and who have eventually become, because there have been more evolvements down through the time since then. But that was the big change. And we started to get this story after our friend Jerry, who took us, the Aboriginal clever fellow, the healer, took us to the site at Carillon. And these Egyptian-like hieroglyphs actually somehow opened us. We were all mediums, and they all, it seemed to unlock this memory of being star people. And then more heard about it and more contacted me, and it seemed like I was the one that had to put it together, because my role at another time completely was with El Chiringa, who's always been known by many of the Indigenous people here, especially on the eastern side of Australia and Central Australia, always been helping. But he was the commander-in-chief of the huge mothership called Rexagena. Interesting, the Rexagena means king, and genes, of course, genes. So it's like King Genes, which came. They had it was very difficult. It's a long story. Recommend that people read it just to get a feeling about it. And once they understand and know, so many have since contacted, and I'm sure it's been passed on so that thousands know and remember of that particular event. Upstairs told me at the time that it was being written that all the people in the whole of the galaxy knew about the event and they were very upset about it. However, so it is part of our evolution as a human race. And I think it's very important that we understand that, so that we understand also, you can get it, by the way, in as an ebook too, not very much at all. You know, so I'm not trying to make money or anything. I'm just trying to share the work that we all had and what we did. And it also ties in with, they said upstairs, meaning Al Chiringa and the hierarchy, say that all the people that were on that ship, 50,000 people on that ship at that time, it was destroyed, it was blown up, only 90 survived, 90 people survived. However, all the rest, they've all come back now to remember the story and to remember the event. That's a big thing. So it's worthwhile thinking about anyway. I don't know if I've got a little bit lost again. It's such
Valerie, I was going to ask, when you were talking about the lion people, were you referencing to the Lyrans?
to what was that?
To the Lyrans? I believe it's spelled Lyria.
Yes, yes. No, I have purposely always, since I've been doing my work, I've always actually not actually read or watched any Star Wars stuff or any channeling or any other work, because I didn't want to influence my ability to just be a clear channel. So I didn't have anything else in my head, but I was given the understanding that yes, Al-Sharinga and his wife, which is where I come from, I'm a messenger, that's all, here in this earth body, but, you know, at another layer of consciousness, I was his wife. And so that was why I and he now we were being appointed to tell the story. And yes, we were Lyrans at that time. And I don't know anything about Lyrans, actually. I haven't looked it up. I only do what I'm asked to do. That way, because I know there's so much and I could get confused. So I try to keep myself very clear all the time. Doesn't mean to say I'm an angel or I'm perfect, far from it. But it's fun and it's easier this way. Because if I'm asked to write, then I'm not confused. I just write what I was given, and that was it. But what they have said is that they couldn't give all the information to everyone, and that they would give it to different people, other people around the earth, and that sooner or later, which seems to be now, it would all come together and it would weave truth of exactly how it is and how it was. And if there's any differences, that's why they've asked me to just keep as I have been shown. So that doesn't mean to say that everything I'm doing is right, or that it's definitely, it's got a part of that. And it can be misunderstood. So when we talk about it and share it and explain, sooner or later we find it all interweaves and it's the same truth. It's quite wonderful, actually, the way they've put it all together and the theory behind it all. So I'm in service and I'm a messenger. That's it. So you asked me a question. I think I've lost it. What did you ask? Sorry. When you've lost it too.
I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out.
That's right. Yes, that's
how
right.
to unmute Stephen and Evan. Stephen, Evan, if you just want to exit the studio and maybe just come back in.
No, I'm good. I found it.
Okay. There we go. Right on.
Yeah,
my question was when you were talking about the Lion Man, if you were referring to the Lyrans, and you answered that question. So thank you very much, Valerie. I appreciate that.
Okay, that's good.
We'll leave the rest up to Steve, the legend, because that's what Steve is. Stephen Strong from Forgotten Origins and Our Alien Ancestry. Stephen, it's all yours.
Okay, I'm not so sure about the legend part, but we'll do it anyway. Look, a couple of questions that came up as you were talking there, Valerie, I wanted to just explore a little bit more. You spoke about holding the sacred stone, and as you know, I'm quite empathetic with the idea that stones have a lot of energy. You know that back to front, as most people do. So that's not an issue for me, and I believe, and I do believe you have been in contact with them. But there's something in that I find quite interesting I wanted to talk about. And I know that you invariably, and I might be wrong about this, always dress in white. And I remember once you remarked or confided with me that when you do conferences in Uluru, and you've done a few there, that some of the original women just cannot gel with you because of the fact they seem to have an issue with the idea that a white fella, a white soul, can't liaise with an original soul. Have you got would you like to talk about that a bit more, the sort of responses you've got and how you feel that's wrong?
Yes. That's really why I started, I was prompted to write from the star people's point of view. So I'm actually not claiming to write from a human point of view in any way. I'm writing from the star people's point of view. Well, it's not quite accepted by scientists yet, but it will, and it's getting very close. despite all the doubts and all that, I know that they've been wanting to contact here for a long time now. And it was interesting, Steve, that the bill that was put to the Senate in the United States about releasing as much information as I knew about the UFOs was on the 21st of December, 2020, which was the very time we were experiencing all this wonderful, wonderful experience at Uluru. And also,
I'm going to ask you next. That's what I was going to talk to you about. And I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, right.
I wanted to go next with that. You were at Uluru at the time because obviously a lot of people have heard about it, but there weren't that many people actually there at the time. So, yeah, would you like to continue and talk about your experience on that day, on the 21st of December? And you're right. I think within about 12 hours of this happening is when they have made the announcement and started the whole thing. So, yeah, tell us about Uluru from your point of view.
Yes, it was a bit overwhelming, and I found myself sort of, I couldn't think clearly at all. And this is interesting, when you visit a place, people like Sai Baba, who was an avatar, when you're in his presence, you cannot think. And so it was like when you do tune in, and there was a lot going on. Also, I was worried about John a bit. He was John is always putting me off a little bit. But anyway, we both noticed this moon. There was grey clouds, and everyone thought it might even rain. And it was the solstice, if you remember.
Yeah.
And they made very strong energies around. And I can remember 2 cockatoos flying across together. I don't know if you remember this, just as everybody was sort of waiting and expecting. These 2 colourful things went, and they were shifting across. And I thought, oh, that's like an announcement, like something's going to happen now. And sure enough, suddenly all the clouds started changing from grey to these beautiful colours. And they were just going from light to lighter again, and all different colours. We were almost on a different planet. We were probably Andromeda. It was a big difference. And at the same time, John and I were aware about the quarter moon. It was shining through to us a little bit. I don't know how many people noticed it. But anyway, and I closed my eyes, and it was a bit full moon. And then I opened it again, and it was a quarter moon. There was something going on within me. And I thought, what's going on? This is why I was a bit confused about things. And it was only later, as after all that wonderful experience we had, which I have actually written at the end of the Uluru book, which I've just starting to write, right? The Uluru and the Star People. And I have written about that. And there was another lady with me, and she was taking, and there was a big ring around the moon. After all the colour had gone, the sun had set and it was dark, and we were all heading towards the buses to get back on, right? And then there was a huge circle around the moon, and I thought, oh, we've got to take a photo of this. So we took it, and again, it wasn't a quarter moon, it was a full moon. It was ridiculous. How can it keep changing? It wasn't right. And so when I put the photo on my computer, the other ladies just was plain, but it was full, but plain. But with mine, it was spinning. It was really spinning, and it started to move. And I couldn't capture it enough. And I thought, oh, why didn't I? It was almost like somebody's hands had taken over my mobile and was fiddling with it, which is not the first time it's happened to me, by the way. And anyway, that to me was showing me that it must have been in front of the moon to actually be showing as a full size. So they did show, and because there was also that prediction when I was holding the sacred stone way back in 1992, they said that there was going to be a great showing en masse of Star People at Uluru, and all the world will hear about it. Now, it didn't happen. First year, second year, third year, didn't happen. Fourth year, because they never gave me dates, which they never do. no date. However, it did happen, except when I tuned into them and asked, well, what happened? Why, well, they said, we could see you, but you couldn't see us. So they're operating at a different layer of consciousness, right? All the time. And they're everywhere all the time.
And Valerie, you're right in one respect, because there were 15 to 20 million other people actually meditating at the time. So in one respect, the whole world was involved in it, weren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, but it was streamlined too. Don't you remember? It was streamlined, the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, I do remember, because we were there too. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And they said, Altering actually apologized on the plane going home. He was talking to me, and he said that they apologized that they didn't show themselves en masse because of COVID-19. That everyone there was around the world, it was so much sickness, so much confusion about the future, and people were unhappy and worried, all that. They said that if they'd shown themselves en masse with all the fiction of movies they make about being attacked, etc., that they thought they'd have a nervous breakdown. So they didn't do it.
I think it's a valid call too. I do think that's correct. And actually, I remember quite a few people were telling us there'd be a mass showing at the time. And as it turned out, as you know, we got a film they left behind of one craft that sort of goes across a couple of times, then disappears. Yes. I suppose it was their way of leaving a calling card,
yes,
not the main event, because it was filmed by a gentleman who was actually legally blind, isn't he, Evan?
Yep.
Yeah, and we've
so
got.
He was just filming the sunset.
Yeah, like we were all looking at the sunset. He didn't realise there was a line of sunset, and we've got a film. So they did leave evidence, which we've got up, as you know, Valerie, on our presentation.
Yes, absolutely.
So but one last question while we got the chance, Valerie, if we can go to another part of what you spoke about. And I know that you're very taken by a gentleman by the name of Tesla. And in particular, it reminds me, there's a question I want to refer to that comes out of an article that went up in Nexus about 2 years ago. And it was an interview with an alien with the US intelligence, and somehow it got out. And it was fascinating when they spoke about Tesla. And I wanted to ask you about what is inferred in this. At one stage, they said, well, why did you come? And they said, well, we mainly come to answer Tesla's call. He contacted us to come, so we came. And he said, when we got here, we were absolutely stunned that this gentleman was alive in the times, whether they're now or before. He was so far ahead, and we made contact. Now, I'm wondering, do you think that maybe some of the amazing inventions he made that we still can't copy, do you think they were partially his and partially guidance from above?
I absolutely have no doubt the stuff people exist.
Yeah.
And I haven't actually made a point of saying that the people that I contact now, at the moment, the last meeting we had, which was just in August, and it's on YouTube, it's not on my website even yet because we do a transcript. Hang on, I've got lost a bit there. Hang on, wait a minute. What am I trying to say? They actually, yes, that's right. They're in our future. They tell us they're 6,000 years in our future. So they come back. So they're like, I'm here and they're there, but they're communicating. They're back from the future. It's weird at 6,000 years. And you think, you can't get your head around that. But when you realize with quantum physics and everything happening at once, and even Einstein saying everything's relative, it's where your mind is focused. And like I have said, the past, present, and future are all happening at once. Yeah. They are. But when you start, so say, analyzing and, you come into and you're focusing, then you use measurements and that type of stuff in this reality, in this particular world that we live in here. Like with our eyes, we can only see so far into outer space, but we've got all these explorers that are sending back all these wonderful images. We wouldn't see that unless we had something assisting us to bring back. And then there's another one I like too, is the fact there's different layers of consciousness. Well, what about the layer of consciousness that's very busy with life forms of bacteria and virus? that exists. We see that in a microscope, but we can't see it with our physical eyes. So straight away, come on, open your minds a bit. There's a lot of things that we don't understand because we are limited in a physical earth body, but not with our soul consciousness, with our God self. We are given what we need to know. Yeah.
So I think Tesla may have been in contact with other levels and they may have assisted that. And one last thing, at the beginning here, you spoke a bit about the dreaming, okay?
Yes.
And I thought it might be a good way to finish this because Al Karinga is obviously an original spirit. I have no doubt about that. And then you have contact with the rock, and I have no doubt about that. And you spoke about the dreaming, and we do have no doubt also that that will become part of the future. That's what's going to take place in the future. What do you think his and your vision of the dreaming of the future will be? What do you think the end result of this? Because all that's taking place now is a cleansing and a separation into the Mayan two roads where people have to make a decision. Now, I understood that was going to happen. That was part of the prophecy. Yeah. But in the future, for those who do stay on the correct road, what do you think the dreaming philosophy of that will be?
Well, I've just remembered the name that scientists give the dreaming, and it's called theta layer of consciousness, right? And that's the one that you are in before you go into deep sleep.
Okay.
Right? So, and they found it when they awakened people that were in a deep sleep because their eyes started to flutter. Yeah. And when they awake, they said, yes, I was dreaming. And that's how they come to understand it. So as part of what's happening in the future, it's like almost, from my understanding, and I don't ask these questions, I just accept what they give me or what they ask me to do. And with the future, what I feel is it's like we need to trust, because I think the future can take many different tracks, right? You could sort of start walking this path, then suddenly you veer off and you're on another one. That's your future too. That future for that person is different from that future there for that person, that type of stuff, right? So it can be very confusing. And it's the same for the big picture, like the universe. And when I talk about universes, to me, there's no outside of, I try to think or explain what a universe is. And I heard Professor Michio Kaku, have you heard? I like listening to him. He explains, he talks about bubbles. And in some ways, a bubble can sort of come together and become one bubble, or it can disappear altogether. Somehow or other, all that is what...
That's all. It has a choice, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. So I think we can create, and we have a choice too. And I think that's actually what's happening now. Yeah. They have explained, they've talked about how there's a separation that's been on the books prophesied for a long time, even in the Bible, the wheat from the chaff stuff. It's not because a man with a long white beard is saying, you're good, you're not, you're good, you're not. It's nothing like that. It's to do with what our body, if you like, in this layer of consciousness, can handle, the strength of the energy and the frequency. And that is everything. And that's light. And when you think about it, it's connected to the sun. And if we talk about the sun can be so hot, it can destroy, but it also can nurture and help things to grow. So, we're caught with this energy. It seems to fit where it's almost like there is an intelligence there that we don't understand totally in our physical brain at all.
No, we don't. You said something before, Valerie, too, about how it is difficult to understand intelligence. You've got to remember, when you look at bees and ants, how do you define their intelligence? Do you say that thing in the middle has all of it? Because they make amazing, resonant, conscious, and very logical decision that reacts to the environment. But how does that decision get made?
Yes,
I mean,
that's right.
It really is. We don't understand it all. But I think the one thing you said in the start about the future is trust. That's the one thing that actually is central to a group of beings of any type living together in harmony. If they don't trust each other, everything else falls apart, doesn't it?
Yes,
so, that's actually and probably a good way to finish this, because that's really what the future is about, creating trust. And at the moment, the world is full of mistrust and misinformation. I love the word we hear now. I thought that was in the Nazis and the communists only use that word. Now we've got people in authority using the same word. But anyway, it's about trust.
I've got one. You can be
Yeah.
serious about the mystery, the mysterious, right?
Yeah.
Serious
Yeah.
about mysterious.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's exactly what's
Also-
happening in the world. What's
Yes.
been
And
run
also,
by that.
here's another one for you.
Mm.
Astra Alien. It's Australian. I love it.
Oh yeah, that's not bad. Hey, let's finish for that. I like that. Okay, Valerie, look, fantastic job. I've seen you talk before, and it's always enjoyable. And it was again. Thank you for that. And yeah,
thank
thank you for being there on the 21st of December and being part of that, because you're obviously meant to be there at that time for that. And
Yes.
dream
Well,
on
that's
the
another,
future.
yeah, that's another thing. People, if they trust and they're following their feelings and their intuition, which is inside teaching, if they're following that, they'll be at the right place for whatever's meant for them, even though they might not consciously be aware of it. That's to do with trust as well.
Good one. Excellent. I think that's a great finish. Okay, we throw it back to Omar now. And thank you, Valerie. Over to you, Omar.
Thank you, Omar.
Valerie, I just have one last question for you.
Yep.
It's from our good friend and the sponsor of our event here, one of them, Paul Wallace.
Yes, sure.
Get this question in for sure. Paul Wallace says, I would like to ask Valerie, are there any good tools that you would recommend for achieving a theta state?
A what kind of state?
A theta state, Theta. Am I saying that right, Paul? Maybe.
Theta, yes, yes.
Theta.
Okay.
Theta, yeah,
Theta
yeah.
state, yeah.
Yeah, I believe there have been schools and they cost a fortune, but you don't have to do that. We all have it within us, and well, I do the work. I don't know what I'm letting myself in for here, but I do the work on Skype, and when I tune in, I'm blessed with this stone that still has this wonderful energy with it, and that seems to take over. And you can hear funny noises on the Skype. I've got a whole lot of stuff I could share with someone if they're interested, and there's patterns and colours, and also there's sometimes it's like a laser, a white like laser going into somebody's head here, working, and because it's on I can't do it for too long, but it's actually on a movie, and it's actually helping people to recalibrate the what can I say, the DNA or the RNA, whatever you like, the consciousness of the Earth body, because it's our Earth body that's heavy and lagging behind to try and keep up with the raised consciousness that's happening upon this Earth now. So that is actually, and the theta layer of consciousness is what will help us to actually work with our brain and the rest of the work that happens in our consciousness of our Earth body to actually raise also. It's a matter of surrendering, actually, surrendering our Earth body, our personality to our God self, our creator self. And we can't have the creator self here onto this Earth because it'd be too bright, too strong, it'd explode. Our brain would explode. It's just too much. So we've got to, it's not like we're being what can I say? We're not being punished in any way. It's just that it's not practical. It's not science. Does that make sense? We are on a limited conscious layer of consciousness here on this planet. That's why it's so difficult. We go to other planets with a raised consciousness, and it's very easy to live, and it's lovely. And that's where we go. Quite often, a lot of us go there when we leave our Earth body. So there's nothing to be afraid of when we move on. We don't die. We just leave our Earth body and move on to another life or back to our God self.
That is a total epic answer. And I really like that, what you said about the layers of consciousness, because in my mind, what I'm beginning to think is that when we incarnate onto this density, we've chosen the level of consciousness to experience while we are here. And
Yeah.
because we're infinite consciousness to begin with, we downgrade ourselves by coming here to experience just this level of consciousness, and in an attempt to raise that awareness to reach that that upper consciousness, right? That higher consciousness. So I really resonate with that answer that you just gave.
Thank you. And that is quite correct, actually. And it's the same with the planet. Everything has consciousness. It's not just humans. I mean, trees have consciousness. I mean, how does a seed that falls onto the ground, how does it know that it's got to come grow up to be another tree like it just fell from? That is intelligence in it. It's like opening your mind a bit, not just seeing it as the way we understand it, but the big picture. And that's the intelligence, of course, from the source of all creation. I don't know if I've said that right. Anyway.
Just a comment from Paul Wallace. He said, superb. Then I'll give you a call, Valerie, and with a big smile from ear to ear.
Oh, that's lovely. I really wanted to share our story from our Taringa when the first ancestors were created, because it's like, you know, how the scholars have had disagreements about whether we have evolved from animal or whether we have been created by God. And they're both right. They're both right. There's no disagreement. It's both. This is in the story, right? That's what it's all about. Okay?
Incredible.
It's quite a challenge. Yes, it is. And it's done, and like I said, it's a book. It's available as an ebook. I think it's $1 or something. I don't know. It's not very much. And so it's quite easy to read or share. It's something that's come from upstairs. I won't say. All I've done, all I am, is a messenger. So I've just put pen to paper, and we've worked together. I did get help with writing this because there were so many people coming with different stories, but all from the same event. That was the secret. It was quite something else. And in some ways, too, the story that's there in Egyptian hieroglyphs, they also mention about other hieroglyphs that would be probably from Star People, which is right. But the others from Egypt, that was people coming here. Well, I had 5 people in a row, again, set up, that remembered a time when they were on these boats that came from Egypt with King Tut and came here. Now that was because he wanted to get the body that was in the tomb that exists there at Gosford, and they're saying it's all nonsense and it's not real, but it is. The body disappeared. That's because they took it back to Egypt. And now we believe it's in a secret part of King Tut's tomb, which they say is actually an existing of a room there, and they don't know what's in it. They don't want to destroy anything to have a look, but we are hoping that it is the missing body from the tomb that was taken from Carry-On back to Egypt at the time. So that'll be proof. And also that bone, Stephen, you remember the bone that Auntie Minnie gave you and you had it analysed? I have a feeling because King Tut apparently was related to the body that was first there 1,000 odd years before. And when they came back, so if he dropped a little bone, that DNA would be recorded in probably King Tut's DNA, but really comes from the original body that was there in the first place. If he's related, I don't know enough about genetics, but to me, they can prove that they're related. So
yeah, you're right about that. They actually are, and that's why the Australian government made it clear to me officially by phone and in writing that the bones I have, if I take them out the front door, I'll be arrested, and they've told me that I'll go to jail for how long and what the fine will be, 3 years and $1 million. And if I get them tested, I will be immediately arrested and put in jail. So yes, I'm quite sure the Australian government knows that the bone I've got is. Nefertari's bone. There's no doubt about that, because the object that was found with it has 24% metal that's never been found on this planet. So they were found together. But yes, the government have got that under control. The Australian government has sorted that out. Don't worry about that. There will be no testing, and anyone that tried to test it would also go to jail. And I've got an academic, a professor, that has all the machinery to do it and has seen it and will do it. So don't worry, that's all sorted out. But the government's on top of that.
Yeah, that's so wrong though, because there's an agenda there, of course. I mean, why would they want to hide it? Why would they want to hide it? It's ridiculous. So we can take guesses, right?
That's a different story. But there's an agenda in Australia with anything we've got.
Well,
that's okay. It's normal.
we need a whole lot of new leaders.
Well,
New leaders.
that's what the change is about, Valerie. Okay, that's what it's about, and it's another reason why we have to have a change, because it's chaos.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Valerie. And thank you very much, Stephen and Evan. I really appreciate you guys coming on to Watchers Talk, to our Total Disclosure, to really give us a download and help us to understand our reality a little bit better than what we did an hour ago and yesterday and last week. So I really appreciate it. Lots of respect for you, Valerie. Lots of love for you. I've been following your work for a long time. So, I'm very happy that you had accepted to come on here and share your thoughts with us. And of course, Stephen, thank you very much for this wonderful interview and the great questions that you asked. I just love your mindset and the way you approach the subject and the topic. It's very teacherly-like.
Guilty as charged.
So I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. And I think we are at the closing of our day 4. And we got one more day to go. And guys, we have plowed through 40 some odd speakers in the last 4 days. We've analyzed and explored almost every spectrum of the disclosure package, and and we've learned a lot, and we've I've sat, as Paul would say, at the feet of some very amazing people like Valerie and Stephen and Dr. Sam and Dr. Manu and Alan, and we can just go on and on and on with the list of speakers and the amazing people that we've had here. Those are the people that we've been waiting for. People like Valerie, people like Stephen, because they've been out there working hard for like decades in researching and learning and writing books and doing things to help us to elevate our awareness. So they are the truly ones that we've been waiting for. We're just simply facilitating their message to the world. Clarence?
Yes, thank you, Omar. Something I want to bring up real quick, and thank you very much, Valerie and Steve. Wow, awesome stuff. Greg made a comment earlier in our chat room, and he said that if you had gray or white hair, you are winning on this video stream tonight.
Oh yeah,
and
he's
well,
right.
here's the thing, right? I want the younger generation to understand, the people that are watching our program for this week. No, seriously, here's the thing, right? You have to stop and look at all of the guests that we've had on this show already, and more to come tomorrow, right? Look at the variety of age that comes with this. It's not just a young person's game. This is something that goes on for centuries. When we talk about elders, now we consider ourselves elders. I'm pushing 60 years old myself, and we've all had our experiences. So I just want people to kind of get that in perspective and see just how the age goes, with this.
It's eclectic.
It is eclectic, absolutely.
Yes.
And just to let Greg know, me and Omar both have gray hair as well. So it's not, that's 40 years old hits really hard, but that's just the way it is.
You see that, Greg Bornstein?
I had to take it off. It's right here.
Look,
That's why I keep
you
the hat
both
on.
also have great hair too. It's fine.
That's why I keep my hair tied back too, so you can't see really.
That's right.
how white and gray it's gone underneath.
We hide it well.
Yeah, very, very well. Spray can every morning.
No, not that. You'll have none left by the time it's over if you keep doing that.
Well, I didn't mean to bring that up to mock you, Greg. Anyway, I meant what I meant was is that the experiences that people have isn't just for the young. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Absolutely.
my experience happened in the 70s. I'm sure Valerie probably goes back into the 60s and 50s. You know what I mean? Same thing with Stephen and you know, a lot of them. You know, we talk about people like Betty and Barney Hill, you know, back in the 50s and 60s and stuff. So this isn't just a young person thing anymore. You know, this isn't just about, you know, this has been something that's been going on for centuries, and we are just a part of it. And that's really something to think about.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
very well said. Yeah, very well said.
Yes.
Absolutely, Clarence. And you know, what else it shows, like you're saying, is that it's consistent. Like that's exactly what you're trying to say, is it's consistent throughout history. So whether it's the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, there are people from each of those decades that comes out with similar stories that can corroborate the next decade's stories. So the message keeps going, and this is what's going to happen. 2020, 2030, 2040, the message is going to keep getting more prolific as more comes to light too. So what you guys may have been talking about in the 60s or 70s, now we're in the 2000s, and it's even getting greater and bigger and reaching more people too because of technology as well, but also because of word of mouth. That, you know, it's like a domino effect. Each one teach one, and this is one of the things that we try and incorporate in these types of events. You know, when me and Omar and everybody that was involved in this, what we set out to do was to outdo what the mainstream does. We're coming in under the radar, but we're going to literally touch all in that aspect while we go through it, because what do? We share it out on Facebook. So one person sees one, then they share it, and now we're building something greater than the mainstream could ever hope to put together after all said and done. I mean, I'm not saying that we're at that level, but it's the potential of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally understand. Yeah, consciousness is an arena for everyone, regardless of your age. You could be 1 year old, or you could be a newborn that's telepathically connected to someone who's been around for a couple of decades, and they could probably teach a thing or two to someone that's been around for a while. So the game of consciousness is for everyone. So great point there, Clarence. So guys, we are going to close out for the evening, our day 4. So let's just quickly go around the table for final thoughts, and then we will close out. Valerie, do you have any final thoughts for our audience?
No, just one thought, Karen, I may have said it already, is that when we come, before we come, we've made agreements to what will happen more or less for the life that we are in the new little baby's body that we come into as a soul. And the one big thing is we have all agreed to help one another. And so I think if we can remember that all the time, even if, we're not happy about some people, we can still help them in a prayer. And prayer might sound like religion, but it isn't. It is actually science. It is a request, mind to mind, mind to the source, and it is a request to help that being or whoever it is that you're concerned about. So it's not a religious thing necessarily, and it is very, very powerful, right? So that is all, I think, just to help one another. That's what we have come to do. And
Beautiful.
respect.
I love that. Beautiful. Valerie, I love that message. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Just got excited.
Respect one another, I mean. What I was going to say, that's all.
Yeah, respect and love, and to the service to the whole. And go back to the source, because we are part of source, and when we harm somebody else, we're really harming ourselves. Learn, teach and learn. It's a two-way street on that avenue. So thank you very much, Valerie. Words of wisdom there. Stephen?
Yeah, look, primarily what I'd like to finish with is something something Russell Brand said about the revelations from the Pentagon. And he said this had the potential to be the greatest spiritual revelation humanity had ever faced. And I'd like people to think about why he said that, because if it turns out that aliens do exist and have been involved in the past and are involved in an event and integrally involved in what happens in the next couple of years, then this is the most important spiritual event that has ever taken place on this planet. So I would say to people over the next couple of years, instead of fearing each day, because there's going to be worse ahead, I can guarantee you that, look upon it as the final trial and tribulation. And all you've got to do is stand tall through this. And then it ends up like a Hopi prophecy that finishes with, we are the ones we've been waiting for. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what this is all about. So this little conference, the conference you've done this time and the ones before, Omar, are all about the same thing, giving people the idea, their weapons, and the way to respond to this, because we have to find a way to keep our heads straight. And at the moment, the old prophecies are correct. The change is coming. Embrace it.
Thank you very much, Stephen. That's a great message. Greg Bornstein.
Such a beautiful message. Oh my gosh. Everybody here tonight, all the speakers, I mean, everybody's made such an impact. You know, as I soak up all this information, and I really, again, you know, we always talked about how jokingly, like, I'm the young skeptical one of the bunch, right? Like, I'm sitting here going, is it real? Is it real? But I have to tell you, Omar Rob, this skepticism is it's getting thinner and thinner by the second. It is,
as we told you it would. As we told you it would.
Yes, because look, and the thing is this, it's I think the thing that keeps that sticking with me is being in the chat with everybody. And I want to thank all of you who've been out there, Full Spectrum Universe, Watchers Talk, Paul Anthony Wallace's channel, Portal to Ascension. Where else were we? New Realities, Lion's channel. I mean, every single person, the frequency. Yes, we were, every single one of you has really contributed to this. And the thing I kept seeing over and over as I was monitoring the chat was, I'm so happy to have found a community of people that talk about this stuff. I felt left out. I felt like I haven't been able to express myself. I felt like I haven't been able to be around people that are in the same level of consciousness. And there's something about this. I said it at the forgery, at the end of Forgery Unmasked, the last one, or the one couple months ago. There's something about the community of people here that is unlike other groups in the world. There is just, when people want to talk about these themes, there is such a level of heart that feels like we know in this world there are people out there that are just nice people, but there's an agenda. I feel like it's just a very comforting space. It really is. It's a very comforting, and it's a heart space that is really purely about connection. So I want to thank all of you for helping me expand my consciousness in a way that doesn't have ego, doesn't have goals, doesn't have you know, anything nefarious behind it, but really is just about building community. This is, it's so much more about building community than it even is staring up at the sky. And I feel that from every single one of you. So I thank you all for holding the space.
Very profound.
Yeah, thank you. Those are wonderful words. Clarence?
I can't really top what he just said, I'll be honest with you. It's just, I just want to thank everybody for being here. You know, and it makes my life and the work I've done, you know, into this that much more meaningful. It just proves to me that everything I've done has not been in vain. And that's basically what I want to say. And thank you all for that.
Right on. Least but not last, Rob Yox.
All right. Well, it's been an incredible 4 days. And while we were putting this together, I expected as such, but this has totally exceeded all expectations up to this point. And every time we do one of these events, when me and Omar put this together, the energy gets better, bigger, and I feel like there's so many takeaways that it's hard to not sit here for 2 months and try and research every single aspect of what I've heard. And I say it all the time, I'm the forever student. I am always learning, and to know where we've come from is to know where we're going. And what I see right now is absolutely incredible. And people like Clarence, who gave me the bug to do this, when you say, that your work, it has not gone unnoticed. There are many here that benefit from it, and maybe wouldn't be here if not for what you've done in paving some of the way, especially Stephen and Evan Strong, Paul Wallace, everybody. So look to those people for help when you need it, and just try and focus on you for a little while, raise your vibration, and we'll be here to help out along the way as much as we can. And I appreciate and I have such gratitude for all of you.
Thank you very much, Rob. I couldn't really say that any better. I just say what he said and what he said and what he said and what she said, and that's can't say no more than that. We've been at it for 11 hours, and I think we just kind of run out of words. But we hit this time of the evening. But many thanks to every single person and that was on here today, and we'll run through the list tomorrow to thank all of our speakers and all of the wanderers came here and gave us the download. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be starting at 8 o'clock with Stephen Cummins. And then at 9 o'clock, it will be myself doing a presentation on constitutional law that will really highlight the Commonwealth and the justice system and the law system that is working against the people and designating people with designations that shouldn't really be designated. So we'll get into that tomorrow. But anyways, tomorrow's going to be a fantastic day. We have double panels. We have one panel coming from Australia and another panel in the afternoon. The North American panel is going to be wonderful. We'll do the details tomorrow. I believe it's going to be Dr. J.J. Hertogs, Dr. Desiree Hertogs, Dr. Joan, Dr. Osmanovic. Who else is there? There's a couple of people. There's lots going through my head right now. But anyways, it's going to be wonderful. And then, of course, in the evening, we will have our Australian disclosure panel, and we'll talk about some interesting stuff there. Valerie, you're more than welcome to join us tomorrow at the Australia panel. If you like, the invitation's open to you. And with that being said, thank you very much, everyone, for joining us here today and for the past 4 days. And tomorrow is our final day, day 5 of 5. And my name is Omar with Watchers Talk, with my co-host Rob Yox, co-creator from Full Spectrum Universe, Clarence Mitchell of Closer Encounters, Greg Bornstein of Open Loops, and of course Stephen and Evan Strong from Forgotten Origin. Let's pay a bill real fast, and then we will get out of here. This program and this disclosure was brought to you by Paul Anthony Wallace, The Scars of Eden, and Escaping from Eden, and of course our AlienAncestry.net. Check that out. It's a wonderful spot to share and learn. I believe chapter 13 is coming up on August the 28th. These guys are talking about some incredible things in there, and we got a little bit of a taste yesterday when Stephen was talking about the Atlantean rings. And of course, Forgotten Origin, this another sponsor, ForgottenOrigin.com, the Out of Australia Theory, and least but not last, my brother from another mother, Neil Gore from Portal to Ascension. Thank you very much for giving giving us the opportunity and a chance to stream to such an epic channel. And of course, big thanks to Alan Steinfeld from New Realities for letting us stream to his channel. And of course, Paul Anthony Wallace's channel. Thank you very much, guys, for hosting all of these streams for the last bunch of days. And we will see you tomorrow. Much love to you all. Keep your vibrations high. And if you're out and about tomorrow and we go to a coffee shop to buy a coffee, maybe just buy someone behind you a coffee and tell the teller to pass it forward. And just helps raise a little bit of frequency and vibration within your own community. Maybe you'll make somebody's day. And if they're happy, then you're happy as well. That being said, my name is Omar, coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada. With total disclosure, we will see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, right here, same place, same spot. Be safe for the night. Much love.
Much love, everybody.
All right.